We are live at Collectco for tonight's Thursday night metal night sale, metal night of metal. Bob Riger says, seems like there's an internet outage everywhere. Huh, not here. Mike Massey's on Twitch, he has internet. They have booted me out of Restream. Let me log back in manually here. I really need to save this password to expedite this. John's over here next to me sorting dollar records because we're going to have another dollar sale about the first Saturday of October. And we're probably going to fill up a whole nother trailer of trash. We've got a dumps trailer out front that has about probably 10,000 albums we've thrown away. And we are rolling. All right, let's start sharing, carrying, tagging, bagging. I've got Ed's heading out. Here's John's loot here, these 4 crates. I just scarfed down some Demuses. I probably shouldn't have thrown away that potato, but I might eat it later. I'm going to leave it right there on top of the trash. I'll eat out of the trash later. Like George Costanza. The girl he's dating, his mom called him eating out of the trash. It was on top. It was on top. I had a steak, 2 rolls, and a salad. A Diet Coke. I didn't eat my normal sweet item. That means I'll eat 2 bowls of cereal tonight. Whew, I had way too much cereal last night. Almost made myself sick. That's another Seinfeld reference. Jerry loved his cereals. All right, let's get this shared. So we got an ad running. There's probably a lot of new people on the chat tonight. I hope so. For as much money as I sent Meta this morning to hopefully feed this into some people's timelines. So if you're here because of a Facebook ad, welcome. I'm here and I am going to copy this and I am going to hit Collectco and I am going to hit this. And I am going to hit what now? I'm going to hit that, and then I'm going to share this link. And we're going to put right here, live now, exclamation point. And then this is also streaming over to the YouTube. This is also streaming over to the YouTube. Let me turn down my volume over here. There we go. Let's also hit the like button there. And we've hit that 20.1K subscribers now. So y'all remember when we had that 20,000 mark for YouTube. Now it says 20.1K. So we've jumped up on subscribers again. Thanks everybody. All right. What auctions are going to go up tonight? Well, over on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, there's galleries of photos posted with about 80% of everything that's going to be auctioned tonight. The other 20%, I'm not even sure, but those are always posted beforehand. Live on, those are always posted. They were actually posted this morning at like 5 a.m. That's about when I was trying to go ahead and get all my social media stuff posted so I could start ordering vinyl. It was about 5 a.m. I went ahead and posted the hot pictures. Let's go ahead and share this link here. Here comes Jill. She's wearing her Thursday night Metallica Metal Night shirt. Yeah. Here comes Caden. He's wearing the Frank Hurst artwork sweater. Yeah. Do you know what that is, Caden?
Yeah, I sure do. He told me.
Really? Tell me about it.
Well, I'm going to go do my job.
Okay. Okay, well.
He was an American artist. He was born in 1956. And he died in
I think his name's Frank Hurst.
It's starts with a K. I don't know. Heron. I don't think you're talking about.
Okay. I'll tell you what I'll do then. You do your job, I'll do my job.
Just know this is vintage.
It is. You want to sell it?
I'll sell it to you for $100.
I'll think on it, but thank you. Have you listened to Rush yet?
Oh.
Poor nephew. Great job, though. All right. Hope everybody went ahead and hits the like button for me. Click, click, click. Doom. All right. Okay. Whew. Okay. All right, welcome everybody. So if you're new to Collectco, we are about to get started right now, and this show has officially commenced. We're still in the early phases, but we will be live for about the next 7 or 8 hours, okay? That's no joke. It's going to be nonstop. We'll be here for the next 7 or 8 hours. And if you're here because you saw the stuff posted on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and you're like, holy moly, look at all these metal records. Good golly, Miss Molly. Holy schmuckamoly. Good gosh, look at all that. Would you just look at it? That's probably what some people said when they saw that ad today and that post. They were like, holy camoli, whoa, goodness gracious. And that was some of the actual reactions. That was literally what people were saying. So that is going to start being sold right now at auction for about the next, like I said, we'll be done with the metal auctions in about 5 and 6 hours, but I'll probably be here at least 7 hours. Sometimes I'm here 8 hours. It's been hard to get to the 8-hour mark lately. Everybody's been going to bed early on me, and I'm like, what the heck? And then I'm over here selling like half-off Led Zeppelin records, and everybody's sleeping. So you got to make a decision, sleep or no sleep, sleep or no sleep. But we have a bazillion bonus auctions to go ahead and get the show started with. And it's going to be pretty much nonstop metal all night long, just like the Lionel Richie song. Now, while it is Thursday Night Metal Night, we got a little bit of everything else. It is Thursday Night Metal Night, but in the crates, okay, before anybody says anything or before somebody leaves the chat because they don't realize, they're like, oh, Metal Night, I'm not interested in Slayer. Well, in the crates tonight, you're going to see a wide variety of stuff. You could see Nat King Cole and ABBA, and then right behind that, you could see Pantera and Metallica. So those are going to be starting shown here pretty soon. We've got the new vinyl from yesterday, which is a lot of modern pressings. We're going to get to that ASAP. And we're going to go ahead and start pulling some of these auctions. And I'm going to go ahead and pull 4, 5, 10 right now, and we're going to get started, like with Def Leppard and Scorpions and AC/DC and a lot of that kind of stuff I've got right here, and we're about to start putting it up. So the show has gone underway. Paul's actually buying some stuff right now. He's out in the parking lot commencing a deal, and there's 2 crates of new vinyl. 2 crates of new vinyl. Cattle Decapitation, yep. Rotting, whatever. Cannibal Corpse, yeah, and then right behind that you'll have the Soothing Sounds of Bette Midler. So we do a little bit of everything here. I like to keep the crates totally unpredictable. Our first auction is a very popular fan favorite from Def Leppard, High and Dry. This is a 1981 US OG Hot Pog. It is EX Plus condition with the original inner sleeve, a $25 start. So this is the OG first pressing of Def Leppard's High and Dry. It's a Hot Pog press. It does have the original inner sleeve. and that's going to go up for a $25 start. Good luck to everybody bidding tonight. Good luck to everybody buying tonight. May the odds ever be in your favor. Sounds like from that movie. All right, I do have a couple big surprise auctions tonight. Probably going to run those sooner than later, And I got to go ahead and tear into some of this because I have... Let me go ahead and get into this. Let's see if this is what I thought it was. I hope it is. It feels very light. I was expecting a couple things from my personal collection. A couple things I've been waiting for a long time. Aha. Good. Excellent. Excellent. All right, good deal. Okay, so here we go. And let's pull up this morning's video. I feel pretty good. I've actually had a meal that wasn't fast food. I had some Demuses. One of the reasons I'm a few minutes late. Plus, we got somebody here selling records and toys, or not toys, but collectibles. And I was about to go live, and he had a gold chain, and I forgot I was supposed to be here to weigh it and buy it. So I actually just got done buying a gold chain, and that's one of the reasons I was kind of late. All right, so let's go over here. Let's pull up this morning's video, and I'm telling you, it's like a little gold chain that was like fitting the palm of my hand. It was almost $400. So make sure if you have anything like that, you can send it to us in the mail and I'll buy it from you, okay? That's simple. Let's go ahead and get started. I'm waiting for these records. We sold Neil Young, Jethro Tull, Now Country, Metallica, Jethro Tull, Black Sabbath, Twisted Sister, Megadeth, Rob Halford, Jethro Tull. Steve took Cannibal and Beck Mello. Okay. And then Tim, Rob Halford, and Tim Floyd. Okay. And I got to tag that stuff for Steve. Some people here that buy records like Steve Paul and Laura, they probably think I hate them because they tell me, hey, can you mark all these for us, Chad? Here's some records we want to buy. Paul's been trying to get me to price some records he wants to buy for like a month. And I'm like, Paul, I don't hate you. I just keep forgetting about it. And then Laura's gave me some stuff. And Laura, I don't hate you either. I just keep forgetting about it. And Steve, I don't hate you either. I keep forgetting about it. All right, here we go. I have 0 Darth Vader Funkos left that I'm aware of. Def Leppard's a $25 start, and OG Pressing. Why aren't y'all bidding? You need to be bidding. Here's a 1988 US OG. It's a gold disc press with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. Now Scorpions is going to go up for a $25 start. All right, first record is Sacred Reich. Perfect for Metal Night. Sacred Reich is called Heal. And Heal's on orange vinyl, $34.99. Sacred Reich Heal, $34.99. Mark says, Chad legitimately hates me. See, I don't even know what that's about. There's no telling. Black Sabbath Technical Ecstasy. Black Sabbath is $29.99. That is for Technical Ecstasy. That's 180 gram. That is a gatefold jacket, $29.99. Who is 850 Johnny on Twitch? Because I'm not familiar with your handle. You might have to let me know who you are. Do I still have those 2 silver rice coins? You know, that's an excellent question. I don't know if I do or not. I think somebody bought those. Didn't Oso buy those before we signed off that night? Somebody, was you watching up until the end, Michael? I think Oso bought those. Here's the tub of silver from last night. You're not talking about the grain. You're talking about the 1 ounce silver ones, right? Those would be right here. I do not see them in this tub at first glance. I see copper. I see that one peace dollar we didn't sell, all the chibis. But no, unfortunately, I do not see that. I do not see those. I think somebody bought those. I think any kind of bullion I had definitely got grabbed. All right, let's go back over here and see what's going on. Johnny Hancock. Okay, Johnny Hancock, welcome. Yeah, I saw that message. I think you were the second person, actually. You were the second person yesterday that said, I'm deleting Facebook, and I got to find a different way to watch you. I think after Facebook was 99% highly political yesterday, so I think some people probably left Facebook. Bob Riger on Sacred Reich. Hopefully they still find a way to watch our show. Def Leppard's at 30, and the Scorpions is at 25 of Johnny Hancock, okay? There's that. And there's Black Sabbath if anybody wants it. Thank you, Bob. And then we have Neil Young, and this is Royce Hall. Neil Young is sold to Chris Gornsey. Thank you, Chris Gornsey. That's sold to you. And then We have 2 copies of Rush Moving Pictures, 180 gram. This is a remastered Monday, what did I say? Modern day Monday Warrior. How about a Monday Warrior? A modern day Warrior. That's Tom Sawyer, Tanner. I mean Caden. I mean Trenton. I mean Harvey. I mean Chesney. Who are you? You're Caden. Sorry, I just called you every nephew that I know. Thank you. John's head now, right? Thank you, John. I'll see you tomorrow. Barring some unforeseen incident. What is this piece dollar? This is a 1934 S. This is a pretty good one though, Michael. It's not purely just based on silver. It has some numismatic. I think I had priced that to somebody for $65 on that one. It's a 1934 S, probably very good. Okay, here we go. We got Jethro Tull live at Newport Pop Festival. Jethro Tull is $29.99. That's a live unofficial. Next thing I have over here is Def Leppard's now at $35. This is our first 2 auctions of the night. Def Leppard is at 850 Johnny, and that's Johnny Hancock, and he has that for $35. The other bidder's out. Scorpions just has 1 bidder, and that's at 88 US. 88 US Scorpions, and that is sold over here to, or that has a high bid. Johnny Hancock's the only bidder. He's had it for 3 minutes. It's an 88 USOG, $25 final call. Hey, our first live sale of the night's actually a coin. 1934 S piece dollar. Sell that to Michael Rudolph for $65. Thank you, Michael. That is sold to you for $65. Appreciate that. Okay, next in the crate was Neil Young, A Letter Home. Neil Young, Letter Home is $34.99. Neil Young, that's the one produced by Jack White, with the talking box there, $34.99 on that. I've still got Ozzy, No More Tears. Might have a big Ozzy surprise later tonight. I think y'all heard me talking about it the other night. I could have it tonight about 8 o'clock. We'll find out. $44.99. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. And that is $44.99. All right, next thing is Scorpions is at $30. And then Def Leppard, the last bid on Def Leppard was Johnny Hancock at $35 final call. Game day will be in Knoxville. That's why I got to stop tomorrow's show at 10 o'clock. I'm going to wrap up tomorrow night's show about 10 or 11. That way I can get some rest so we can go to the University of Tennessee, Knoxville tomorrow. We have Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, $44.99. That's a double LP trifold jacket. And we have Rob Halford. Rob Halford here. Halford is a 2 LP white vinyl, and that's sold to Dean Tefford. Thank you, Dean Tefford. That's sold to you, Rob Halford. And if anybody else wants one, we sold out. Also, I had a question. Chad, do you have any Motley Crue? All sold out. Coming in next week. Chad, do you have any Led Zeppelin? All sold out. Coming in next week, but I can put you on waiting list. Do you have Tesla London Jam? I should have 1 or 2 Teslas left if you want that one. You better get it before I say it's all sold out coming next week. You got to buy stuff when you see it. You got to say, I'll take it. I'll take it. Give me a Motley Crue. Give me a Led Zeppelin. Give me a Beatles. Give me a Scorpions. Give me a Def Leppard. Give me an Ozzy. Give me this. Give me that. The Beatles is $36.99. That's for Abbey Road. Queen's Greatest Hits is $39.99. $39.99. That's a 2 LP remaster. Gerald Whitworth on RHWL. What is RHWL? That was for Rob Halford. So put Gerald Whitworth on the Rob Halford waiting list. And there might have been, let's see here. Yeah, okay, so there was somebody first, and that was Dean Tefford on the feed. We got that taken care of and got that. Okay, over here, so Def Leppard. This then is officially sold to Johnny Hancock. Thank you, Johnny Hancock. That's sold to you for $35. Halford Resurrection. I should still be able to get that if you want to go on a waiting list, no problem. Chad, if you want to go on a waiting list for those other 2 and take Tesla, no problem. And now the Scorpions. Here's the last bid, especially since Facebook just fluttered. We don't like it when Facebook flutters. The last bid on the Scorpions was Brian Thurman for $30. Brian Thurman for $30. Steve McGee, you're out. Michael Snare, you're out. Nick Bargeron, you're out. Johnny Hancock says he's done. So right now, Brian Thurman has that for $30. Brian Thurman also wants on the Halford wait list. Also, we have Metallica, Ride the Lightning. Metallica, Ride the Lightning. This is sold to Ken Helplin. Thank you, Ken Helplin. That's sold to you, $29.99. The Kinks, and this is The Journey Part 1. 2 LP gatefold jacket. It's the best of the Kinks, the early years. You really got me. $39.99. Tim Rory said yes, so he wants on a wait list for Halford Resurrection. Halford Resurrection. What did I just say? Halford Resurrection. Next auction, we just did Def Leppard High and Dry, Def Leppard Pyromania Photograph. This is an 83 USOG, 53 Hop Hog, EX or better, a super nice copy, $25 start on that. Over here, we have the Archie's Greatest Hits, Sugar Sugar, Red Vinyl, Friday Music, new for this week. $39.99. Chad, I'll take a Tesla London Jam before they're gone. Please let me know. Okay, I'll start trying to officially hunt that down for you. Trust me, I love hunting vinyl. Some people hunt deer. Some people hunt turkey. I hunt records, Caden. Over here, we got Halloween Giants and Monsters. That's a 2LP. That's on yellow vinyl, $54.99. Sometimes I put on camouflage. I go out in the woods, paint my face up, get my rifle, and I say, I'm out here looking for you, Led Zeppelin. You're somewhere out here in the woods. Next thing is Robert Johnson, King of the Delta Blues Singers. That's on orange vinyl, $29.99. And Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures. Joy Division is $29.99. Def Leppard has a new bid for $27. Def Leppard had a bid for $26, now $27. The Scorpions is at $31. Brian Thurman, you're out. Scorpions at $31. Brian Thurman, you're out. And then right over here, we have more Joy Division. Over here, we have the Black Sabbath Paranoid. This is a 2012 remaster, $29.99. Michael Rudolph says, how much is the Archies? It is $39.99. It's on red vinyl. Scott Apple wants to know, are you high? No, I just ate a bunch of Demuses. That kind of does something for me. You get that Demuses rolls, you get those Demuses steaks in you, and then all of a sudden everything's just all me, and then you're just full of energy. Next thing goes Black Sabbath Paranoid, Gatefold Jacket, $29.99. Jimi Hendrix, Have You Ever Been Experienced? $24.99, 180 gram. And then I've got Led Zeppelin. In the days of my youth, I was told what it means to be a man. $33.99. Don't get me singing this album. I sung almost every song on there last night. And then Ed Sheeran on pink vinyl. That's his new album. It comes out tomorrow. $33.99. Twisted Sister. We did sell a copy. Twisted Sister. This is sold to Scott Markheim. That's live in Detroit. It's an official pressing too. Also over here we got Michael Rudolph on Jimi Hendrix. Foxy Lady. What about Scorpions over here? Brian Thurman's back in at $35. This is a 1988 USOG 16 Go Disc press. It does have the original inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition, and Brian Thurman has it for $35. Def Leppard Pyromania, 83 US Hop Hog original, vinyls EX or better, covers probably VG Plus or better, very little signs of wear, just moderate, I mean, you know, it's VG Plus or better, no creases, no damages, nothing like that, just pretty solid jacket, VG Plus on that one. Also over here I got one more copy of that Twisted Sister, Detroit 1979 for $34.99, and then we have Beck Mellow Gold with the song I'm a Loser Baby, $36.99. All right, so we still got to look for Jethro Tull, Now Country, Jethro Tull, and Brooks Vaughter did want a Black Sabbath Paranoid. Almost missed that. Thank you, Brooks Vaughter, on the Black Sabbath Paranoid. That is an essential, okay? That is an essential. Steve Ritchie took Cannibal Corpse and Beck Mellow Gold. That's Steve that works here. Thank you, Steve. Also, make sure Tim Floyd is on that Halford waiting list. Now that's for Halford. That's for Halford Made of Metal. Halford Made of Metal. Autumn Betts wants that last Twisted Sister. If anybody new is watching, thank you, welcome. All you got to do to buy something, just tell me what you want. So if you want to buy Beck, you just comment Beck. That means you're buying. If you put Beck in the chat, that means you're purchasing this. I'm going to pull it for you, $8 in limited shipping. Tonight is Thursday Night Metal Night. We are live right now, already selling records. I'll be here till maybe midnight, maybe 1, maybe 2. If y'all get me really reckless, I'll be here till 3, 4 a.m. It's been known to happen. Y'all keep buying, you stay awake, you keep drinking coffee, keep drinking Hostess pastries or eating Hostess pastries, and you get all the sugar in you, you just stay up all night buying records. I'll keep selling them to you. Tomorrow's Friday night. We're going to have more new arrivals. We're going to have more new auctions. It's going to be a short but sweet show Friday night. I'm going to be here selling records as fast as humanly possible. Saturday night, you got Paul. He's going to be right back. He's going to be showing you stuff. There's going to be new stuff from him, new stuff from Laura, new stuff from everything. We got a great week. We've already had a great week. We're going to finish up. We're going to put the cherry on top, but we hadn't even started eating yet. And that's what Thursday Night Metal Night tonight. Over here, we got this right here. Twisted Sister, Brad Waite's on a waiting list, okay? I think we're done on the Scorpions. The last bid that came in over here was Brian Thurman for $35. That's sold. And then over here, Def Leppard. Deckelman did not bid, and then it was already a final call to Johnny Hancock for $27. That's sold to Johnny Hancock for $27, all right? Let's go ahead and put up new auctions. I got one more crate to knock out, but I am going to read through those one more time. Here's AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, and They're Done Dirt Cheap. This is a 1981. Paul just came in singing behind me. 81 U.S. reissue, a specialty press with the original lyric insert, VG Plus condition. How much is this, you may ask? It's only a $15 start. It has the original inner sleeve. It has the cover. It has the inner sleeve. AC/DC's a $15 start. $15 start. That's now for bid. And somebody just asked, how much did you say, Chad? A $15 start, Paul. Over here, we have a 1980 Scorpions Animal Magnetism. Scorpions is a 1980 US OG. Also is an OG pressing. It's a strong VG copy, maybe better. That's going to go up for a $15 start, okay? Boom, there it is. Here's what's left in this crate. If anybody changes their mind, you're like, you know what, Chad, I actually already ate way too many Twinkies tonight. I'm all hopped up on sugar. Go ahead and just give me everything that's left in the crate, okay? Here we go. We have Black Sabbath Technical Ecstasy, $29.99. Rush Moving Pictures. We got Jethro Tull Live, Newport Pop Festival, $69. He's Doing Nothing Is Easy, Song for Jeffrey, Dharma for One. Great music on there, $29.99. Neil Young, A Letter Home is $34. Ozzy, No More Tears. Mr. Tinker Train, $44.99. Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Trifo Jacket, Double LP, $44. Beatles, Abbey Road, $36. Queen Greatest Hits, $39. Don't forget about the Kinks, $39. Halloween, Robert Johnson, Joy Division, Black Sabbath, Paranoid, The Archies, Led Zeppelin, Ed Sheeran, and Beck. And in those last few, if you're like, holy moly, Chad, that's a little bit too much. That's a little bit too fast. Can you go back through those in details and tell me everything? I want the measurements of the cover. I want the weight. I want a description of how it smells. I don't mind doing that whatsoever. Whatever it takes to sell records. If you want me to, read it in reverse, whatever you want me to do. Okay? Here we go. We got Scorpions has a bid for $20 of Michael Snare. Steve McGee's out. Steve McGee came back in at $25. Nobody's been on AC/DC except Michael Rudolph. He has that for $15. Still having a full coin show Sunday. Yes, that's my plans. That is my plans. Joshua wants Ozzy. That's my plans. Hopefully we get back from this Georgia game in a reasonable time like we did last week, and I can prepare. And I had too much going on Sunday that was booked up like other stuff. So I'm going to try to get those coins ready and do that, okay? Let's go ahead and sell that. That's sort of Joshua Cross, all right? And now, here we go. Let's go ahead and knock out this other one. I think the back half of the crate was some of the lower stuff from last week. Let's go ahead and do that, and let's get started. First thing I have here is Kate LeBon. So if you missed some of the new stuff Laura ordered, here's a quick recap. Kate LeBon Pompeii, $29.99. We have Evangelic Girl is a Gun, $33.99. Also, Best Coast, This Is Crazy for You, $24.99. Youth Citizen, that's on yellow vinyl for $24. Also, we have Parquet Courts at $29, Wide Awake. Also, we have 1000 Geck, $29.99. This was DeLorean Electra, $29.99. Halsley was $33.99. Wolf Girl was $39.99. Also, Lebanon Hanover, Sci-Fi Sky, $38.99 on that. Parquet Courts is $29, and then Catherine Wheel Chrome is $39.99. Scorpions is now at $30, $31. And over here, we still just had one bid on AC/DC. Nice pickup, Michael Rudolph. That's sold to you for $15. Sounds like Michael Rudolph is ready to buy some coins. Michael, I have a bazillion sets I need to sell, like proof sets and stuff like that. I really, really got to figure out how to move these things. So hopefully we can get some people on. We can sell a ton of them. Megadeth is sold to Scott Markheim, The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead. I've got one copy of Megadeth left at $34.99. Mike Massey on Catherine Wheel. Thank you, Mike Massey, on that. Thank you. And then we have John Coltrane, A Love Supreme. This is John Coltrane, A Love Supreme, $38.99. John Coltrane, A Love Supreme, $38.99 on that. Scorpions is still getting bids. Our next auction, I need to pull some more from the bonus crate over here. Let's see what's next over here. Anybody heard of Ingve? What about Motley Crue? What about Stryper? What about more Scorpions? What about Styx? What about more Scorpions? What about Kiss? What about Raven? What about Ratt? Yeah, that's some stuff I'm about to put up right now before we get to our heavy advertised stuff. The heavy advertised stuff won't be sold until about 7 o'clock, but in the meantime, you're still going to be seeing plenty of stuff that you didn't even know about. This is called Catherine Wheel Chrome. Chrome is $39.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is Ratt. And Ratt is a 1986 USOG specialty press with the original inner sleeve. VG, the cover does have a few creases here and there, so a VG cover, VG vinyl. Ratt's a $15 start. Beastie Boys music, which is like an essential 2 LP compilation, $34.99 on Beastie Boys. Slayer, this is Live Undead, half blue, half black, split colored vinyl, $34.99. Hopefully everybody's hit the like button on Facebook. Hopefully everybody's hit the like button on YouTube. Hopefully everybody's hit the like button everywhere there's a like button. We got Black Flag, this is My War, $29.99. And we have Elvis Sings, $56.99. Elvis Sings is a 2 LP, that's a limited edition, numbered, $56.99. If we have any Iron Maiden boots, they should have been posted in the photos on Facebook. And so if we do have some, we will have them, and they will be up for bid starting about 7 o'clock, and they will be hot and heavy. I can tell you that for sure. These Iron Maiden boots have been hot and heavy all week, and we got a bunch of them. Let's go ahead and start 3 auctions wide. At this point, you may be like, good gosh, Chad, surely you're joking. Surely you're not already at 617 going to go ahead and start selling 3 auctions at once. Here we go. This is Raven. Nothing exceeds like success. 1988 USOG combat camouflage label, inner sleeve, VG plus or better. Raven's going to go up for a $25 start. Let's go back up here and see what happened. So we had Scorpions at Scorpions at $35, Ratt 15, Ratt 15, Ratt 16. Witch Slayer, how about Rolling Stones first? Bridges to Babylon, $34.99. Here's what I call country classics. Dance Party, that's sold to James Lavender. Thank you, James Lavender, that's sold to you. This is Black Sabbath Heaven and Hell, that's a 2 LP, $44.99. And over here we got Ratt. Make sure you put Ratt or Raven, because I just realized I put 2 RAs up for bid. So Ratt right now is at $16, and that's with Chad Thompson. Paul Bryan, you're out. Steve McGee has Scorpions at $35. It's up to Michael Snared if he wants to bid again. Michael Snared says he's out. That's a final call for Scorpions for $35. Then Ravens at $25. Brad Waits has bid $25. Cindy Yarborough's bid $25. And then here is Louis Armstrong meets Oscar Peterson. That's an acoustic sound series from Verve. Pressed at QRP. That is $34.99. Gatefold jacket, Brenton Wood, Oogum Boogum, $33.99. Neil Young, this is live at Shoreline Amphitheater, October 1st, 1994. $24.99 on that. And then the Jethro Tull Christmas album. The first one is sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. The other one is sold to David Johnson. Thank you, David Johnson. And now the other Jethro Tull Christmas album, Mike Bartlett's going to go on a waiting list, okay? Make sure Mike Bartlett's on a waiting list. Make sure Tim Floyd's on that waiting list for Halford, May of Metal. And Tim Floyd also wants Slayer Live Undead. I have 1 copy left of Slayer Live Undead. That's on half blue, half black, split colored vinyl with a lyric photo and large poster. Huge, $34.99. Over here, Raven, $35, $30, $32, $30, $30, $32, $30, $32, $35. Ratt still at $16. And I need to make sure Chad Thompson, Paul Bryan, if you're done, just say out, Paul Bryan, okay? You can just say out. That means you're done bidding. If you're done bidding, that means you can't bid again, but that will really expedite the sale. That means I know you're done and we can keep going. The Scorpions is sold then. And the Scorpions was sold then to Steve McGee for $35. So Ratt and Raven. So make sure you spell out your title. But Paul Bryan's out on Ratt. Looks like that's about to sell for $16 then. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction then. And I know it's not Monday night, but look what we have. It's Kiss. It's Crazy Nights. It's a 12-inch single, 1987 US 12-inch promo single. The original sleeve with hop sticker. It's VG++, maybe EX. And Kiss is going to go up for a $15 start. We stopped right here with the following, which was Rush, Farewell to Kings. Rush is $36.99. That's Farewell to Kings, gatefold jacket. Also over here, we got another Slayer, and this is Haunting the Chapel. That's on red and black split colored vinyl. Also has a photo insert and poster, $34.99 on that one. Raven 40, Raven 36, Raven 41. So Raven right now is at $41. That means Ratt did sell for $16 to Chad Thompson. Seems like a great price on that. We're moving Raven over here. It's now at $45. Don't see that one as much. It's also not in print, and the Kiss 12-inch single's a $15 start. Also over here, I have another one, and this is the Scorpions Love Drive. This is a early 80s reissue, okay? It does not have a barcode, right? it has a barcode affixed on the back, not actually a barcode on the jacket. So probably right during that transition of the late 70s, early 80s, it is deemed as a reissue of Love Drive, VG Plus condition, a $15 start on that. And then here is the old Rolling Stones. This is Some Girls live in concert in Texas. Cool, a very iconic poster. Those original concert posters, super collectible, 1978, 2 LP with DVD, $34.99. That's the Rolling Stones. That's a 2 LP and it has a DVD. Everybody that commented on this morning's video got everything they wanted. So every morning we have a group called Whole Lotta Records. Every morning I post videos at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., 6 a.m., 9 a.m., sometimes even at noon. But this morning, the last 2 crates I've went through, you could have already shopped them. You could have already picked out stuff you wanted in case you didn't think you was going to watch tonight, or maybe you missed the night before. That's the best time to watch them. If you missed new vinyl the night before and you're going to be like, what did I miss? Then you can tune in at 6 a.m. for that, okay? Ravens now at $55. No bid yet on Kiss. I'm about to make that a buy it now. And the last bid on the Scorpions that came in, was Chad Schneider at $15, okay? And now Ravens at $62. $62 on that. $62 on that. $62 on that. And now we're about to go ahead and start showing the newest new stuff that came in for tonight. And probably a lot of it, folks, is metal. So I hope you're ready for that, okay? Hope you're ready for that. I'm going to take some deep breaths. Y'all ready? Here we go. Yes, Dangerous Toys. Nothing from the Facebook ad is going to start selling until 7 o'clock Central Time. Right now it's 6:23, so nothing from that is going to start selling until 6:23. In the meantime, we got all kinds of other auctions. Let's go ahead and make Kiss a buy it now. 87 USOG 12-inch promo single. Wow, just a $15 buy it now for Kiss. Over here is Scorpions. Brad Waite says, give me the Kiss. That's so to Brad Waite's for $15. As of right now, I have 4 crates up here from John. I have a crate up here already from Paul. And I have 2 crates of new vinyl. And Laura is finishing up auctions. And then she'll be marking some stuff as well. And you may ask yourself, what does that mean for me, Chad? That means you're about to get access to nonstop activity for the next many hours. Just record after record after record just being shown, thrown at you. And this is a high pressure situation, okay? Ever went and bought a new car? You feel like you're under a lot of pressure? This is the exact same experience you're going to get here, okay? So just buckle up. We have Raven at $69. Brad got Kiss. Tom Kelly second. Brad Waits commented Kiss again. Then C-Note. And then Brian Campbell wants Slayer Live Undead. Okay? So we still got Haunting the Chapel. We did sell both copies of Live Undead. Awesome. There's that. All right, Raven is still getting bids for $70. What about the Scorpions? It did get a new bid from Floyd Wilson for $17. So Floyd Wilson's in on the Scorpions at $17. Cindy Yarborough has Raven for $70. And we're going to go ahead and go 3 wide with auctions. And we're going to go ahead and put up, well, that's another S title. Can we find another letter that's not R, S, or K? How about M, Motley Crue? This is Motley Crue. This is Theater of Pain. It even has that original hop sticker that they put on the shrink wrap that looks like a ticket. That's pretty cool. It's just loose inside of the sleeve. An 85 US OG specialty, and this has some of the cool inserts. So there's the cover, obviously. It also has the inner sleeve. It has the merch insert and the ticket stub. Ooh, it's got something else. What is this? Ooh, it's got 2 things. It's got 2 posters. Now, this album, it's got 3 posters. Now, this album, it's got another thing. Golly, this is like a Rolls Royce. What do we have here? This is fully loaded and then some. So this has got photo inserts. These are magazines. So these did not originally come with the album. These are wow, look at that one. Ozzy and Jakey Lee. That's pretty cool. So that's on the flip side of Motley Crue. So you get Motley Crue and Jakey Lee and Ozzy. Here is the Motley Crue Sin Club merch insert. Okay, that's the Sin Club merch insert. Who do we have here? Here is Vince Neil. There's the Vince Neil insert. And then who do we have here? Here's another poster. One side is Stryper. One side is Stryper, and that is Motley Crue again with Vince Neil wearing his makeup and lipstick. So there's that. So 3 inserts, a solicitation card, another merch insert. Wow, so one merch insert, somebody had actually clipped it off And then we have a inner sleeve. Golly, a lot of stuff with that one. Don't make me show all that again. Let's just say Motley Crue with tons of extras. $25 start on that. Brand new vinyl, never shown before. A lot of this should be metal that I ordered specifically for tonight. So here we go. I've got 2 copies of Reverend Horton Heat. This is the full custom gospel sounds of Reverend Horton Heat. Haven't had him in a while. $29.99. Also 2 copies of Bathory, and this one's called Hammerheart. Bathory is a 2 LP sealed, brand new. Everything in here is brand new. $44.99 for Bathory. Also, we have Oceans of Slumber. Oceans of Slumber is self-titled, and this is a Gatefold 2 LP. Black vinyl, $44.99. I've got 2 Oceans of Slumber. Next thing over here is Raven. Where did we get to on Raven? The last bid on Raven was Tom Sullivan at $76. Cindy Yarborough was at $70. So Cindy Yarborough, let me know if you want backing on this. The Scorpions has a new bid. Michael Snared was at $20. And then there was a bid for $22 with Andy Lane. Then Michael Snared bid $25. Andy Lane went out. Then Motley Crue $25, Motley Crue $28, Motley Crue $30. Now Raven is at $78, and Brian C. wants a Reverend Horton Heat. There's 2 copies. There was 2 copies. Now there's 1 copy. Also, another Reverend Horton Heat, and this is Smoke 'em If You Got 'em. Sub Pop, $29.99. So 2 different Reverend Horton Heats. Bathory, Oceans of Slumber, and this is Ginger Dust Duel. I'm trying to remember what I ordered. Some of these I'm going to have to refresh my own memory. Ginger Duel. Ginger Duel is $29.99. There's Ginger Duel, $29.99. Rage Against the Machine self-titled, $29.99 for Rage Against the Machine. They're even putting parental advisory stickers back on the cover. $29.99 on that. Motley Crue $35, Motley Crue $35, Motley Crue $35. Raven is now at $80 of Tom Sullivan. That leaves 1 to update, and that's the Scorpions. Michael Snared has it for $25, and that's a final call. Let's jump over here to these 3. I've got 3 copies of Atreyu, The Curse. Atreyu is the gold certified album from 2004. That is $33.99. $33.99. The first Maiden bootlegs will be going up in 32 minutes and counting. 32 minutes and counting. I need to set a little timer back here. That's when the first advertised auctions go up, okay? All right, and then first thing we have, I've got Megadeth. Now, there is a waiting list for Countdown to Extinction. The other day, I saw these back in stock, and they wasn't in my cart. I think I told y'all this story. And I was like, holy heck, Countdown to Extinction's back in stock, because they're still, here lately, been tough to get. And guess what? By the time I refreshed and submitted my order, they'd already sold out again. And so I had like 58 back ordered. And I know I still have 1 or 2 people on a waiting list. And now I have 58 back ordered whenever they come back in. But right now, I just have 1. I have this one in stock, and I think it's already technically spoken for. Let's pull up my master spreadsheet right quick. Let's minimize this. Let's minimize this. Let's minimize this. Let's minimize this. And Megadeth here. Megadeth was Matt Marco. Matt Marco is the lone person I have on a waiting list. So this one's technically sold to Matt Marco. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? They'll come in sparingly. But as y'all know, this hadn't been pressed on vinyl, I think, since that MoFi pressing. And then also, they've been tough to get even the picture disc. So that's sold to Matt Marco on a waiting list. Hiram Aponte on a Atreyu. Thrasher on Atreyu, and Chad Thompson wants a Rage Against the Machine. Okay, Scorpions is sold for $25, and that is sold for $25 to the following person. Michael Snare, that's sold. Motley Crue's at $50 with Matthew Sherrick, and that means everybody else is out. And then Raven, this has gotten a lot of bids. Cindy's out. The last bid that came in was Tom Sullivan at $80. That's a final call, okay? Right now, we're already going through a crate of metal. We have sold, well, it's maybe not be all metal, but most of it is. Bolt Thrower, the 9th Crusade. Bolt Thrower is $33.99. I've got 2 of those. And this is Blue October, History for Sale. The 2003 breakthrough album featuring Calling You, Razorblade, Somebody, and A Quiet Mind. 2 LP with insert, $44.99. Ivan R on Bolt Thrower. That's sold to Ivan R. Thank you on that. Also, we have Savatage, live in Japan, 1994. That's a 2 LP. Gatefold 16 tracks, $54.99. Kelly Vlodarchek on Blue October. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And over here, I have 2 copies of Armored Saint. This is on Velvet Violet Marble Vinyl, limited to 500. I've never had this before, to my knowledge. Revelation by Armored Saint, $44.99. So Raven is sold. And Raven over here is sold for $80, and that's sold to Tom Sullivan. Thank you on that one. And then Motley Crue is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $50. Had all those inserts, posters, Aussie posters, merch inserts, ticket stub, which the ticket stub as in the ticket stub that came originally on the cover. Let me put the jacket in here, and then I think I can slip in everything else almost like one at a time here very quickly. And thank y'all for tuning in early and making some purchases out of here. It's probably biggest challenge to get metal albums in the bins for Thursday. We have no problem getting auctions, but we're usually like, what do we order? What do we order? Of course, I could always order Metallica, Iron Maiden, Megadeth, Slayer, but every once in a while, like, okay, what's some I haven't had? Armored Saint, I need to restock the Savatage, Bolt Thrower, Ginger, Oceans of Slumber, some stuff like that. Tim Rory on Armored Saint. Also over here we have Burning Witches. This is called Inquisition. Burning Witches is $29.99, and then Merciful Fate is on black and white edge marble vinyl. Merciful Fate, $38.99. $38.99. Deal done, Paul? Yep. Deal done. Got some metal cassettes. Yep. We might could sell them tonight. Yeah. We have Yngwie Malmsteen, Rising Force. Paul just literally bought a collection. We had some people drive down from Illinois. When I pulled up earlier, he was in the parking lot buying stuff. That's always good. Here is Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force. This is an 88 USOG 49 SRC pressing with the original lyric inner sleeve. VG Plus, a $20 start on that. Merciful Fate is sold to Brian Campbell. That was my only copy. Armored Saint here is sold to Tom Sullivan. That was my last copy. And I got 2 copies of Korn. And this is a music on vinyl press and 2 LP, $49.99. Yeah, might as well just block me in there. I see cassettes. I see Judas Priest, 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 Def Leppard, Pat Benatar, Judas Priest, Judas Priest, Judas Priest, Smithereens. I'm not joking. There was that many of those. All right, Korn is $49.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing. And then Paul Catrich, I will put you on a waiting list for Merciful Fate, okay? Self-titled, Merciful Fate, that's a waiting list for Paul Catrich. Next thing over here is the Scorpions Blackout, Rock You Like a Hurricane. This is going, or does this one have No One Like You on it? This one has No One Like You on it. And Paul will now sing that song. Great rendition there, Paul. It is better than me, though. Scorpions Blackout. No one like you. I know way. That's a smash radio hit if I've ever seen one. Scorpions Blackout, 82 USOG, PRC Compton, with the original lyric inner sleeve, EX, a $25 start on that. Man, Paul's still bringing cassettes. Holy moly, Queensryche, 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 Rainbow, Reyes, Quiet Right, Raven, Right, Rush, Rough Cut, Roxanne, Runarounds, Rap, Sahara, Saxon, Sex Pistol, Shout, Shy England, Sleazebleed, Spinal Tap, Shark Island, Sammy Hagar, Striper, Judas Priest, Scorpion, Soundgarden, Billy Scorpion. Here's some more. Femme Fatale, Lita Ford, Fates Warning, Easy O, Europe, Electric Angels, Eddie Money, David Lee Roth, Great White, Guns N' Roses, Georgia Satellite, Grim Reaper, Hearing Aid, Hanoi Rocks, Halloween, Helix, NXX, Icon, J Giles, Journey, Jet Boy, Golly. Okay, next thing over here in this crate is Entombed, and this is Uprising, the classic album reissued, newly remastered, ink spot colored vinyl. Entombed is $39.99. Boy, he just brought some more. Van Halen, Triumph, TNT Tough, Tempest, Van Halen, Vinnie Vincent, Vane, Vixen, Violence, Warlock, White Cross, Wasp, War Babies, McQueen Street, Warrior Soul, White Snake, Winger, White Line, XYZ, YNT, ZZ Top, and then a bunch of compilations. Holy moly, look at this tray here. These are the A's. Aerosmith, Armored Saint, AC/DC, Boston, not Blondie, Bonfire, golly, Cheap Trick, Cinderella, Circus of Power, Def Leppard, Deep. Whoa. Golly. Those are all cassettes we just bought. We got Godsmack Awake, $39.99. Faith No More is $59.99. King for a Day, Faith No More, and Megadeth Dystopia is $34.99. Let's update these auctions right quick. Holy moly, here comes more. These are metal CDs. 88 USOG. We're going to have a busy night. Let's go ahead and start. Bring out the monsters. This is an 88 USO, what did I just say? An 88 USOG 49 SRC press with the original lyric and sleeve, VG Plus condition. Chad Snyder just bid 30 on Yngwie Malmsteen. So that just got a bid for $30. And then over here is Scorpions. And Scorpions is at $35 of Jeremy Rourke. Brian Thurman's out. Brian Thurman's out. That's at $30, okay? Here comes another crate of metal CDs. Another crate of metal CDs. Another crate of metal CDs. And then cassettes. And then more cassettes. And then there's Dio. We literally have Ronnie James Dio in the building. Over here, we got Yngwie at 30. Next thing is Tim Roy wants a Megadeth Dystopia. Thank you. Over here is Thrasher on Faith No More. That's sold to Thrasher. If anybody else wants any, let me know. $59.99. Next thing is Entombed. It is Entombed Uprising. It's on ink spot colored vinyl. $39.99. And then Chad Schneider wants God for Godsmack. Cindy Yarborough said she bid $35 a while ago. On which auction? Just go ahead and bid it again and we'll count it. I'm assuming you're talking about the Scorpions, right? Cindy already bid $35 on the Scorpions. That is right. Jeremy Rourke, you're right on the Scorpions. Yngwie's about to sell for $30, okay? Here we go. Paul's still bringing in more stuff. I am now completely surrounded by metal cassettes, metal auctions, metal CDs, and literally pieces of random metal. James Young in on Ginger. That's so to James Young. Let's recap this metal crate. Let's try to sell everything in here, and I'll show you what you've already missed that we can go ahead and put up for waiting list. That should be in next week. Should be in for next week, okay? The first thing, though, we can go ahead and sell Yngwie Malmsteen. And that's sold to Chad Snyder for $30. Over here, we got the Scorpions at $45. And that is with Cindy Yarborough. Andy Randy Silver already sold. We already sold a peace dollar earlier. You missed it. I'm going to try to have a sell on Monday, though. Sunday. All right, here's our next auction. This is Striper, the yellow and black attack. Striper's an 84 US repress, a 12-inch EP. This is the second vinyl pressing they did of this. It does have the merch form. The cover does have some wear, VG, VG minus. The vinyl's VG++. $20 start on Striper, okay? Scorpions is now at $45. Here's what's left in here. I have one copy left of Reverend Horton Heat, the full custom sounds of Reverend Horton Heat. That is $29.99. I've got two copies left of Bathory. Bathory over here is $44.99. This is a 2LP. This is called Hammerheart. Bathory, 2LP Hammerheart, $44.99. I've got two of those. Striper has a bid for $20. Scorpions is at $45 with Cindy, going once, going twice. Oceans of Slumber. Oceans of Slumber is a 2LP, self-titled, $44.99. I'm going to take a picture of all these cassettes and everything and be like, here's what just happened. Here, I'll see if I can sneak in a picture there. There we go. I'm going to be like, Paul just dropped off all this stuff next to me, and if you're not watching Thursday Night Metal Night, then you're literally wasting your life away. We have Reverend Horton Heat, Smoke 'em if you got 'em. That one was $29.99. We just sold a Ginger. Here's another Ginger. This is called Duel. Ginger Duel is $29.99. And Rage Against the Machine, 20th anniversary remastered 180-gram vinyl, that is $29.99. And Atreyu, The Curse, Atreyu is $33.99. We've already sold two of these. There's one left. George Jones, let me know which of the two Reverends you want, or maybe you want both of them. We've already sold a bolt thrower. There's one bolt thrower left, the Ninth Crusade. That's $33.99. There's a book. Paul just handed me a book, Heavy Metal Thunder. That looks interesting. We got Kelly Vlodarchek on the last Atreyu. If anybody else wants an Atreyu, or if you want to go on a waiting list, just let me know. And then the Scorpions here is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $45. Striper has a new bid for $25 of Brad Waits. And let's put up some new auctions. Everything we've auctioned so far tonight has all been, quote, bonus stuff that came from that crate that I posted in the comments and from the video I posted in the group. But right now, we're about to get into some other bonus stuff like Ozzy and Ratt And we're still breaking his stuff. We might even have an Aussie autograph tonight. Uh-oh, do what? Over here is Ratt, and this is Reach for the Sky. It's an 88 USOG specialty press with the original under sleeve. VG Plus, a $25 start on that. Next is Blue October, History for Sale. That's $44.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. And then Sabotage, Japan Live, 1994. That's a 2 LP, $54.99. The two Reverend Horton Heats are Smoke 'em if you got them. We have both left. And the full custom gospel sounds. We've sold one. There's one left. We have Burning Witches, Inquisition. Burning Witches is $29.99. And then Korn. This is their self-titled album. Korn is $49.99. Also Entombed, Uprising, $39.99. We still got both copies of Entombed, and Megadeth Dystopia is $34.99. So Cindy Yarborough on Ginger, we just sold out of that, so that's a waiting list. And here's some other stuff we sold out of quickly that you also might want to go on a waiting list for. The first thing we sold out of was Armored Saint. If anybody else wants one, this is Armored Saint. This is Revelation. It's on velvet violet colored vinyl, limited to 500. That's $44.99, waiting list. Merciful Fate is a waiting list. This is on black with white edge marble vinyl, $38.99 for Merciful Fate. And then Faith No More is a waiting list. King for a Day, $59.99. It's an import Gatefold 2 LP. And I also sold out of Godsmack Awake, if anybody wants that. It's a Gatefold 2 LP, $39.99 for Godsmack Awake. George Jones wants both Reverend Horton Heat, so we're sold out of that one. We have one Smoke 'em if you got them left. We also just sold out of Ginger, so if anybody wants that. And this is $29.99. Over here, Rat's at $35. Striper. Paul Bryan's out on Striper. Brad Waits has this 84 repress of Striper at $25. VG vinyl, and VG plus vinyl. VG plus vinyl, VG cover. Todd Emick wants on Godsmack waiting list, no problem. Rat's now at 35. Paul Bryan's out. Anybody else on anything get here? If not, we're about to go through the second crate of new stuff. Now, here's what we're going to do. So we just acquired all these metal cassettes and all these metal CDs. So what we'll do is I'll try to go through as much new arrivals as we can as fast as possible. Right, Paul? And then I'll start showing CDs. I'll start showing cassettes. We'll start doing anything possible, okay? I will even start showing you ink pens. What? Ink pens. Literally, right here. Deadpool. $11.99. Surely somebody needs one of those. It's a Deadpool Funko ink pen for $11.99. Scott Dwallow wants on Ginger waiting list. I think on Monday I'll have a bunch, or tomorrow. So when I order vinyl on Wednesday nights, no, it's Wednesday mornings, early Wednesday mornings, I order it from a place that I know I can get it by Thursday, but what they don't have, I order it somewhere else, and it shows up on Friday. That's why we have so much other new vinyl show up on Fridays now, because I do submit some huge orders on early Wednesday morning, so that's why we've been getting so much. Okay, I'm going to go grab that other crate of new vinyl, which is over here. I got to walk completely around now to get to it. Thanks a lot, Paul. And then over here, we got this. So let's see what's in here. Kind of excited to see what's in here. Boy, look at all this stuff. There's just stuff everywhere. There is stuff everywhere we just bought. I love buying stuff. I don't know about y'all. Nothing more fun than going out and buying a bunch of stuff. Okay, here we go. And I'm going to step up front and grab a Monster Energy drink for two reasons. I feel like I'm not exhibiting enough energy. I don't feel like I'm exhibiting enough energy, and I also am extremely thirsty. So let's go up here and do something crazy. I'm going to get this Monster. I'm going to bust it over my head like Stone Cold Steve Austin and eat a bunch of these Oreos. Oh. What if I just sit right here for the rest of the night, Paul? Oh, that's a nice cold one right there. That's good, nice cold. Double stuff, please. Monsters and Oreo time, folks. Wow, what a great time to be watching Thursday night. Tune in, drop out. Here we go. This could get interesting. Double stuffed Oreos and Monsters. What is this, amateur hour? That's Kramer from the Merv Griffin Show. 2 animal acts in one show. What is this, amateur hour? El Paso. I spent a month there one night. El Paso. Anybody from El Paso? Oh man, I just took 30 minutes off my life. I just took 30 minutes off my life, but it was worth it. All right, let's see what just happened here. What the heck just happened? Over here, y'all don't realize how mad, Stropper. Jerry Torres did bid $30, so I want to make sure and let Brad Waits know he got outbid. Brad, you got outbid on Stropper. Over here, we're going to put up another auction, but right now we have Ratt. And the last bid that came in on this, Kaysen went out. Josh Jones had it for $43. Brad Waits are out on Stropper. And let's get started. Faster I can talk, faster I can show stuff, faster we can get through. And I'm going to be doing a lot of cassette and CD buy nows tonight, it looks like, because it's metal. And, well, let's do it. I have a whole nother crate here of new stuff. But first, this is Raven Wiped Out. Raven's an 82 Italian OG from Neat Records. It's in VG condition, $15 start. There's a new bid on Stropper for $31. We're done on Ratt, though. Ratt is sold to Josh MFer Jones for $43. Thank you on that one. There's that. There's this. There's that. And let's go and show these two right here. Atreyu. We sold out of the other Atreyu. This is Atreyu. This is called Anchor, Sales Paper Anchor. Atreyu is $39.99. I've got 2 of those. Also, Steel Panther, Balls Out. Steel Panther's a Music on Vinyl 2 LP, $54.99 on that one. And I've got 2 copies of Anthrax for All Kings. Anthrax is $33.99. Next thing, we have Matthew Sherrick on Super, and he might have meant, I'm not for sure, are y'all heading out or something? Thank you for your service to Coletco, Caden, and Jill. They are heading out. Appreciate that. Thank you. Your brother and uncle's all hopped up on energy right now, so I'm in the zone. Y'all have done a great job. Now it's my job to do a great job. Stropper's at $35, and then Raven's a bid of $25. What was that claim from Matthew Sherrick? Keep it super. He might have meant something else. And then over here is Iron Maiden. This is the Book of Souls, $64.99. Triple LP. Haven't had that one in a while. Iron Maiden is $64.99. Oh, he was trying to bid on Stropper. Matthew was trying to bid on Stropper. Excellent. How about Ozzy, Speak of the Devil? This album has never been reissued, not even in the Ozzy box set. Ozzy Osbourne, Speak of the Devil, is a 1982 USOG. LP1, unfortunately, is VG minus. LP2 is VG, so it's a lower grade record, but just a $25 start on that. Garage Days Metallica, that's going to be in the next 10 minutes. How about after one of these sales? Next thing is Atreyu again, and this is Atreyu. What is this one called? Is it self-titled? I think, no, there it is. Baptize. Atreyu Baptize is $33.99. $33.99. I can't get these records to stand up. Hold on a minute. Let me fight with these things for a second. There we go. Next thing I have is the new A Date with Elvis. So this is new Music on Vinyl pressing, A Date with Elvis. And they've been reissuing the Elvis catalog on vinyl. Music on Vinyl has. They're actually just announced they're going to be repressing the Aloha from Hawaii via satellite, so that sounds pretty cool. But right now, let me pull up everybody who pre-ordered this. It's $44.99. It's a numbered on green vinyl. Numbered on green vinyl. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. We already got 287 watching on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. So thanks everybody for tuning in as I pull up this pre-order. This is Elvis Presley, A Date with Elvis. And this was on green vinyl, gatefold jacket. I ordered 5 and we sold 3. Regina Tabor, Levi Hilton, and Clifford Umstead. I've got 2 Elvis left if anybody else wants one. Gatefold, numbered, green vinyl. A compilation of songs recorded at the famous Sun 20th Century Fox and Radio Recorder Studios between 1954 and 1957. Wow. A Date with Elvis Presley. Some people would have paid a lot of money for that back in the day. Here we go. I've got Rhino High Fidelity, ZZ Top. ZZ Top. This is limited edition, 180 gram, gatefold jacket, $39.99. Over here, Striper is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $35. That's sold. What about Raven? Raven's a final call to Tom Sullivan for $25. Cindy already has it for $25. Cindy Yarborough already has it for $25. So Tom Sullivan, you're in fact out. And then over here, we have Ozzy, 2 bids for $25. Darren Crispin bid $25, and Paul Bryan, you bid $25, okay? Craig just shared the track listing. Here's the Rhino High Fidelity all analog limited edition of ZZ Top's first album at $39.99. Raven still getting bids. There's Ozzy. Somebody's already requested a big dog. Now, most of the big dogs are going to start here in about 10 minutes, but there was a couple of big dogs in the flip video, and one of them was this one right here, Metallica, Garage Inc., and this is an OG pressing. This is an OG pressing. Metallica Garage Inc. is a 1998 USOG 3LP, VG Plus, VG Plus Plus, a $95 start. That is an OG. Y'all probably see me sell dozens of new copies all the time. How about an original pressing? $95 start on Metallica Garage Inc. If anybody wants that, it's now up for bid. Next is another Rhino High Fidelity, Faces, and this is actually numbered. It's a numbered edition with Ooh La La, Dear Old Granddad, $39.99 for Faces. Metallica is up for bid. Ozzy's getting new bids, and Raven is getting new bids. Over here is a crate of all brand new stuff that I have marked for tonight. Brand new stuff. We had 2 crates of new vinyl come in. We've already done 1. Here's another. And then after that, we're probably going to do some of the new vintage stuff John's marked. Probably going to do this crate Paul's marked. That's the agenda for tonight. We're going to go through all of our new stuff, recap some new vinyl, and then I'm probably going to be doing a lot of CD and cassette buy nows as we sell off all of these incredible metal auctions for tonight. First thing we have is Pretty Boy Floyd, Leather Boys with Electric Toys. Haven't had that one in a while. It's probably since that original shipment I got. $38.99 for Pretty Boy Floyd, and Johnny Burnett Rock and Roll Trio. This one is actually from Bear Family Records, that great label out of Germany. I recommend this album. So good. This is a highly influential rock and roll album. So many great songs on here. Train Kept a Rollin', the original version, you know, like the one that has probably influenced no telling how many other rock groups from the 60s that point on. Honey Hush, $39.99. For Johnny Burnett. Okay, Raven's now at $40. Ozzy's at $45. Metallica's at $95. And now Metallica's at $98. We got 3 auctions. Raven, Ozzy, and Metallica up for bid. Metallica's at $98 with Josh Jones. Over here, Raven's at $46 and Ozzy's at $47. I've got 2 copies of Blue Oyster Cult. This is Spectres, or Spectres, or Spectres. If it's said like the James Bond word, it's Spectres. Spectre. Special, that stands for the criminal organization. That has Godzilla on it. He picks up a bus and he throws it back down. Dun, 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 dun. That is Blue Oyster Cult, $39.99. I got 2 copies of Batman. Batman is $29.99. That's the sensational guitars of Dan and Dale, Sun Ra and his orchestra, Al Cooper's Blues Project. Batman is $29.99. So Raven right now is at $46 with Tom Sullivan. Ozzy is at $47. So Raven $46, Ozzy $47. Craig, I think it's up to you on Metallica. Josh Jones has it for $98. FYI, that's at $98. And I have Mudcrutch 2. That's that other album with Tom Petty. We had Mudcrutch 1 last week. Here's Mudcrutch 2. That's $33.99. And then Dwight Yoakam, guitars, Cadillacs, etc. Blue vinyl. $29.99. Wow, there's way too much left in there. Holy moly. There's a lot of stuff still left in there. Let's try to sell some more. We sold a little bit of a chunk. I'd like to sell the whole crate. Carl Berger says, give me a Godzilla. That's so to Carl Berger. Go, go, Godzilla. Raven, about to sell at 46. Ozzy, about to sell at 47. Metallica, about to sell at 98. One second, please. Okay, so first thing is a quick recap here, and this is Aaron Andrus saying he'll take the Mud Crutch too. Thank you on that. I think you bought the other Mud Crutch. Raven is officially sold, and Raven is sold to Tom Sullivan for $46. The Ozzy here, Ozzy is sold to Carl Berger for $47, and OG Metallica Garage Inc. selling for just $98. That might be one of the first great auction buys of the night. Thank you, Josh Jones, $98 on that. It's gone. All right, 657. Let's go ahead and try this right quick. This is an interesting one here. How about a Kiss picture disc? It is a 1989 UK Euro limited edition 45 RPM picture disc. It has the original sleeve and the hype. So it came in this plastic here. Let me just put it back in the plastic like it originally was packaged. Look at that. I've never seen that one before. Hot in the Shade. It came as a 10-inch picture disc. There's the back with the Sphinx sunglasses. Hot in the Shade with the original plastic, the back and slip there. And that's going to go up for a $25 start. That was my next thing over here. Let me grab another handful. And probably after this wave, the next ones will be all from the advertisement post. Let's go ahead and try GNR, and let's go ahead and try this other Striper. Big stuff still here to be putting up. This is all stuff from that flip crate. First thing I have here is GNR. This is the censored cover, so it doesn't mention wife beating. It doesn't mention ladies, welcome to the dark ages. It is technically a repress. It is a 1988 US repress. It does have the censored cover, VG Plus, $75 start. That still has never been reissued. And then Striper, To Hell with the Devil, the OG first cover, an 86 US OG first cover. It does have a merch insert. I think it has a torn, yeah, I think it's kind of ripped, so part of a merch insert. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. And I'm going to take a drink of Monster right quick. Here we go. All right, probably while we have two other auctions going here in a minute, I'll try to get into some of these cassettes, okay? Here we go. Smashes. I'll run that one next. I'll run that. It was actually right behind these two. It was right behind these two, so I'll run that one next. Here's what's left in here. Atreyu. This is lead sales paper anchor. This is, or lead sales paper anchor. Is it lead or lead? I guess lead sales paper anchor. Yeah. Atreyu is $39.99. That's a gatefold jacket. I still got two of those for Music on Vinyl. Also, Steel Panther Balls Out, a gatefold 2 LP, $54.99. I still have two of those. And I have Anthrax for All Kings. Anthrax is $33.99. Two copies of Iron Maiden, The Book of Souls, $64.99. Trifold jacket, triple LP, $64.99. Right now, only one bid on Kiss, no bid on GNR, and no bid on Striper. I don't say that too often. No bid on GNR, no bid on Striper. Final call. Also, I got two copies of Atreyu again. This is called Baptize. Atreyu's $33.99. There's two copies left of A Date with Elvis. Has the calendar on the back just like the original, numbered from Music on Vinyl, $44.99. ZZ Top's first album. That is limited edition, gatefold, 180 gram, cut by Kevin Gray, $39.99. And Faces, Ooh La La, that's a numbered hi-fi edition, $39.99 on that. About to sell Kiss for just one bid, $25. GNR is an 88 US repress with a censored first cover, the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, $75 start. It is a repress. It is censored, yes. Elephant gives birth to midget. Lies, lies, lies. They took out the details of the wife beating, and they still left some. If you read everything on this cover, there's still some pretty there's some pretty questionable stuff written all over the cover, but they at least took out the stuff about the wife beating. Stripers at $40 and Kiss is at $27. So there we go. Everything all of a sudden get new bids. I think it was, folks, it was that international time across America where everybody decided to walk their dog there for a couple minutes. It's like, holy crap, Roscoe, we got to get you out here, buddy. Hurry up, Roscoe. We had Pretty Boy Floyd, $38.99. Also, Johnny Burnett and the Rock and Roll Trio, $39.99. Boys to Cult Spectres is $39.99 with Godzilla. Batman, $29.99. And then Dwight Yoakam's $29. Faces is Rhino High Fidelity Series. Some will probably say superb or superior to MoFi, $39.99. Yeah, welcome to the Dark Ages. It said up here, ladies, welcome to the Dark Ages, and wife beating been around for 2,000 years. They took that out and that out. They still left some. Man sues ex-wife. She took my sperm without permission. They left that on the cover. Don't ask me any other questions other than what I just read, okay? So, no more statements. Kiss is at $35, Stripers at $45, and what about GNR? No bid yet. If I swap out crates and no one's bid, it's going to be a $75 buy now, okay? Still not bad. When we have really nice OGs, you know, clean, they get up in the hundreds sometimes quickly. All right. Nick, you need that Faces. You'll be blown away. I'm telling you, this is all analog, numbered. These Rhino Hi-Fi series, they're kind of starting to put some MoFi titles to shame, okay? They are now like, in my opinion, and I think a lot of audiophiles watching will vouch, they're kind of like the new standard for audiophile stuff, and they're at a great price because they own the licensing to a lot of those titles. So it's like, wow, audiophile records for $40, but they don't have to pay $180,000 for licensing or anything. So, all right, we got a new arrival crate here from John. Let's go ahead and go through it. Buy it now, best offer. Man, look at some of these great titles in here. We're going to go ahead and go through a vintage crate. I think Paul has a crate up here, right? Paul has a crate up here already. So Paul has a crate. Let's go through it and go ahead. Exactly. What did I just say? Can you repeat everything I just said, Paul?
I can spell it.
Spell it. All right, here we go. It's 7 o'clock, too. Let's get started. We have a request for GNR info, KISS info. Wow, those are called DVDs, what stand for Direct Video Disc. Is that what that stands for? I bet it's...
Digital video disc.
Craig, what does DVD stand for?
Digital video disc.
Over here we have Striper, To Hell with the Devil. The last bid on Striper was Jerry Torres. Did Brad Waits go out? Brad Waits, you haven't officially went out, so I'll make sure you're done. Jerry Torres has this for $45, okay? $45. That's Striper, To Hell with the Devil. That is an 86 Allied OG original uncensored cover. GNR is a 1988 US repress, censored first cover with the original on her sleeve. And what is this thing here? What is this? Wow, what is this thing here? I didn't notice that. I hadn't even pulled it out. It's some kind of newspaper looking thing. I've never seen that before. Maybe something they wrapped it in. Has anybody ever seen anything like that? And then there's the original on her sleeve. Of course, she's always censored. Well, she's censored except for the Euro editions, okay? Wow, I've never seen, anybody ever seen this? It looks like newspaper wrapping or something. I've never seen that with that album. So, thanks a lot, Seth. He didn't even mention it in the notes. Seth's fired, dude. I cannot wait to fire him. I'm gonna do it just like at Thanksgiving dinner in front of his whole family. We have Kiss, a 1989 UK Euro original picture disc. So this is a Hot in the Shade. It is a 3-track, Hide Your Heart, Lick It Up, and Heaven's on Fire. It's a 3-track, 10-inch picture disc in the original plastic with the hop sticker. And the high bid on this, the high bid on the Kiss right now is Kaysen Palumumbo. And Kaysen has it for $38. $38 on that, okay? Striper is still getting bids. GNR does not have a bid. I've been lobbying for a minimum bid of $75 for about 15 minutes, it seems like. I've been lobbying for somebody just to bid minimum for about 15 minutes, and no one has. So at this point, I'm begging. Okay, first thing we have is this. I am about to, right now, without further ado, show you this crate of new vintage pre-owned records, buy it now, best offer. We are officially in heavy auction mode. What does heavy auction mode mean? That means we got heavy music, we're going to have heavy bidding, and there's going to be a lot of heavy activity. So I'm going to have for the next hours 3 auctions back here. Some could be up for 10 minutes, some could be up for 45 minutes. I'm going to try to have 2 and 3 going at the same time. Okay, we've got a lot of stuff over here. I have not put up a single one from the advertised lot. We're about to do that right now. Okay, so first thing, GNR has one bid for $75. Final call to Matthew Sherrick. It finally got a bid. Now Kiss is at $45 of Tom Kelly. Cason's out. And Striper's at $48 of Brad Waits. Jerry Torres, you're out. Okay? Eddie Pasir wants on the Led Zeppelin EP waiting list. You got it. As of right now, I have 0 in stock, but Eddie Pasir on the Led Zeppelin EP. All right, let's get started. First thing we have is this. J. Giles Bloodshot. That is the OG pressing they did on red vinyl. VG cover, no condition notes on the vinyl, $26.99. We have Dragsville. Those are always cool records. Little Deuce Coupe, Drag City, a hot rod record. There is a name written on the back, $16.99. Also, the Beatle Beat, I Want to Hold Your Hand, The Bugs. That's not actually the Beatles, $14.99. Holy moly, look at that. That got me all choked up. All right, so now GNR is about to sell. He's done on Striper. We have Chicago's Greatest Hits, $19.99. It does have the original on the sleeve. Saturday in the Park. I wish it was the 4th of July. Another Chicago, back-to-back Windy Cities, X. That's Chicago 10. That one's $9.99. And we have Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood, a 1973 Artesian Master OG pressing, super nice, $49.99. Matthew Sherrick gets the GNR for $75. Matthew Sherrick, thank you, that's so do you. Minimum bid. It took me about 20 minutes of lobbying, but we got it done. Over here, John Bobing wants Dragsville. So did John Bobing. If anybody new is watching, welcome to the machine. If you want to bid, you put S for Striper and you place your bid. That's all you got to do. Striper is sold to Brad Waits for $48. Kiss, I'm going to put up the other Kiss somebody wants to bid up as soon as this one's sold. He's out. This is sold to Tom Kelly for $50. No more on this one. Thank you, Tom Kelly. Now the board's clear. If you want something out of the crate, this crate is unique because you can also make offers. So you might say, that Grateful Dead, I do want it for my personal collection. I don't know if I want it for $49, but I may want it for 2 Andrews. I'll give you 20, Chad. And I'll say, possibly sold, or I might counter. Let's go ahead and put this up right here. First thing I have, and this is everything that was photographed with a hot picture. First thing I have is Dio, Rock and Roll Children. Dio is an 85 UKOG VG condition. We're going to put that up for just a $5 start. Wow. Dustin Honing on the Grateful Dead. That is sold to Dustin Honing. And then somebody had asked me from something over here in the flip video they saw earlier this morning. And let's put it up right now. This is a 1988 OG pressing of Kiss Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. That's an 88 USOG. It's a compilation on the Mercury label. It's around VG condition. It's going to go up for a $35 start. And then over here, we have going up right now, Metal Church, The Dark. So we got Dio, Kiss, and now Metal Church. Metal Church is an 86 US Specialty OG with the original insert, lyric insert, EX edition, $30 start on that one. All righty, we have Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight. Cheap Trick is $19.99, original orange label. If you just hopped on, you hadn't missed a whole lot in this crate. Cheap Trick, Chicago, the Beatles fake band, and J. Giles. Also, The Essential Jimi Hendrix. This is a double LP compilation, $39.99. I was listening to Voodoo Child this morning. As usual, just absolutely amazed at that guitar work. It's pretty incredible to hear, isn't it? That's it. Then the kick drum kicks in. Yeah, it's so amazing. Amazing. Every time I hear it, I'm like, at that point, that dude had stepped into a different dimension. Styx, Man of Miracles, $19.99. Me and Paul over here are trying to replicate the sounds of Jimi Hendrix's guitar. It's tough just to make the noises, much less try to go play it. Styx is $19.99, Man of Miracles, and Play Guitar with Adventures, Volume 3, $14.99. Play Guitar with Adventures, Volume 3. Wow, I don't know if I've ever seen that one before. Also, right back the back, there is Styx, and I have a lot of albums but not a single Jimi Hendrix. Boy, you need to change that right now. Whoa, yeah, right there it is. Voodoo Child, Slight Return. I Stand Up Next to a Mountain. Next thing is Dio. Dio is at $7 with Paul Bryan. We have Kiss, and Kiss is at $35 with James Young, and then Matthew Sherrick. You tied them, so you're out. And then over here we have Metal Church, The Dark. Metal Church, The Dark. And Tim Rory has it for $30. Chad Schneider, Styx, I'll do it for $17. $17 on Styx. Iggy Pop, Party. Iggy Pop is $34.99. That's in shrink wrap. Iggy Pop Party, $34.99. And Moonlight Sinatra. Moonlight Sinatra. Shrink, got the price tag. Reprise Mono, $14.99 for Frank Sinatra. Also, Sinatra and Swingin' Brass, Nell Hefty, $14.99. Wow. All right, so this Dio is a final call for 18. Matthew Sherrick, you're out on Kiss. You bid 35, but James Young bid first. There's only been one bid on Metal Church. We're about to have to clear the board. We've got about 1 billion things to sell. And then over here, Chad Schneider says he'll take Styx for 17. And I'm going to make that the last thing in this crate because I'm going to swap these out now. Let me do some swapping out right quick. There's crate number 1 full, and I packed that thing tight. Let's go ahead and fill up another one, all right? First thing is Nick Bargeron says he'll take Faces. Dear old granddad, this is sold to Nick Bargeron. Matthew Sherrick on Cheap Trick. Matthew Sherrick on Cheap Trick, that's sold for 15. Kiss has a new bid for 40 with Matthew Sherrick. James Young, you're out. Metal Church has new bids for 30, 32, and now 35. Great new vintage stuff in here. Holy moly. Just nice records. Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run, $19.99. $19.99. I always look for the misprint. John Landau, $19.99. $19.99. And then over here is Badfinger. Badfinger is $19.99. That's a UK edition of Badfinger self-titled, okay? Let me jump over here, and I meant to make this post a second ago in the group. So let me click on this and this, and let me post this right here. Of cassettes and CDs just moments ago. Paul's leaving. Thank you as always. Let me finish typing this out. All right. There we go. All right, so there's this. First thing we have is Metal Church got a new bid for $35. It already had a bid for $35 with Tyler Hubry. So now Jason Wilski, you tied Tyler. Dio's at 11. Troy Overmeyer got Bruce Springsteen. Vince Lano, you were second. Dio has a new bid for 12. Let's go down the row here. Dio, Rock and Roll Children, an 85 UK OG, VG condition. Gerald Whitworth has it for 12. In the middle is Kiss, Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits, an 88 vinyl. It's OG VG condition. The last bid on Kiss that came in was James Young at $42. Everybody else is out, including Matthew Sherrick. Metal Church is tied at $35. This is an 86 US OG with insert. EX edition. I have Face to Face, One Big Day, $9.99. The Pretenders 2, $19.99. And Aslan, Feel No Shame, or Aslan, $9.99 on that, 1987. Wings Great Greatest Hits, $24.99. Band on the Run, original inner sleeve. It also has the poster with it. Wings is $24.99. Now Metal Church 37. Now Metal Church 40. Elton John Breaking Hearts, $19.99. Lindsey Buckingham Law and Order. Lindsey Buckingham from Fleetwood Mac, $19.99. This is New Vintage Arrivals. Buy it now, best offer. Yes. Metal Church is at 45. Now Kiss is at 45. And then Dio is a final call to 12 for Gerald Whitworth. We're about to sell it. All those back there are still getting bids. Next thing I'm going to go ahead and put up is right now. Let's try 4 auctions. UFO, Strangers in the Night. It's a 79 US Santa Maria OG, VG condition, $15 start on that. Music of the Ozarks, a Sounds of the World recording from the National Geographic Society. Music of the Ozarks, $19.99 on that. Also, The Righteous Brothers, that is $14.99. And the Dean Martin TV show, $9.99. Kiss has a new bid for 46. Metal Church has a new bid for 46. What is Dio? Rock and Roll Children, 12-inch single, 1985 VG. It's got about 10 seconds left. Right now, Gerald has it for $12. Tom Sullivan on LB. LB was Lindsey Buckingham. That's sold. Motley Crue's at 46. UFO 10. Metal Church, not Motley Crue. Metal Church is at 50. Michael Freiberger gets Dean Martin for 70. UFO 20. Kiss has a new bid for 50. Wings, this is Back to the Egg, $19.99 on that. Over here, we got Joe South's Greatest Hits, that's $9.99. And Los Lobos, How Will the Wolf Survive? Los Lobos is $14.99. Dio is officially sold to Chad Sauls, has a bid in for $15. Wow, if you had a buzzer beater, that would have been it. Goodness gracious. Kiss over here is with Matthew Sherrick at $50. Metal Church is at $51. UFO's at $20. Gerald Whitworth, if you have a bad luck, that was the definition of it. Chad Sauls has Dio for $15. Probably been up the longest of any other auction tonight so far. UFO's at $21. Metal Church is at $55. Somebody just go ahead and bid $75 on Dio and we'll wrap this thing up. Hendrix is near mint minus, $39.99. Gerald's out on Dio. Chad, you get that for $15. UFO has 3 $21 bids, now a $25 bid. Kiss over here has a high bid of what with who? James Young at $46. We're waiting for Matthew Sherrick. Matthew Sherrick has bid $50 on Kiss. It's in VG condition. UFO's at $25. Jimi Hendrix has no condition notes. It's actually really, really, really nice. Gayfo 2 LP. $39.99 on the Essential Jimi Hendrix. Duke Ellington's Concert for Sacred Music, $9.99. And the Best of the Youngbloods, $19.99. Get Together. Orange Label, $19.99. Metal Church is at $60. Kiss over here. Kiss over here is in VG condition. It's at $50 of Matthew Sherrick. James Young's out. Going once, going twice. There's Metal Church. Metal Church has a high bid of $60. UFO's now at $30. Michael Freiberger says 7 on Duke Ellington. Sold. Hendrix. We have the original Golden Greats. $14.99. This has music by Cher, The Ventures, The Hollies, Jackie DeShannon, The T-Bones. $14.99. I'll do $30 on Jimi Hendrix if you want it. Metal Church is now at $61. Next auction is going to go up right now. That next auction is the following. Virgin Steel 2, Guardians of the Flame. Virgin Steel 2 is an 83 USOG in VG condition. $15 start on Virgin Steel. That's now up for bid. Top Gun, an original soundtrack, $34.99. Kiss, Timers On. We're about to sell it. Also, we have Frank Sinatra, Count Basie in shrink wrap, $14.99. I Might As Well Be Swinging, $14.99 on that. Metal Church is at $62. Crosby, Stills, Nash Allies in shrink wrap, $19.99. And Chicago is $9.99. Chicago, $9.99. Greg Preston over here, and he takes the Jimi Hendrix for $30. Sell that to Greg. Blue and Lonesome by George Jones, that's $19.99. Kiss is officially sold to Matthew Sherrick for $50. Metal Church, Tyler Ubry has it for $62. 86 US Specialty OG with insert, EX edition, 62, now 63. The last bid on UFO, Sean Schaefer went out. Michael Thurr has it for $30. That's a final call. Virgin Steel's now up for bid. 83 US OG VG condition. The high bid's $15. Metal Church is at $64. Frank Zappa, Tinseltown Rebellion, $34.99 for Frank Zappa. Fourth auction is going to go up right now, and that is Iron Maiden, Eddie's Last Ring. Iron Maiden, Eddie's Last Ring. This is an unofficial 2014 blue vinyl with DVD. This is Iron Maiden live in Nuremberg, Germany, in Nürburgring, Germany, 2014, $65 start. Iron Maiden, it is sealed on blue vinyl. That's down for bid. All of a sudden, UFO has new bids, 31, 32, 36, 40. Metal Church has new bids, and that's at 65. What about right here with Virgin Steel? Sean Schaefer looks like he's the only bidder at $15. We're about to sell it. That's Virgin Steel 2, Guardians of the Flame. That's a 1983 USOG. 1983 USOG. Metal Church, UFO, Iron Maiden. Boy, look at this auction lineup. Holy moly. Iron Maiden's at 65. We got Metal Church at 70. Iron Maiden has another 65. UFO's now at 40 with Michael Thrower. Next auction is what? Or next record is what? Dare, Out of the Silence. Dare is a gold stamp promo, $16.99. The Blues Band, Brand Loyalty, an 82 German press, that's $14.99. New bid on Virgin Steel for $17. Iron Maiden's at $80. Over here, John Bobing's out on UFO. I think it's up to one person then. John McPatriot and George Samberes. Make that two people. Steady Date with Mitch Woods and his Rocket 88s. 1984 Jump Blues, that's $19.99. Don Alker has bid $100 on Iron Maiden. Shane Devers, it goes back to you and also to Chris Gardner. Next is Culture Club, Color by Number. That's a picture disc, $26.99 for Culture Club. And the Turtles presents the Ballad of the Bands. The Turtles is $9.99. Lynn's Farn, Back and Forth, a UK pressing for $19.99. And the Greg Allman Band, I'm No Angel, $19.99. Lord just dropped off the rest of the auction. So everything that was posted and advertised for tonight, they officially just got done getting tagged. So that means we're going to have everything up here ready and everything's ready to go. Guess what? Virgin Steel still getting bids. UFO still getting bids. Metal Church still getting bids. And Iron Maiden still getting bids. The last bid, though, on Metal Church was Paul Cruz at $71. 4 auctions, and they're all still getting bids right now. Not one auction up, not 2 auctions up, 4 auctions up. Holy moly. Metal Church, UFO, Virgin, all still getting bids. All still getting bids across the board. Next thing over here is Pyramids. And this is $19.99. And this one is called, hold on a minute. This is actually the Shaken Pyramids. Greg Allman. I will sell you Greg Allman for $18. Vince Lano. Shrink Near Mint copy. The Miners of Muzo. Apogee. This is an 85 Hauling Garage. $19.99. We have Dementia 13. Disturb the Air. 1989 Garage. $34.99. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $105. Virgin Steel has a new bid for $20. Now Virgin Steel has a bid for $27. Now UFO has a bid for $50. And now Metal Church has a bid for $72. Paul Cruz, you've been outbid. Next is Go to Blazes. That's a 1998 Garage album, $19.99. Vince Lano takes Greg Allman for $18. And the Archie's Greatest Hits. Hey, we had the new Friday music pressing. Here's an OG, Jingle Jangle, Sugar Sugar, $29.99 for the Archie's Greatest Hits. Sugar Sugar, honey, honey, and Chad's gonna drink some Monster. Metal Church, $73. Metal Church, $75. Iron Maiden, $125. William Drugovich gets what? D13 for Dimension 13. Virgin Steel's at 30. Virgin Steel 32. Chad's going to mute his mic for 5 seconds. Awesome. If anybody else wants anything else in here, let me know. I'm about to read through the titles this one more time. No prices, just the titles. Some of them I'm going to emphasize. Like, how have y'all not bought this? Iron Maiden still getting bids. Virgin Steel getting bids. New bidders in on some of these. Everything, we got 4 up. We got 4 up. Things are moving quickly. If you're not locked in, you're going to miss something. If you're not paying absolute close attention tonight, hope everybody's already cooked supper, put your kids to bed, told your wife good night, told your husband good night, you've walked your dog, fed your fish, you've got your hamster or gerbil out and exercised it, you've petted your hermit crab, everything's put away for the night. You're sitting in a recliner with a laptop or something in your lap, an iPad, you've got it on your TV, you've got earphones in, headphones on, and you are locked in, and you're not doing anything but listening and watching and buying for about the next 5 hours. Otherwise, something you've been waiting on all week, something you've seen since 5 a.m. this morning, the hot picture, could go at any second. And you're going to be like, holy crap, why did I decide to walk Roscoe? Roscoe all of a sudden had to go pee, and now I've missed out on this Metal Church album. You do not want to be in that situation, okay? You do not want to be in that situation. Football, turn it off. NFL's rigged. These games are prefixed. Vegas controls everything. Turn off the football, okay? Turn it all off. We have Jay Giles band, Bloodshot, Red Vinyl, $26.99. The Beatle Beat, I Want to Hold Your Hand. We have Chicago's Greatest Hits. We got Chicago 10, Play Guitar with the Ventures, Iggy Pop Party, Shrink Wrap, $34.99. Moonlight Sinatra. Are you really going to pick a professional football game over buying this quality, high quality, super nice quality, great quality vinyl? How could you make a decision like that? Those guys, they get a script every day. Tom Brady used to open up an envelope and it said, Tom, here's what you're going to do tonight. He would follow that script every night. Throw it to him, throw it to that, throw it to this, throw it to those. Over here, we got Sinatra, the Swinging Brass, $14.99. Badfinger, no condition notes. It does have a clip corner, $19.99 on Badfinger, $19.99. We have Face to Face. We have The Pretenders 2. We have Aslan, Phil No Shane, Wings Greatest Hits, Elton John, Breaking Bad, Music of the Ozark. We have The Righteous Brothers with You've Lost That Love and Feeling. Metal Church, who has the high bid? Tyler Hubrey does for $80. Paul Cruz, You're Out. Who has the last bid on the United Force Object, UFO? The last bid on UFO, I see on my screen, UFO, the last bid I seen on UFO was George Samberez at $50. Nobody has bid more. Nobody has bid less. Over here is Virgin Steel. John Kaiser has it for $42. Carl Berger, You're Back Out. Iron Maiden's at $140. How much is the Pretenders? $19.99. Clean copy. This is the Pretenders 2. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Metal Church has a new bid for $19.99. Don't forget about Wings. Joe South, Los Lobos was only $14.99. Best of Youngblood, UFOs at $50. The original Golden Greats, Top Gun, and OG Pressing, Danger Zone, $34. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $150. Virgin Steel, $44. Sinatra, Cross Steels and Ash, Chicago, George Jones, Frank Zappa, Dare, Blues Band, Mitch Wood, Culture Club, Turtles, Lynn Farr, Pyramids, Miners, Blazers, Archies. Virgin Steel, $44. I'm going to give UFO about 15 seconds and then we're selling it. Over here, Brian Call gets the Pretender. Sold. What songs are on the Ventures? Which one? Isn't there 3 in here? Isn't there 3 in here? Let me see if I can find the first one. The Ventures, the first one here, teach you how to play the guitar. It's tuning the guitar and electric bass. Secret Agent Man, Diamond Head. No matter what shape your stomach's in, and A Taste of Honey. This is an instructional guitar album on how to play, okay? Next thing is we have an offer. First thing is we have a question. Next thing is an offer. Javi Soto wants Dare for $12. Dare for $12. That's sold to Javi Soto. Virgin Steel has a new bid for $45. Joe Salamo gets the Archies for $25. Troy Overmeyer gets Iggy Pop for $25. Michael Freiberger gets the Ventures for $10. Now, that means UFO is sold to George Samberez for $50. That means Metal Church is still getting bids, and the last bid, Tyler Huber went out. Paul Cruz gets this for $81. And then Virgin Steel, the last bid on Virgin Steel was John Kaiser at $45. Iron Maiden, the most recent high bid on Iron Maiden was Don Alker at $150. 007, it's back to you. 007, it's back to you. Next auction is going to go up right now. Ozzy, Randy Rhoads Tribute. Here it is. 1987 U.S. Carrollton OG. It does have a slight warp that does not affect back play, though. It's been play tested, even though it has a slight warp. VG condition. A $35 start on that. Now, Janet, you're next on Play Guitar. Craig's watching over on YouTube. Carl Berger bid $47 on Virgin Steel. Michael Freiberger says Sinatra Swinging Brass for $7. Let's sell that to him for $7. Sinatra and the Swinging Brass for $7. Sinatra and the Swinging Brass for $7. That's sold for $7 to Michael Freiberger. Jackie Reynolds gets Bad Company. Bad Finger for $13 to Jackie Reynolds. Ozzy, Randy Rhoads, $35 star. 007's out. Final call on Iron Maiden for $150. Ozzy already has a bid for $35. Virgin Steel, folks, is still getting bids. John Kaiser, just FYI, you've been outbid. Ozzy, $35. Ozzy, $35. Ozzy, $35. Next auction is going to go up right now. At this point, you might be like, my goodness, Chad, what possibly could you have going up for auction tonight? I'm like, don't you worry. Here it is. Sit back and relax. Enjoy. Ratt, Invasion of Your Privacy. Lay it down. Ratt is an 85 USOG with the original under sleeve, VG condition, $15 start. Wings, no condition notes, EX++, near mint minus, and it has the original under sleeve, and it has the poster with it. $24.99. We're so sorry. Boom, boom, boom. Uncle Albert Band on the run. Live and let die. Boom. My love does it. Jet. Woo, woo, woo. Let's go down to June. With a little luck, you can let it out. Dun 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 dun. Repeat ba da 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 da. It's just another day. Do 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 do. Okay, that was your jukebox selections from Wings' Greatest Hits. After all that, all of a sudden, somebody wants it, somebody else wants it, somebody else wants it. Boom, just like that. But Joe Castillo, if you want it, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Carl Berger. $24.99. Now, look at all the this lighting up. Everybody was like, holy crap, look at all the great music on that. Good gosh. Yeah, ever heard of Paul McCartney? Ratts at $25. Iron Maiden is sold for $150. Thank you, Don Alker. It is Don Alker, I think. Yep. And Don Alker, A-O-L-K-E-R, Don. Thank you. You get that for $150, okay? Next thing is Ratts at $25, Aussies at $42. What about Virgin Steel? The last bid that came in was that final call. John Kaiser's out. Carl Berger gets this for $47. Joe Castillo says he'll take this. That's sold to him at sticker price. Now 5 other people want one. Too late. Maybe I should start singing some more tonight. Aussies at $42. Ratts at $25 with Wayne Davis. Here we go. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, and I say... All right, Paul said he marked a pretty special crate over here today. Should we go through it? Should we go through Paul's crate? It looked like he marked some pretty cool stuff over here. These will be new arrivals, sticker price. Let's see what Paul's got for us, okay? Let's see what we got here. We have Aussie at $45. Light warp does not affect back play. Let's put up another auction, okay? Aussie's at $45 over there on the left, and then right here in the middle is Ratt. 1 bid, 2, 3, 4. Wayne Davis has it for $25. I'm going to make sure that Jimmy LaCroix or Matthew Sherrick or whoever else was bidding on this doesn't want to bid again, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is Leather Wolf. Oh boy, here's one of those bands when I say their name, everybody's like, whoa, 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 Chad, hold the phone. Did you just say Leather Wolf? It's kind of like when I say Junkyard, or when I say Badlands, or when I say Shotgun Messiah. This is one of those bands. I'm going to say it carefully, and this is Leather Wolf, okay? Leather Wolf. And Leather Wolf is an 88 UK OG. I repeat, a 1988 UK OG, a $25 start. $25 start. That's now up for bid. Next thing is a request for Pretty Maids. I like to hear Chad sing some 25 or 624. Da 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 da. I'm not going to do the horn section yet. Ugg and the Cavemen. Ugg and the Cavemen's an 87 UK import garage album, $49.99. These are new arrivals. I'm going to keep these at sticker price, okay? New arrivals at sticker price, $49.99. Ugg and the Cavemen, $49.99. Patty, I hope you are back okay quickly. We need you on here buying stuff. Well, I need you fully recovered. This is Stoner Rock. Holy moly. This is Mortis and Tenon. Spatat. Morris and Tenon. Stoner Rock. Sealed, $19.99. Goodness gracious. Stoner Rock. The Flying Dutchman. This is a 2003 Garage Lo-Fi album. $19.99. Dexter Wamweber Solo Duo Trio. Blues and Defy My Soul. Sealed for $49.99. And the men from Spectre, hey, we was just talking about them. James Bond, this is a very James Bond vibe cover with the trigger, with the finger on the trigger. A 1999 Psych Garage album. This is Spectre, folks. That's the world's largest criminal organization. $24.99. Brian Call says, give me the Stoner Rock. That's so to Brian Call. Where are we on Ozzy? This is a final call for Ozzy Osbourne, the Randy Rhoads tribute. It is in VG condition with a light warp that does not affect back play. Jeremy Rourke has it for $45. Nobody else has bid since then. Final call. Over here, Ratt got a new bid with Brian Call for $30. Then Wayne Davis tied him. So Brian Call is leading this one at $30. Next is Leatherwolf. I will say this again 7 times in a row. This is a 1988 UK original. This is a 1988 UK original. This is a 1988 UK original. 1988. Here's the label. This is a UK original pressing. 1988. That was 4 times. I'll do it 3 more here in a second. Next thing is Joshua. You were next on Stoner. Ozzy still getting bids. Javi wants face-to-face 6 from the previous bin. I've got that right over here behind me. Let me go grab that right now. I got Go-To Blazers, the Miners of Muzo, Pyramids. Let me see if I can find that record you're talking about. It's got to be in here somewhere, right? 6 to something. I've been working 9 to 5, face-to-face, right here. Is that what you said? You said face-to-face, right? Face-to-face, right here, yes. This is right here, face-to-face. Now, is that a offer? Is that a offer? If so, I'll split it with you and we'll say $8, okay? It was marked $9.99. I'll do $8 on it. Okay, time for another auction, but let me show a few more records in here. Art Pepper Artworks. Art Pepper's in 84 US, $19.99. And what do we have here? This is a 1988 Fringe Import Alternate Rock compilation, $14.99. Ratt's at $35. It's OG. Lay It Down. Invasion of Your Privacy. An 85 US OG with the original inner sleeve. VG. It's at 35. Leatherwolf's at 48 and Ozzy's at 53. And if y'all saw the post I just made or you heard me talking earlier, when I got here today, Paul was in the parking lot. We had a customer come down from Illinois that we'd already bought his record collection. He dug up the rest of his collection, which was all his cassettes and CDs and posters and memorabilia. They drove down from Illinois today. We bought it all. There is boxes and boxes and trays right here next to me of CDs and cassettes, mostly hard rock and metal. When we get through with all the new Arrival vinyl stuff, the new Paul crates, the new John crates, the new Laura crates, I'm probably going to go right in the rest of the night. We'll be showing nothing but cassettes, bought nows, CDs, bought nows. We're going to be selling everything, okay? Javi Soto gets face-to-face for $8. Ozzy's at 55. Leatherwolf 48. Ratt has a new bid for 36. And we got Alternate Rock compilation. This is right here. Is that what this was? It was. Thank you, Mike Massey. That's so to you. Stephen Freyu on Art Pepper. So to Stephen Freyu. Thank you. Next thing is Obsession. Lost Freddy's. Obsession is a mono reissued Latin pop rock, originally released in Mexico only in 1969. $24.99. Jeff, you're going to think you've died and went to heaven when you see all these cassettes over here. You should have heard me earlier reading off the titles. It was absolutely insane. Next over here is The Doors Classics, $29.99. Strange Days Have Found Us. Crystal Ship. Peace Frog, I like that one, $29.99. The Doors, Derek and the Dominoes, nice with a promo sticker in concert. Boy, first time I ever heard this, I found some songs that I didn't know. Speaking of Eric Clapton, I was so frustrated last night. So I missed Eric Clapton Monday at the Bridgestone. I skipped because I've known he hadn't been playing a lot of his like classics. The dude opens the concert with White Room. I got on that setlist.fm. He opens his concert with White Room. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. And then he plays Sunshine Your Love. He's been doing Cocaine, Lay Down Sally, all these great songs. I was like, oh my gosh, it was nothing like that the last time I seen him. He must have had a change of heart, or somebody said, hey, Eric, if you want to sell a lot more tickets, why don't you start playing your Cream stuff? He's probably like, okay, I'll do that. Ozzy's at $57. Next is Obsession. That is so to Tom Sullivan. Over here, Aaron Andrus on Spectre. Thank you on that. Ozzy's at $60. I'm going to tell my uncle next time I see him, I'm like, man, I wish we would have went and seen that. Greg Preston, if you can hear me, you are not watching the right video. You are commenting You are not watching the right video. I can see your comments, but you're not on the right video. Leather Wolf right now is at $48 of John Kaiser, okay? Ozzy's at $62, and then Ratt is at $36 with Wayne Davis. That is a final call, so Brian called, let me know. Brian calls out. This is new arrival sticker price. CCR Chronicle, that is like the best of CCR. Gatefold jacket, $34.99. Also, James Cotton, Cut You Loose, a 70s reissue. James Cotton, $14.99. Boy, great titles in here. And then also, we got Sonny Boy Williamson, One Way Out. Sonny Boy Williamson's a 1984 reissue, $19.99. Ratt is so, thank you, Wayne Davis, $36. Greg is trying to be on Leather Wolf, but he's got on some kind of weird thing, and I can't see him, but I can see him, if that makes sense. John Kaiser has it for $48. We got to sell it soon, though. Let's go ahead and put up this Megadeth. Holy moly, what is this? Take a look at this. Megadeth, No More Mr. Nice Guy, a 1990 UK limited edition picture disc. Anybody ever seen this? I haven't. Look how cool this is. Megadeth, No More Mr. Nice Guy from the Shocker soundtrack. How cool is this? It's beautiful too. What a cool item there. That is Megadeth, a $35 start. Good luck to everybody bidding on that one. Next is QP for Mark Stanley. QP was for something. He might have got in, I'm not for sure though. Ozzy 60, 62, 65, 67, and now Leather Wolf. Time's ticking on that one. Ozzy over here is at 67. Andy Lane, you're out. Next thing is the Satellites 4, a 1987 alternate rock surf, $9.99. Tom Sullivan on Sonny Boy Williamson. Thank you on that, Tom Sullivan. And then what do we have here? Bond IVR, and this is $24.99. Bond IVR. Megadeth has a bid for $35, and Buck Wilkin, W-I-L-K-I-N, a 71 US, $9.99. I got to go ahead and sell Leather Wolf, though. Greg, if you can hear me, I'm sorry. I don't know what the heck happened. And then Leather Wolf over here is officially sold, and that's sold to John Kaiser for $48. There's Greg. You was in the upside down world. Over here, Ozzy, Josh Jones, $67. Andy Lane's out, sold for $67. Next is this. We have Megadeth getting lots of bids. Sean Holford's already at $50. Never seen that one before. Folks, what about Dangerous Toys? This is a bootleg, okay? This has not been officially repressed since that original pressing in 1989. This is a bootleg on white vinyl, an unofficial release, $35 start on that. Rattlesnake. Jim Post. It's a 73 country rock album. What a cool title. Rattlesnake, $9.99. Running All Night, Lion. Lion is $14.99. And we have Crawdads on a Platter. Crawdads is a 1995 rockabilly, $24.99 on that. One auction, two auctions, three auctions, four auctions, five auctions, seven auctions more. Here is Gravedigger, War Games. Gravedigger is an 86 US OG on the Green Combat label. It has the original on her sleeve. VG condition, a $15 start. Dangerous Toys is at $35. Next over here is what? This is what? It's a 2005 Punk. It's called what? $9.99. Clorox Girls. Clorox Girls, This Dimension, VG Plus, $9.99. We have Queen and Night at the Opera, VG Plus, $24.99. Dr. Seuss, don't ask me why. I was trying to buy a signed Dr. Seuss Green Eggs and Ham book last night. Don't ask me why. I don't know myself. But all of a sudden, I got just I saw it and I was like, wow. A book signed by Dr. Seuss. Next thing over here, we got Gravedigger 20, Gravedigger 15, Gravedigger 25. Over here, Brian Call wants what? And he might have got auto-corrected on something. He might have wanted something. I'm not for sure. The Megadeth over here, 007 has bid $75. Everybody else is out. And then Gravedigger 15, 20, 25. And then there's two comments. There's White and Great White. I don't think either one of those are in here, to my knowledge. Okay, and then over here we have Camel, the Snow Goose, VG Plus $19.99, and A Little Taste of Southern Fried. This is VG Plus $14.99, a 1971 US Rock Souls Blues Rock, VG Plus $14.99, and we have the Broken Jug Fling Thing. The Broken Jug is in VG Plus condition, a 1996 Garage Psych, and it's numbered 215 and 900, VG Plus $11.99. Next thing over here, he wants Waddy and Crawdad too. Okay, that must have been before. That must have been something I must have missed something. Satellite. Okay, I know that you want Crawdad. Let's sell that to Brian Call. Crawdads on a platter. Let me go back to the top and run down these comments so I don't miss anything. Right now, there's 3 active auctions. There's an OG 1990 picture disc from the Shocker, No More Mr. Nice Guy, Megadeth, one of the neatest Megadeth vinyl collectibles I've ever seen. Just a really cool piece there. Super high grade, has the original plastic. Dangerous Toys is a white vinyl bootleg unofficial. Dangerous Toys is a white vinyl bootleg unofficial. And then we got Gravedigger War Games, which is also OG VG. There are 3 live auctions right now, and here's some of the updates, okay? One of the last things I said was Megadeth had a bid for $75. Dangerous Toys got a bid for $35. Brian Call got Crawdads, okay? And then Gravedigger 15, Gravedigger 20, Gravedigger 25. And then over here, Ivan put CG, okay? And Ivan's CG comment was probably for Clorox Girls. So that's sold to Ivan R. That's Clorox Girls. Then we have Gravedigger 15, Gravedigger 17, Gravedigger 27, Gravedigger 30, Gravedigger 21. How much is Dangerous Toys? $35. And then is that White Lion? No, it's not. It's just called Lion. This one right here is just called Lion. That's just called Lion, okay? And then we had Gravedigger at 30. Then we have Dangerous Toys at 37. Jason said, never mind. Gravedigger 31. Brian Call got Crawdads. These are all sticker price. Ivan got Clorox Girls. Megadeth has a bid for 55. Shane already bid 75. Now Gravedigger's 35. Now Dangerous Toys 40. Now Gravedigger 35. William Drugovich wants BJ. That's Broken Jug right here. That's sold to William Drugovich. Dangerous Toys 42. Dangerous Toys 45. And then we have Gravedigger 36, Gravedigger 40, Dangerous Toys 47, Gravedigger 43, Dangerous Toys 50. I just popped my neck, and that felt very, very good. Okay, now there's one more record in here that I'm trying to pull for Bob, for Brian Call. What was Punk Clorox Girls? Ah, okay, so let me see if your comment came before Ivan R's, okay? Okay. I kept on calling it what because I didn't know what it was. And Brian Call was, in fact, before you. He didn't know what to call it, and because I didn't know what to call it. So Brian Call actually, in fact, did get this Ivan R, okay? That's pretty much on me for not spitting out a title fast enough, okay? There's that. So, we're good to go. And he got both of those. So, Ivan, you did not get Clorox Girls. Busy crate all of a sudden because there's some insane auctions up for bid. Right now, Dangerous Toys is at 53, the white vinyl bootleg. Gravedigger is at 55. And then over here, the Megadeth picture disc is still at 75 with 007. He's had it for like 5 minutes. We got to sell it unless anybody else wants in. Okay? Now, there's 2 questions. Derek and the Dominoes, condition, label, price. Matthew Sherrick wants doors price. Some great stuff in here that got skipped over a moment ago. Let's find these 2 right here. Derek and the Dominoes in concert. Promo sticker on the front. RSO label, $34.99. These are all sticker price. The Doors Classics. No condition notes, super clean, $29.99. This is Lion. That's the name of the band. Not White Lion, just Lion. And that's called Running All Night. No condition notes. It has an old sticker on the back that's been peeled off and damaged, $14.99. Everything in here is new arrival sticker price. Megadeth over here has a new bid with Brian Thurman for $80. New bid for $80 of Brian Thurman. Dangerous Toys is still getting bids. And right now, Gravedigger, Richard Davis, you have it for $55. I'm about to sell it to you. I'm going to show 3 more records. Chase Arnold did say out. The Gain, Sing, Ready, Steady, Smash. A 1997 punk album. EX edition, $12.99. Men from Spectre, again, Men from Spectre, Sugartown, a 2002 Garage, VG Plus, $19.99. Jeff Brindley does get Lion. Mike Massey gets Gain. And now we have Swamp. What a cool cover. It's an alternate rock punk album from 1990, VG Plus, $9.99. Gravedigger did not get another bid. Sold to Richard Davis, $55. Thank you, Richard. All right. Now Dangerous Toys. The most recent bid was Billy John's at $58, then $65. Megadeth has a new bid for $85. Devin Reese second on line. Mike Massey first on Swamp. Dangerous Toys is at $70. Our next auction is going to go up right now. What do we have here? Oh my goodness. Metallica and Justice for All. This is a 1988 U.S. specialty OG pressing. Double LP with the original on her sleeve. Shortest Straw. Harvester of Sorrow. Frayed Ends of Sanity. Darkness. Imprisoning Me. Blackened is the Night. Eye of the Beholder. 2 LP. OG pressing. $175 start. OG Metallica. Good luck bidding. That's now up. I expect to see so many bids on this that my eyes go crossed. Dangerous Toys 75, Dangerous Toys 70. Next was William Drugovich next on Swamp, and then Ron Duffield. Megadeth is also still getting new bids. The Great American Eagle Tragedy by Earth Opera. A 69 Terre Haute EX condition, $17.99 on Earth Opera. Over here, the In Studio with Special, a.k.a. an 84 Ska Rockabilly. No, it's 84 Ska Rock Steady. Another subgenre there. EX $12.99. Metallica, Lore has graded it EX. I have listened to VG copies of this, and it will still blow you away. This one's EX. It's an OG retail copy. $175 start. Shortest Straw. What is the Megadeth? This is an item you won't see too often. It's a 1990 UK picture disc from the Shocker soundtrack. It is No More Mr. Nice Guy, and you also get Different Breed. It's a beautiful picture disc. I mean, no discoloration. Super clean, has the original sleeve with it as well. That is now up for bid, and it's still getting bids. It's at $90. Didn't even know that existed. I thought at first it was some kind of unofficial deal, but it's real. We have Queen, The Game, G+ condition. Pretty low grade record here. Just $9.99 though on Queen. Metallica does have a bid for $175. Dangerous Toys is at $80. Sheldon, you're out. Paul Bryan, you're out. And everybody else that was bidding on Dangerous Toys. It is a white vinyl unofficial. David Knopfler, Lips Against the Steel, US 1988 US, a rock album. VG Plus $9.99. Eagles, The Long Run, In the City. Great song. VG Plus, $19.99. Dangerous Toys is at $90. Steve Earle and the Dukes, EX, $17.99. And Cream, Live Cream, VG Plus, $19.99. Cream, Live Cream, VG Plus, $19.99. And Deep Purple Machine Head in quad, a quadraphonic pressing, VG, $19.99. Megadeth is at $95. Dangerous Toys is at $95. These both hit $95. Wow. There is just currently one bid on Metallica for $175. I'm about to sell it to Gregory Roberts unless somebody else bids. Next record is Chuck Berry. I love this cover. Live at the Fillmore Auditorium. This is a 1967 US VG Plus condition and shrink wrap, $24.99. I just sent out a radio message to everybody watching in case it got garbled and you didn't hear that. This is an OG Metallica and Justice for All. It just has one bid for $175. Everybody else is twiddling their thumbs. Gregory's about to make a score. If nobody else wants it, this will be about the 5th record. After I sell it, I'm going to be like, dang, he got that at a really good, great price. Final call, $175. If no one else bids, he's about to get it. I'm at this point begging, okay? I am begging. We got Deep Purple, Mark Stanley. These are all sticker price. So if you want this, it will be $19.99. If not, I'm going to sell it to Edwin Riviera. Chase Arnold got the Chuck Berry. Calvin Ward was next. Also, we have After the Gold Rush, Neil Young. This is in VG Plus condition, $24.99. Neil Young, VG Plus, $24.99. And After the Lights Go Down Low and much more. Whoa. This is VG, a 1972 reissue, $14.99. 5, 4. There's a question. This is EX or better, Metallica and Justice for All. An 88 U.S. specialty, EX or better, EX or better. It's an EX or better. There's nothing wrong with it. You might as well say it's brand new. Paul has Dangerous Toys at 100. What about the Megadeth over here? What about the Megadeth over here? It's also hit 100. Who else was bidding? 007 has it for 100. 007 has it for 100. Dangerous Toys is at 100. If you say pass Rob Fordham, I'm selling it. Metallica has a new bid with 176. Deep Purple, I got to make sure that Mark Stanley doesn't want this. If he says pass, it is sold over here to who? Edwin Riviera. Now Metallica's at 200. All of a sudden, everybody's got back from walking their dogs. High Society, Bing Crosby, Frank Sinatra, and Grace Kelly, VG $9.99. Over here is the Grateful Dead, Go to Heaven, VG Plus $29.99. Saint of Circumstance, that's a cool song, VG Plus. Megadeth, 105. What about Dangerous Toys? We're going to have to go to 4 auctions now. I knew it. These just keep getting bids and keep getting bids and keep getting bids and keep getting bids. Mark Stanley gets Deep Purple. High Society, so to Michael Freiberger. But before I pull that, let's go ahead and put up another auction. Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. An 87 U.S. specialty OG with the original under sleeve, VG++ EX. Just a $25 start on Motley Crue. Mark Stanley did take the Deep Purple sticker. Michael Freiberger gets High Society. George Samberez was second on that one. Next is Penrod, Tim Daw. This is a 69 white label promo, VG Plus $29.99. There is some heavy seam splitting going on. That's on the straight label. And now Metallica is going to be between 2 people, Rob Fordham and Gregory Roberts. Gregory has it for $2.25, okay? What is the Megadeth? And now what is Dangerous Toys? More info on Metallica. What did you say on Motley Crue? First thing, though, I'm going to show you these 2 records. Larry Carlton, Alone But Never Alone. Alone But Never Alone. VG for $9.99. Tom Sullivan has put FP, Free to Pain. Did you comment that earlier? You may have, and I missed it. You did. Free to Pain. Thank you, Tom Sullivan. And we have Little Richard, Cast a Long Shadow on the Epic label. I'm going to say it. I have never seen this Little Richard before. It does have a clip corner, VG condition, $14.99. Over here, we got Megadeth, No More Mr. Nice Guy. This is an original 1990 UK picture disc from the Shocker soundtrack. Also has different breed. The high bid on this is with 007 at $110. Manish Puri and everybody else is out. Right next to that is this unofficial white vinyl bootleg pressing of Dangerous Toys. It's near mint in white vinyl, on white vinyl, and shrink wrap. The last bid was Paul Bryan at $100. $100. $100. Next is Metallica. Rob Fordham, it's all up to you. Gregory has this for $2.25. And I'm going to put it this way. If Rob Fordham or Gregory says out, I'm immediately selling it unless somebody else joins in on the bidding. So if you're like, well, now it's down to 2 people, I'm going to wait for the other person to go back up, then I'm immediately going to sell it when somebody else is out. So as soon as Rob says out or Gregory says out, it's sold. So I would start bidding, tying or something right now if you want in. And then over here, Motley Crue, just 1 bid with Nick Bargeron for $25. We're down to 2 people still on Megadeth. Dangerous Toys is about to sell, and Metallica still getting bids. Holy moly. Now here's what I'm going to do. Dangerous Toys is still getting bids. That's why I have 4 auctions up. Otherwise, we'd still have Megadeth and Dangerous Toys. This would not be up, that would not be up, and we'd still have those 2. Most of these tonight are going to keep getting bids, keep getting bids, keep getting bids, keep getting bids, keep getting bids. That's why I'm going to have to do 3, 4, 5 at a time. I'm going to try here in a minute and put up 10 simultaneous auctions. I'm going to put 5 right here, and I'm going to put 5 back there, and I'm just going to pause selling out the crates, and we're just going to take bids on everything. It's going to be insane. First thing I have is this. Ugg and the Caveman. If you want a price or more information, let me know. Laura's in the back working on marking some stuff right now. I still got 3 more crates of new vintage classic rock and other pop, soul, jazz that John's marked. Those are going to be bought now best offer. I'm going to do those, and those. As soon as we get done with that, I'm going to start mixing in some of these cassettes, okay? Next thing is this, Motley Crue Condition. It is a 1987 U.S. Specialty OG with the original under sleeve, VG++ EX. Motley Metallica is at $250. Rob Fordham's out. Next over here is Motley Crue at $32. Dangerous Toys is still getting bids. He's out. Now it's at $105. Ugg and the Caveman. If you need a price, let me know. The Flying Dutchman. What about this one? Dexter Romweber. Dexter who? Rom Weber. Blues. Let me slow down and try to say this. What a mouthful. Dexter Romweber. So Duo Trio. Boy, he should probably change his name. Over here, we have CCR Chronicle, their 20 greatest hits. James Cotton, Cut You Loose. This one was called The Satellites 4, 87 alternate rock surf music. Next is this, and this was Bon IVR. Final call again on Metallica, and it's at $250 with Gregory. Next is Buck Wilkin. We have Rattlesnake, Queen, A Night at the Opera, Camel the Snow Goose, A Little Taste of Southern Fried, Derek and the Dominoes in Concert, The Doors Classics, Men from Spectre, The Great American Eagle Tragedy, In Studio with Special, AKA. Next thing over here, Megadeth. What's the high bid at? It's with 007. Did the other bidder go out? One bidder went out. Manish Piri had it for 110. 007, did you bid again? Manish Piri did bid again at $110. So I want to make sure Manish Piri's at $110. Manish Piri's at $110. Metallica is at $260. I'm going to go ahead and put it in there. This is keeps getting bids and keeps getting bids and keeps getting bids. Megadeth, it's at $110. $110. I'm going to put it right here for right now. Dangerous Toys. Dangerous Toys is officially sold. That was epic. Calvin Ward, $105. Sold. Over here is Megadeth. He's out. Metallica is sold. $260. 007 already bid $110. Manish Piri, when you bid $110, you actually did not move the auction any. Yeah, 007 bid $110 6 minutes ago. 3 minutes after that, Manish also bid $110. Manish Piri, you have tied him, so he still has it. Thank you for noticing that. This is sold. Metallica. I had to beg for it to get a bid for $175, or to get another bid past $175. Thank you to Gregory. Thank you to Rob Fordham and everybody else that was bidding. This thing is sold. All right. Let's put this away. I see lots of other claims, lots of other questions. Now Megadeth's at $115. This thing could go for another half hour. It wouldn't surprise me. We're going to leave it right over there for right now, though. Now it's at $125. Now Motley Crue's at $55. The most recent comment or question or concern was, did you already do Metallica Whiplash? I have not. And then HM on Camel. HM is an abbreviation that stands for how much? VG plus, $19.99. Chris Sheridan gets The Doors. How much is Bon IVR? That was this album right here. $24.99. Fred Cardinale wants The Satellites. That was this one right here. That is sold to Fred Cardinale. Next is Megadeth at $125, Motley Crue at $65. Next auction is going up right now. Metallica, Kill 'Em All. This is a 1988 U.S. Carrollton Reissue Club. This includes the bonus tracks Am I Evil and Blitzkrieg that were not on the OG. It's in shrink, a $325 start. You heard this correctly. What kind of condition? Like new, 9.8, near mint minus, $325. This has the original under sleeve. This is the reissue of Kill 'Em All that has Blitzkrieg and Am I Evil. It's near mint and shrink wrap, $325 start, a top copy. Motley Crue's at $65. It's up to one person, Jersey Devil. Also over here, we have Queen the Game, David Knopfler, Eagles The Long Run, Steve Earle and the Dukes, Live Cream, Neil Young After the Gold Rush, Grateful Dead, Penrod, Larry Carlton, and Little Richard. Now, there was a couple questions. There was a question on Bon IVR, and there was a question on Camel. If y'all decide y'all want those, you can just go ahead and say sold. Now, Megadeth's at $150. Chad's going to finish off this monster. Feel like I'm not talking fast enough. Got a couple more sips, and then guess what? We're going to go right into another one, and then I'm going to drink that one. Then I'm going to go right into another one. And then Bon IVR is so to see no. William Drugovich wants the Flying Dutchman. That's over here to William Drugovich. Thank you on that one. Motley Crue's at 66. Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid. It's up to Manish Piri on the Megadeth. 007 has it for 150. Manish is in at 155. Metallica's a $325 start. If you check on those and that kind of grade, you'll see that you probably should be going ahead and bidding. You should have bid 5 minutes ago. You should have already locked in for. You should have go ahead and say, you know what, Chad, I'm going to go ahead and just say I'm in for 500, honestly. I'm just going to go ahead and knock this out and say I'm in for 500, and then we'll see if anybody wants to outbid me. You can try that strategy. It sometimes works. Sometimes somebody might bid 501, then you can bid 525. Okay, then somebody's going to bid 526, and then you can go ahead and bid 575. Here's a new crate of new check condition stuff. Let's knock this out right now quickly. New arrivals check condition. This is going to be fast and furious, okay? Nick Bargeron, it's up to you on Motley Crue. Jersey Devil has it for 66. Final call if you want to get a bid on that Metallica for $325. If not, somebody's going to grab it for a bot now, and you're going to be like, holy moly, why didn't I just go ahead and bid? Here is our next auction, Witness. Witness is a 1988 USOG Gold Stamp promo. 1988 USOG Gold Stamp promo with direct metal mastering, EX edition, a $15 start. These are new check condition records, priced as marked. So they've all been graded and they're priced as marked. They're graded and they're priced as marked, no more, no less. Charlie Daniels, Fire on the Mountain. We have the original bonus EP, VG Plus, $22.99 on the original label. $22.99. Elvis, How Great Thou Art. VG Plus $9.99. The Walt Disney Black Hole soundtrack, music by John Barry. VG Plus $14.99. Pink Floyd Relics. This is a 1982 pressing. VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. Aerosmith Live Bootleg. VG Plus $24.99. Also, we have Jan and Dean Meet Batman. VG Plus $19.99. Wait a minute. Is this what I think it is? This actually might have been some of my... I wonder if John touched my personal collection duplicates back here. Let me see if he moved any of these. I brought 3 crates of probably check condition duplicates out of my personal collection. I don't know if he might have picked a few out. I meant for him to price a few of these all together. But I'm going to tell him to work on those maybe tomorrow. I've got 6 crates out of my personal collection of like duplicates and stuff that I've been meaning to sell. It's where I know for sure I've gotten like either OGs or copies and shrink and near mint, and that's what some of these are. So I'm going to keep all these right now at sticker price. I'm going to keep all these at sticker price. Motley Crue got a new bid for $69. That means Jersey Devil, you're out. Metallica does have a bid for $325. We will be selling that unless somebody else bids. Jim Sedal says he'll take Camel if Jason Widener doesn't. I'm assuming Jason Widener's passing because he never did say yes or no or maybe. So we'll go ahead and pull that out. That's Camel the Snow Goose. VG Plus $19.99. That's so to Jim Sedal. Witness has a bid for $15. Jacket condition on Motley Crue. VG on the jacket. Does have a little bit of ring wear down here, a little bit of shelf wear here on the bottom. So we'll call that VG on the jacket, okay? Next is Glenn over on Twitch on GD. And GD was for Jan and Dean. He meant probably J and D, the Batman. Yes, that's so to Glenn over there. Next is Hendry. If you do want Aerosmith, I got to keep that one at $24.99. But thank you for the offer. Ed Riviere, but 20 on Witness. Michael Freiberger on Wellix. And then over here, can I see Batman? It's already sold. Jason Pass, Edmund on Jan and Dean, and Aerosmith on this. Now, what happened over here on Megadeth? Let's not forget about this. And it was 175 with 007. I have not called out that bid officially for Manny to be a final call. This is at $175 with 007. Waiting for Manny. That's the last person. I kind of forgot about that one. Now Motley Crue just got a new bid for 70. And don't forget, Rob Fordham, I'm going to go ahead and sleeve it. He has this copy, 88 club copy with the bonus tracks of Kill 'Em All, Near Mint and Shrink at $325. Sweet. Sweet. Sweet, and that's $325, a Grateful Dead. I did in the last crate. I had a Grateful Dead Goes to Heaven in the last crate. Is that what you want? Witness is now at 30. So guess what? X-Wing, you now have dibs on Batman. This is Jan and Dean meet Batman. It's on the original Liberty label. Really cool record here. VG Plus, $19.99. So X-Wing, if you want that, it's yours. If not, Edmund Estrada. And now let me go get the Grateful Dead. That's Grateful Dead Go to Heaven from the last crate. That's probably what Glenn over on Twitch wanted. That one was right here. VG Plus, $29.99. If that's right, then it's so do you. X-Wing does get Batman. And now, Glenn, if that's not right on Grateful Dead, let me know. There's some great check condition records in here. Roberta Flack, First Take, VG, $12.99 on Roberta Flack. Janis Joplin, Big Brother and the Holding Company, Cheap Thrills, VG condition, and it's on the first label. That is $14.99. Rob, Nice and Thank You on the Metallica, $325. That's so do you. I tried, just like with Gregory, I tried almost begging for somebody to outbid you. It didn't work this time, though. 35 on Witness, 35 on Witness. Motley Crue's out. This is sold to Jersey Devil for $70. And then I lost Manish on Megadeth. It's been a very, very reasonable amount of time. This is sold to 007. He's had it for 5 minutes at $175, and it's sold to him for $175. Now we're ready for new auctions. There's Witness. It's going to be getting bids for a while. Folks, how about we go right into another Megadeth picture disc? Boy, look at this one. Another one, a 1991 UK Megadeth picture disc. Wow, never seen this one. This is Hangar 18 and The Conjuring Live. It comes in the original plastic. Very, very cool. Megadeth, and that is going to go up for a $20 start. Laura says it does have some light fogging and gassing, which is very common for these, okay? It's very... Just lightly, okay? Still very cool for what it is. This one could be bid on for a while, okay? This one could be bid on for a while. It's Fire on the Mountain, The Grateful Dead. No, I don't think that's on this one. No. The one I mentioned was Saint of Circumstance, and I'll tell you why I know that one. I was watching like Sunday Night Football or something one night, and you know how when they cut to commercial break, I think it's the Sunday Night Football crew, the guys in the production team, they're really big into classic rock, especially there's a couple in there that are like huge Deadheads in the production team. I saw a video one time about it, and every once in a while they'll slip in a Grateful Dead snippet, and I heard that song and I was like, what is that? Because usually I can identify every song when they're cutting to commercial break. I was like, what the heck is that? I had to rewind it. I had to Shazam it or whatever. I was like, the Grateful Dead. I forgot those guys were Deadheads. So that's a pretty interesting song. But I heard that. I was like, boy, what kind of song is that? Of course, it was the Dead. If anybody wants that, he's passing. VG Plus, $29.99. Okay, Megadeth already took it off like a rocket ship. Witness is still getting bids. Ted Nugent Free For All. This is in VG Plus condition, $9.99. That's the original label. VG Plus, $9.99. And You're a Big Boy Now, The Lovin' Spoonful. EX condition, $12.99. And Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits, VG, $9.99. You make me so very happy. Next auction is going to go up right now. Folks, we got Megadeth. We got Witness. Oh, man. Iron Maiden, what a cool bootleg here, somewhere back in Brazil. This is an unofficial 2LP picture disc, limited to 500, Iron Maiden live in Brazil, March 5th, 2008, a $95 start. Sweet as Oreos. Very, very cool. So it's a double picture disc. We left the other one in here to kind of give you the effect. It's got like a die-cut cover. Somewhere back in Brazil, so it's kind of got that somewhere back in time cover theme with Eddie as a zombie, a mummy, I guess you should say. That's a $95 start. That's now on bid. Fire on the Mountain, Shakedown Street. There we go. Yeah, that's a good one. Fire on the Mountain. Somebody one time wanted that song, and I told him it was Marshall Tucker, which Marshall Tucker has that song too, but it's a completely different thing. Grateful Dead sounds almost like reggae, I think. All right, back up to the top, and we have what now? So, wow, Witness has taken off. It's already at 79, now 80. Matt Nichols picking up Ted Nugent. Amazing night tonight. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Megadeth still getting bids. It's now at 80. Now Iron Maiden's at 100. And crazy stuff up for auction right now. Mars Bonfire, 1968. That looks weird. It's on the Uni label. A lot of sock stuff's on Uni. That's also also the first label like Strawberry Alarm Clock and Elton John was on. $19.99 for Mars Bonfire. The Rolling Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll, and I Like It. VG, $14.99. We've surpassed 300 viewers tonight. That's thanks to everybody hitting the like button and the share button. If you're watching on Facebook, please hit the like button. That also helps y'all out. The more you hit like, the more chances you're liable not to miss a live stream from Cletco. If you're not just on here every night just watching and you sometimes forget, if you're relatively new, if you hit the like button, you'll see more of our posts, more of our announcements, etc. Same thing for YouTube. Make sure you've subscribed. Now, Jason, I don't know if this is actually a psych record. I was just saying it's on a label with a lot of psych. It kind of looks like it could be, but before I sell it to you, I don't know actually what genre that is. It's called Mars Bonfire. It certainly gives off those vibes, though. The Commodore's Greatest Hits, She's a Brick House, Easy Like Sunday Morning, Once, Twice, Three Times a Lady. That's the song Newman was singing when he ran over that sewing machine and he caught that mail truck on fire. $12.99, Commodore's Greatest Hits, and Van Morrison, Into the Music, EX $32.99. Jason Widener said he will take Mars Bonfire. Edwin Blom was second. How about Mary's Danish? Mary's Danish is indie rock from 89, VG $14.99. All right, let's do a big auction update. Witness, it does have a promo strip, and this promo strip actually has promo information on it. There is no white label promo that exists to this album, so this is the closest you're going to get. And the last bid on Witness was Dave Ferguson at $100. Dave Ferguson at $100. This is a sweet, another really cool die-cut Megadeth picture disc from the UK, Hangar 18. Nothing like this was ever released in the United States. These are all like UK type releases, but very, very cool. Has the original inner sleeve. And the last bid on Megadeth was 007 at 100. He's also got the high bid right now on Iron Maiden, this double picture disc, and that high bid is at 175. Next was Edwin Blom on Mars Bonfire, George Jones on VM Where, that was probably for I don't know, Edmund Estrada on Mary's Danish. And then Mars Bonfire wrote Born to be Wild. There you go. That's got to be a great album then. Jim Sedal on the Commodores. These are all sticker price. These are all sticker price. Witness still getting bids. Chad used to have Zeppelin. No, we sold out. It's a waiting list. The EP is sold out. It's a waiting list. We've already added 2 people tonight. When I went to reorder them yesterday, it still said pre-order. It didn't give me a quantity. I hope I can get more. I did get one Zeppelin 3 LP Deluxe, which I think somebody was on a waiting list for. That should be here next week, but I'm hoping, though, that they didn't make that thing a limited edition. So hopefully they're in stock and we can grab some for next week. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Next is Astronauts Orbit Campus, VG $12.99. George, I had a feeling that was for Van Morrison. Thank you, Van Morrison. So Tom Petty, you're going to get it. VG $14.99. Tom Petty, VG $14.99. And Badfinger. This album still has not been reissued since the 90s, I think. VG $14.99. Sterling, OG, of course, mastered by Lee Hoko. My Baby Blue, VG $14.99. Also a great song on here, Day After Day. Witness right now. Dave Ferguson was at 106. Calvin bid 110. Dave, you put 15. Does that mean 115? Jason Widener over here on Badfinger. Edmund Estrada got Mary's Danish. Yes. Jackie second on Badfinger. Nobody else bid on Megadeth, right? I do see an out. So 007, that's about to be yours for 100. And then Iron Maiden is at 180. Okay, 180, and that means Don Alker. It goes back to you. Okay, Don Alker, it's all back to you. I think that's who else was bidding. Yeah, Don Alker. Okay, so Badfinger, thank you, Laura. And now we have Grease, John Travolta, Olivia Newton-John, VG Plus $14.99. These are new check conditions, so these will be stickered price. Eagles, One of These Nights, VG Plus $14.99. Take It to the Limit. One more time. How much in condition of Van Morrison? It was EX. It was EX condition. Wow. Kiss, double platinum. An OG Terre Haute press, no award, just the record, VG $24.99. Witness is at 120, and Eurythmics is VG plus $16.99. Eurythmics in shrink and hop sticker. Also, Jets Gilberto, that is VG $19.99. Chris Frazier picking up double platinum. Now Iron Maiden's at 200, and Megadeth is sold, and Megadeth is sold for 100. And that's sold to 007 Platinum. Okay, Chris Frazier is going to pass on Kiss. Kiss is going back in the bin. If anybody wants Kiss, now's your time. There it is, double LP. We have Holiday in Turkey. The famous Turkish singer Lufti Gunreri, $9.99. Kathy gets the Eurythmics. That's sold to Kathy. Iron Maiden's at $200. David Saunders out. Witness is at $122. And now let's add a third auction, okay? Third auction is Wasp. Boy, this looks like a nice copy. Wasp is an 89 U.S. Specialty OG, a top copy. Laura says this is a top copy. What does that mean? It's OG, it's in shrink, it's near mint, it's complete, it's beautiful. Headless Children, $95 start. That's now up for bid. Chad Anderson says, I'll take the Kiss. That's so to Chad Anderson. Witness is at $124 right now. And then we have the Cars, their debut album in shrink wrap. It's a club copy. It looks like it. Yeah. I could tell the colors were a little bit different. Excuse me. VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. If anybody ever needs me for album identification, I can look at a cover sometimes across the room and say, that's a club copy. You, sir, are holding a club copy just based on the way the colors look. Still very nice, though, but I can just tell it's different than the OG. $24.99, or for the retail edition, $24.99 on the Cars. Classic album, Love, Fall Start. Love is a 1970 Los Angeles press. VG Plus $29.99. Matt Nichols on the Cars, Moving in Stereo. Great decision there. Thank you on that. Let's move this right over here in the sold bunch. Appreciate that. And what we're going to do is this. We're going to say Iron Maiden has a new bid for $225. The Witness album is a final call to Dave Ferguson, and Wasp is a $95 start. Charlie Daniels, boy, we don't get this one too much. This is in VG condition, $12.99. $12.99. Charlie Daniels, T. John Grease and Wolfman. That's in shrink, $12.99. Boy, don't get that one very often. The Vision Quest soundtrack, Journey, Madonna, Don Henley, Dio, Foreigner, Sammy Hagar. That's VG $9.99. Edward Rock on the Grease soundtrack. Grease is sold to Edward Rock. Thank you on that one. And Rush 2112, 1976 Terre Haute, VG Plus $29.99 on Rush. What is this strange device? It gives music. Witness is sold to Dave Ferguson for $124. Thank you on that. Iron Maiden, Don Alker's out. 007 has that for $225. It's up to one person, David Saunders. Wasp, in fact, did get a bid for $95 with Jeff Brindley. Final call. MT Matt. Let's see, we got Rush. Ryan Eaton on Charlie Daniels, sold. MT Matt on R for Rush, sold. Josh Brown on VQ for Vision Quest, sold. Matt Nichols next on Charlie Daniels. Paul Cruz next on Rush. My crate is full. Let me swap out right quick, and let's put up new auctions. Awesome. Laura has brought a bottle of water to me, which I'm about to mute and definitely take a drink of. But we're about to sell Iron Maiden. We're about to sell Wasp. So here's the next auction. We've had a request for Dio. Here is Dio, Strange Highways. Dio, a 1993 Grease OG pressing. This album was very tough to find on vinyl in 1993. This is the year 2025. It's still pretty difficult to find on vinyl. Strange Highways, 1993 Grease OG with the insert, EX edition, $75 start. What can this strange device be? When I touch it, it gives forth a sound. It's got wires that vibrate and give music. What can this thing be that I have found? Wow, that's a great, I love that part of 2112. Dio has a bid for $75. Jeff Brindley, the lone bidder on Wasp, he's out on Iron Maiden. This is sold to 007 for $225. $225 for 007. Thank you on that one. Let's move this over. Let's move that over. Let's move this. And Dio already has a bid for $75. Check condition. Rod Stewart, VG $12.99. Johnny Paycheck, take this job and shove it. Johnny Paycheck, VG Plus $17.99. The Tams, presenting the Tams, VG $12.99. Humble Pie, Rock On. That's VG Plus $14.99. Great album there, actually. Foghat, Rock and Roll Outlaws, VG Plus $9.99. The Mamas and Papas has that die-cut cover, a little bit of writing there on Michelle's head. VG $9.99. Johnny Hancock gets Johnny Paycheck, and Dio has a new bid for $80, now $85, and a classic album here. Are you reeling in the years? Back, Jack, do it again. Steely Dan's a 72 first label, VG Plus, $39.99. Dio, 85. Dio, 80. Next is a request for Pretty Maids and Wasp. Just one bid, sold to Jeff Brinley for $95. All right. We got slots at least for 2 more auctions. We got a request for Pretty Maids. Listen to what I have in the advertised auction still. Another Megadeth picture disc. Metallica Whiplash. Dio Intermission. Overkill Taken Over. Danzig. We got Wolf. We got Necropolis, Necrocula, the Necro, exactly. Smash Gladys, Slayer, Firehouse, Lamb of God, Great White, Def Leppard, Iron Maiden, Whitesnake, Twisted Sister, AC/DC, Metal Blade. I don't even know what this is. Who is this? Watain, Slayer, Ozzy, Pretty Maids, Ratt, and Alcatraz. We're actually going to go ahead and do the Pretty Maids right now. This is a 2019 Euro, 180 gram, 2019 Euro reissue, $55 start. It's called Pandemonium. Pretty Maids is now up for auction, okay? I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second while I take a drink of water before I fall over. Pretty Maids is now up for bid. All right. First, we got a request for Metal Blade, Empty Mat on Steely Dan. Great decision there. I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Oh, yeah. The Best of Metal Blade, Volume 2. A 1987 U.S. original compilation with accompanying sleeve EX edition. Thin Lizzy, Fate's Warning, and other artists from Metal Blade. This is going to go up. Hallows Eve, etc., etc. $30 start on that. What about Dio over here? Brian Thurman, you tied Gregory. He bid $100 first on that one. I'm just going to read these titles right quick. If you want something out of here, just let me know, okay? Charlie Daniels, Fire on the Mountain. Elvis, How Great Thou Art. Roberta Flack, First Take. The Black Hole soundtrack. Big Brother and the Holding Company. Love and Spoonful, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. The Rolling Stones, The Astronauts, Tom Petty, The Eagles. We have Jets, Gilberto. We have Holiday Inn Turkey, Love False Start, Rod Stewart, The Tams, Rock on Humble Pie, Foghat, and Mamas and Papas. Don Aukler, the Iron Maidens, whatever was advertised in the post today that was on Facebook on Collectco, that's the only ones we're going to be selling tonight. I think we had 2 or 3. That's all it's not like I have a whole box over here ready to go. They're in the back. I actually don't know where they're at. Whatever was posted today is what we're selling tonight. We've posted, what, 2 or 3? I think we've already sold 2 or 3. There's at least maybe 1 more over here. The other ones will have to be ready at another time. I wish I had like 100 right over here just ready to sell. Honestly, if you came in here right now and said, Chad, I want to see the Iron Maiden boots, I would be like, I don't even know where they're at. Big Brother condition, that was right over here. Big Brother and the Holding Company. This is in VG condition, $14.99. VG, $14.99 on that one. Pretty Maids is at $90. Metal Blade has already got bids for $40, $45, and another $45. And then over here, the Dio. Did anybody else bid more than $100? It was tied, and it was with Gregory. Brian Thurman, you're out, okay? Price on the Stones. It's only rock and roll. That's going right back here. That's in VG condition, $14.99. Dio's a final call to Gregory then for $100. Brian Thurman's out. Pretty Maids is at $120. The Metal Blade compilations with John Kaiser at $45. Everybody else is out. John Kaiser has it for $45. Now, we're going to go ahead and go through another crate, probably buy it now, best offer, okay? Razman says, I'll take Big Brother. Are you the one that asked about it? You were. Let's go ahead and sell that to you. I'd also like to show you some new sealed metal. There's a lot more people watching right now than when we started the show earlier tonight. I ordered a lot of new metal that maybe you didn't catch earlier when we first went live. So I'd like to maybe try to slip that in right quick and show you some of those titles. Don't forget, I still also got Motley Crue, Judas Priest, Metallica, Yngwie, Stryper, Black Sabbath, Metallica, Stryper, Kiss, Judas Priest, Raven, Ratt, Raven, Stryper, AC/DC, Judas Priest, and Stryper. Those are not exaggerations. That's a crate over here. That video was also posted. So after 7 o'clock on Thursday night metal nights, you pretty much kind of know what's going to be auctioned because we post the gallery of photos. Now, if we have any other surprises, like tonight, we just literally bought 1,000 cassettes over here and CDs combined. I bet combined there's hundreds over here. There might be 1,000. Those are going to be shown here in just a second. I'm going to try to get through all these new arrivals. And at some point tonight, we might be still selling insane metal auctions, but showing nothing but CDs and cassettes, because I guarantee that will definitely outpace vinyl when we start showing some of these. Orbit Culture. I don't have an answer for you yet. Here is some new metal that came in tonight very quickly. One more time. Bathory Hammerheart. That's a 2LP. Bathory was $44.99. Oceans of Slumber is a 2LP, $44.99. Also, Reverend Horton Heat. Smoke 'em if you got them. That was $29. Rage Against the Machine, self-titled, Killing in the Name, $29.99. Bolt Thrower is $33.99. We have Blue October for $44.99. And then Savatage, $54.99. Japan Live, $19.94. Burning Witches, Inquisition is $29.99. Let me pause right there. Nobody else bid on Dio, right? That's so did Gregory for $100. Pretty Maids. Cosmo Kramer has that for $145. Now it's at $47 on the Metal Blade. Can you put up Kill 'Em All soon? That's already sold. Kill 'Em All sold for $325 earlier. However, I am going to put this up right here. Whiplash, Metallica. Folks, this is the 1985 USOG Whiplash EP single. VG Plus condition, $55 start. It's an OG Silver Megaforce label. VG Plus condition, $55 start on that. $55 start. Metal Blades at $47. First is Richard Davis on Burning Witches and Satyricon Frost on Bolt Thrower. If this is actually, I looked up that old post that I made in the group about 2 months ago saying, hey, give me metal suggestions. I started going back through those comments. I found Burning Witches. Somebody said Savatage. Somebody said Blue October. Somebody said More Rage. Somebody said Reverend Horton Heat. Somebody said Ocean Slumber. Somebody said Bathory. Also, we have Korn self-titled. That's $49.99. And Entombed, Uprising was $39. And then Megadeth Dystopia, $34.99. Megadeth $34, Entombed $39, Korn $49, Burning Witches $29, Savatage $54, Blue October $44, Rage $29, Reverends $29, Ocean Slumber $44, and Bathory $44. What about Pretty Maids? The most recent bid was Cosmo Kramer at $145, Dwayne Sevilla, you've been outbid. Whiplash, $55, $55, $60, now $60. And the Metal Blade comp, Glenn has it for $55. If anybody else wants anything in here, these will be right here next to me for the rest of the night. So if you're like, should I buy that Blue October? Sure, you can. Right over here, Entombed. That is so to Kelly Gabney. And then Brian Thurman put okay. Was that an answer or was that a claim? I don't think there was any okays in here, was there? No. There's an Ocean Slumber. There's an OS. Let's put this right over here. So there's all those. And don't forget, it is $8 in limited shipping. So if anybody's relatively new and you're like, how does this work? Well, it's $8 in limited shipping. That starts on Monday when we start a new show. So when I go live on Mondays, it's $8 in limited shipping for the whole week. That's Monday show, Tuesday show, Wednesday show, Thursday show, Friday show. Since I have lots of these in stock, I'm going to show you Acid Bath right quick. We have Acid Bath. This is called When the Kite String Pops, and Pagan Terrorism Tactics. I got Acid Bath. Those are $39.99. $39.99 for Acid Bath. I'm going to put those right there in case you want those. And then let's jump over here, trying to find another crate right quick to breeze through before I go into some more vintage OG stuff. Somewhere around here, I should have a crate with like some really good looking metal stuff. How about we run through this one right quick? I bet this has some good titles in it. And boy, can I go through these fast. I still got the Celtic Frost box set. If anybody's interested in that, I'll bring it out. And then over here, let's figure out what we have. The first thing I have is Pretty Maids, which did get a new bid. Cosmo Kramer, you got outbid. Dwayne Sevilla, in fact, did bid $155. So Cosmo, you're out on that. The Best of Metal Blade over here. The Best of Metal Blade over here. The last bid is Glenn at $65. Glenn put Metallica. So who has Metal Blade? Metal Blade over here. The last bid on this was John Kaiser at $47. John Kaiser, if you think you're in higher or you want to be higher, put MB for Metal Blade. Now Pretty Maids is at $160, and now Metallica Whiplash. The most recent bid is Glenn at $65. This is an OG 1985. US Whiplash Silver Megaforce VG cover. VG cover. Let me answer some other questions right quick. The first question is, Chad, what happened to the Tomb Record Store Day Essentials pre-order? Maybe Laura can pull that up and see if they've moved the release date. They may have. Fred Carnell wants to see Blue October. Blue October. Fred, you just missed a whole crate of new vinyl. Blue October's right here. History for sale. 2 LP, black, clear black vinyl with lyric insert. $44.99. Here's some other new titles quickly. Okay, quickly. And then we're going to do some more vintage buy now best offer. Fleetwood Mac, Tango on the Night, Rhino Reserve, all analog. Fleetwood Mac, Rhino Reserve, $38.99. Motorhead, No Sleep Till Hammersmith, Yellow and Black Swirl Vinyl, Half Speed Master, $36.99. Also, Van Halen Balance, that's a 2 LP, the 1995 album, finally reissued, $39.99. We have Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, Live at the Greek, that's a double LP. Jimmy Page, Black Crowes, $38.99. Van Halen 2, $33.99. David Lee Roth, this is a sealed OG pressing. We're getting these new from our distributors. They're OG old stock, $28.99 for David Lee Roth. The Darkness Permission to Land was $33.99. Smash the 80s, that's a double LP, $33.99. Fred Carnell wants that last Blue October. Dan Alker, I can put you on a waiting list for next week, but Fred asked first. He did get the last copy. Pretty Maids over here. Cosmo Kramer's out. This is sold to Dwayne Sevilla then. Dwayne, this is sold to you for $155. Thank you on that. Let's put that away. Let's also put Ryan Eaton on a Blue October waiting list. Metal Blade did not get another bid, it looks like. I'm going to go back and find John Kaiser's bid, and I'm going to make sure nobody else bid. There's John Kaiser's bid almost 5 minutes ago. Metal Blade, $47, almost 5 minutes ago. I'm scrolling, and nobody else bid. That is sold. Also over here is Metallica. The Metallica over here is Brandon Jones, Utah Glenn bid $70. Don Alker said he asked first on the Blue October. Let's go back to the top and see what happened. Let's see who asked first. We sold Kelly Gabney in Entombed, right? Let me make sure I pulled that for Kelly Gabney. I did, and then there's Blue October. So the first person who asked was Don Alker, then Fred Carnell, and then somebody asked the price. Then somebody asked what was Blue October. Then Fred said, did you say Blue October? And then somebody else said, what was Blue October? Holy moly. So Dan Alker gets the Blue October. That means Fred Carnell goes on a waiting list. That means Ryan Eaton goes on a waiting list. This goes to Don Alker. Now it's going to be Fred Carnell on the wait list. Now it's going to be Ryan Eaton. How about we get 5 more people? Let's get 5 more people right now to say, Chad, I would love to go on a wait list for Blue October, history for sale. First time ever on vinyl. There is no OG of this. If you're like, nah, I'm going to hold out for an OG, I'm holding it right now. This is the OG pressing that originally came out in 2003. First time ever on vinyl, 2025. This is it. There is no OG pressing from 2003. This is it. We got 2 people on the wait list. Anybody else? Paul Cadridge got a Van Halen 2. Anybody else wants one? Now Metallica's at $75. That could be getting bids for the next half hour. Here's our next auction. We got Metallica. I read off Slayer like 30 times. Here is Slayer. This is called Back to Hellfire. It's an unofficial on red vinyl Slayer VG Plus, a $45 start. It's a 1990 German unofficial on red vinyl Slayer. This is in Essen, Germany, not January 10th, 1989. $45 start on Slayer. Never seen that before. That's now for bid. Let's also add a third auction. The next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be Ozzy, The Ultimate Sin. This album's not in print. It's never been reissued except for the Ozzy Osbourne box set. This is it right here. Ozzy, The Ultimate Sin. A 1986 U.S. Pittman original pressing. It has the original under sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition. It's going to go up for a $50 start. There's the original under sleeve. There's the jacket. Has a little bit of a stress crease right there. Ozzy's now up for bid. Paul Cadridge says other Van Halen, not Van Halen 2. So he wants Van Halen Balance. So Van Halen Balance is sold to Paul Cadridge, not Van Halen 2. Slayer has a bid for $45. Steel Panther Feel the Steel, $36.99. Limited edition purple vinyl. How much is Blue October? $44.99. We also have Metallica Death Magnetic, $44.99. Double LP on that one. Metallica Reload is $46. The Darkness Motorheart, $36. Van Halen Fair Warning, that's $33.99. One copy left. Slayer 45, Slayer 50, Ozzy's at 50, Metallica. Glenn over on Twitch has it for 85. Kaysen, you're out. Brandon Jones, you're out. Ozzy has three $50 bids. Black Sabbath debut remaster, $33.99. Spinal Tap, this is Spinal Tap, $36.99. And we have Spinal Tap Break Like the Wind, $36.99. I got 2 copies of Spinal Tap Break Like the Wind. Those have been out of print since like 1987, and then there's that one, and then this one has been out of print since about 1992. That's a long time. Tim Rory wants Fair Warning. That's right here. Van Halen sold to Tim Rory. Metallica's a 95. So what's left in here? Very quickly, if anybody wants anything, let me know. Spinal Tap, Spinal Tap. Tom Sullivan wants a Spinal Tap Break Like the Wind. There's now one of those left. I also have This Is Spinal Tap. Spinal Tap, Spinal Tap, Spinal Tap, Spinal Tap. Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath. The Darkness, Metallica, 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 Metallica. Steel Panther, Steel Panther. Smash the 80s compilation. New Order, Duran Duran, Aha, Spandau Ballet, Simply Red, Bananarama Smiths. Darkness, Darkness. David Lee Roth, Van Halen, Jimmy Page, Van Halen, Motorhead, Fleetwood Mac, Fleetwood Mac, Fleetwood Mac. The last bid on Ozzy is now at $70. The last bid on Metallica was $95. Slayer is at $50 with David Sonder. Carlos over on YouTube, you've been outbid. David's watching over on Twitch. If you want to bid again, you can. You got to bid more than 50. If not, you can say out and we'll end the auction. Metallica's at 100. Let's go through another pre-owned crate over here. We're about to go through a crate of buy it now or best offer. How much, Chad? Well, it's going to be best offer. They're priced. You can go ahead and buy them, or you can make a best offer. Doesn't matter to me. I'm here to sell records. We're trying to sell records as fast and as efficiently as possible. I do have another check condition crate we could do at sticker price. I'd actually rather do that one first. Let's do this check condition crate at sticker price. Let's do this one, okay? There are great titles in here. Let's knock out this one quickly, okay? Very, very quickly, this check condition crate. Let's do it right now. Here we go. Here we go. This is going to be fast and furious. Hope everybody's ready, just like the movie. All right. Slayer has a new bid with Alonzo for $55. Ozzy has a new bid with Josh Jones for $73. So Josh Jones has Ozzy for $73. That's the most recent bid. Metallica has hit 100. We're about to go through a best offer crate right now. We're about to go through a check condition crate right now, which these are going to be sticker price, okay? Here we go. First thing is this, The Animals with Eric Burden, In the Beginning, VG condition, $9.99. Pink Floyd, The Wall, VG $26.99. No barcode, probably a pretty good chance it's a 1979. VG $26.99. The Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band, 9 Tonight, VG Plus $17.99. The Doors, Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine, VG $14.99. And ZZ Top Fandango, VG Plus $19.99. David Saunders, you have been outbid on Slayer. The high bid is with Alonzo at $55. Metallica is sold for $100 to Brandon Jones. Thank you, Brandon. That's so to you. Awesome pickup there. Appreciate that. That's so to you. OG Whiplash there. Awesome. Matt Nichols picking up the Doors. That's so to Matt Nichols. Over here is Slayer waiting for David Saunders. Ozzy's now at $75.75. Don Alker also says he'll grab the Smash 80s and The Wall. So he wants that compilation over here from this other crate. This is so to Don Alker, this 2 LP compilation. And he also wants The Wall here. Let's sell that to him. Okay, now Ozzy's at $78. Next auction is going to go up right now. Megadeth, Holy Wars, The Punishment Due. Goodness gracious. This is a 1990 UKOG limited edition picture disc. VG Plus, a $25 start. Megadeth, The Holy Wars, The Punishment Due. Wow, look at this here. Good luck bidding, everybody. Has the original paper sleeve that came with it. That's going to go up for bid right now, a $25 start. There's Vic Rattlehead. Good luck bidding for everybody, okay? Over here, we got Slayer 6065. What is Ozzy on the pressing plant? Ozzy, The Ultimate Sin is a 1986 U.S. Pittman OG with the original under sleeve, VG Plus condition. Matthew Sherrick now has it for $90. Megadeth now for bid. Wouldn't be surprised if that one brings $100 as well. Now Slayer is still getting bids. It's at $65. Next is the Rolling Stones Tattoo You. Why Don't You Start Me Up? VG Plus $24.99, mastered by Bob Ludwig. VG Plus for Tattoo You. Also ELO 2, Electrolyte Orchestra 2 is VG Plus $12.99. Leonard Skinner. This one's not for sale. I've been looking for that. I know the guy who originally owned these. Sorry. We have Queen 2. This is VG condition, $14.99. Queen 2 is VG $14.99, and Jethro Tull to be thick as a brick. Jethro Tull is in VG condition, $12.99. The Call Modern Romans, VG $9.99. Turd Ferguson on the Rolling Stones. Thank you, Turd Ferguson. And we have Alice Cooper Show, VG Plus $19.99. Slayer, David Saunders is out. This is sold to Alonzo Breezy Brisno Jr. at $65. Let's go ahead and put that away over here. Megadeth is at $75. And what about Ozzy over here? Ozzy has a new bid for $93. Megadeth is at $75. Brian Call is in on the call. Brian Call gets the call, spelt different ways, K-A-H-L-C-A-L-L. Next auction is going to go up right now. Here's something from the high-end tab, but I don't know much about it. It's called Watain Lawless Darkness. A 2010 Euro OG limited to 2,500 copies with giant poster. Book inside gatefold is starting to detach. Watain has this die-cut cover that looks like a swirling abyss down into a black hole. $55 star. That's now up for bid, okay? Everything in this crate is sticker price. So Red Betty put Queen 10, and then Matt Nichols put Queen 14. The price on Queen is VG $14.99. So if you want it, it's yours. If not, these are all sticker price, okay? Megadeth has hit 100, then another 100. Watain has bids for $55.55. The Vintage Years of Del Shannon, VG Plus $14.99. Pat Travers Crash and Burn, EX $17.99. And then Buddy Holly and the Crickets 20 Golden Greats, VG $9.99. Red Betty, have you bought from us before? If so, then you get Queen, or if you haven't, you still get Queen, but I need you to register, okay? Thank you on that. And then Curtis Marachi wants a Burning Witches if it's still available. You're lucky. I had one copy left. So did Curtis Marachi. Don Alker wants to be thick as a brick here. That's so did Don Alker. And that's Michael Snared on Red Betty 1967. Michael Snared, whoever's watching this sale, probably G. It's Michael Snared, okay? Watain 65. We've already sold Queen. And then over here is the Red Rubber Ball by the Circle, VG $9.99. Ozzy, the last bid that came in on Ozzy was Josh Jones, okay, at $93. Josh Jones is at $93. And over here, Watain's at $65. And Megadeth, Chad Utah 007 Platinum, he came in first. Kiss, alive, boy, this just had an anniversary yesterday. This is a 1976 pressing, alive, VG $19.99. Third pressing of that one. Van Morrison, No Guru, No Method, EX $26.99. Bruce's EX $16.99. And the Doors Full Circle, VG Plus $24.99. So Megadeth is a final call, and now so is Ozzy, which the high bid on that one was Josh Jones at $93. Watain still getting bids. Megadeth still getting bids. And we have Boomtown Rats, a tonic for the troop, VG $9.99. Brian Call on Kiss. You wanted the best, you got it. Also, we have the Eurythmics Touch. Here Comes the Rain Again, VG $9.99. Joe Salamo gets Bruce Springsteen. That's so to Joe Salamo. New Riders is VG Plus $9.99. And The Who, Who's Next, VG $14.99. The Who's Next. All right, so Watain's at 70. Ozzy is officially sold in, and that's so to Josh MF Jones, $93. Always a chuckle every time I say that. That's so to him. Let's put this away, and I want to make sure we're done on Megadeth, and we're not done on Megadeth. 007's in at $125, okay? Let's put that away. Let's move this right over here. Let's move that right over here. So I am going to officially, if I can move some stuff around over here, I'm going to officially start trying to get to the most of these cassettes as I can get to. I'm going to pull out the crazy nonsense stuff, and we're going to start trying to throw some of those up for auction. As our third and fourth auctions, okay? And then after I go through a whole tray and I start saying, okay, that's about everything I want to pull out of here, you know what we'll do? We'll start making the rest for buy it nows. But here's the first one. This is Anthrax Persistence of Time. Anthrax Persistence of Time is going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Next is Iron Butterfly. This is Metamorphosis, VG $9.99. And the Exotic Sitar and Sarad of Ravi Shankar. He was personal friends with George Harrison. VG Plus $14.99. Megadeth is at $125. Chad Sauls, it's up to you. Watain is at $71. Hiram Aponte, you've been outbid. Anthrax is a $10 start. Next auction is this really clean copy of Dio, Intermission. Dio is an 86 U.S. Specialty OG near mint. Near mint, $35 start on that. Next is Elton John, 21 at 33. That's VG Plus, $14.99. And we have Madman Across the Water, Elton John, VG Condition, $14.99. That's on the original Uni label. That is a must-have, in my opinion. VG, $14.99. And we have Richard Pryor, VG Condition, $9.99. Watane's at $75. Megadeth's at $130. And Dio's at $35. Anthrax is a $10 start. Chad needs a drink of water in 2 seconds after I finish this crate. Blondie, Eat to the Beat, VG Plus, $17.99. And Bob Dylan and the Band is VG Plus, $26.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. This is a new check condition crate, sticker price. Watane, 75, Megadeth, 130. Dio, 35. Andy Lane's in on Anthrax at $10, final call. Nick Bargeron got Richard Pryor. That is sold. Also, 10 Years After Undead, VG Plus, $14.99. David Jennings got Elton John, Madman Across the Water. That's sold. The Best of Sam Cooke, Having a Party. VG Condition, $14.99. Also over here, Walk on the Wild Side. Hey Babe, Walk on the Wild Side. Lou Reed is VG Plus, $22.99. Over here, we have Anthrax sold to Andy Lane for $10. Cassette number 1 of about 3,000 sold tonight. Thank you, Andy. That is sold to you. Dio just got 1 bid. Final call to Nick Bargeron for $35. Beautiful copy. Watane, I didn't see any outs yet. Deckelman is out, so Hiram has it for $75. Final call. And Megadeth at $135. It's up to John Kaiser. Now, the rest of this crate is still available. These are all check condition, new arrivals. How much is Dylan and the Band Before the Flood? Over here, this is VG Plus, $26.99. Babylon AD cassette. Did I mention that earlier? Now, I want to let y'all know, earlier when I was spilling off those titles, one after another, Paul was setting a tray down, then he brought and set another tray down, then he brought and set another tray down, and then he brought and set another tray down. So if I read some stuff off, I'm sure I'm going to show it before the night's over, but you're also going to have to give me the next few hours, okay? But I'll try my best, okay? Here it is right here, Babylon AD. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Good luck bidding. John Kaiser's out on Megadeth. One second, please. We'll get to them all, though, I promise. All right, so over here, he's out on Megadeth. This is so 007 Platinum for $135. Thank you on that. Let's put this away. And let's put it back in its sleeve in the boarding bag. We've got it in. Thank you on that one. Babylon AD has 1 bid for $10. Going once, going twice on that. Let's put that away. Man, we still got a lot of LPs, though, to sell. Holy moly. I'm going to lay that one flat right here because I'm about to sell Watane. And Watane is officially sold to Hiram Ponte for $75. Dio got 1 bid with Nick Bargeron for $35. And now it's ready for more LPs. Here's what's coming next right now. Holy moly, it's Firehouse. It is a bootleg unofficial. It's a 2022 US on red vinyl. Firehouse is now a $30 start. Final call on Babylon for $10. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Iron Maiden, and that's this one right here. This is the 4-track with 2 live tracks. Iron Maiden is a 1980 Euro original EX, $25 start. Iron Maiden's a $25 start. Babylon AD has a new bid for $15. If anybody wants anything in here, these are all sticker price, check condition. I'm just going to read the titles. Bob Dylan's VG Plus, $26.99. The Animals with Eric Byrne in the beginning. Bob Seger, 9 Tonight. ZZ Top Fandango, ELO 2. Alice Cooper Show, The Vintage Years, Dale Shannon. Pat Travers, Crash and Burn. Buddy Holly and the Crickets, 20 Golden Greats. VG, $9.99. And then Iron Maiden's a $25 start. No bid yet. No bid on Firehouse. Going once, going twice on both of those. Babylon AD has a new bid for 15 with Empty Mass. Steve McGee's in on Iron Maiden for 25. Don Walker's in on Iron Maiden for 35. And Babylon AD, it's up to decrement on that one. Van Morrison, No Guru, No Method. The Firehouse, I'm looking for a $30 start on that one. It is a red vinyl bootleg unofficial. The Doors Full Circle, Boomtown Rats, Tonic for the Troop, Eurythmics Touch, New Riders, Burrow, The Who, Who's Next, We Won't Get Fooled Again, Iron Butterfly, Metamorphosis, Ravi Shankar, Elton John, Blondie, 10 Years After, The Best of Sam Cooke, and The Best of Lou Reed. Hey, babe, walk on the wild side. Do. The Best of Sam Cooke, Chain Gang, Cupid, Having a Party, You Send Me. What a wonderful world. So many great songs on there. Okay, over here, we got Iron Maiden at 50, Iron Maiden at 55. Babylon AD. What is the Iron Maiden? Babylon AD. It's up to decrement on that one. The most recent bid was $15. Listen to these bids. Iron Maiden 25, Iron Maiden 35, Iron Maiden 30, Iron Maiden 30, Iron Maiden 45. ZZ Top price and condition. This is VG Plus $19.99. Firehouse has a bid for 30. Next thing over here is Iron Maiden 50, Iron Maiden 55. How much was Seeger? That was $9 tonight. Bob Seeger, Brian Call, VG Plus $17.99. What is the Iron Maiden? What is Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden 55. Chad, what is the Iron Maiden? Is Lou Reed a single? No, Lou Reed's a full album. The Walk on the Wild Side, VG Plus $22.99. Firehouse 32. More info on Iron Maiden. Chad, what is Iron Maiden? What is the ELO? ELO is Electrolyte Orchestra 2. VG minus cover, VG Plus vinyl, $12.99. We have Iron Maiden 60. Is this best offer? No. Josh Brown said sold. Josh Brown asked about which one? Josh Brown asked about ZZ Top. He gets Fandango. Brian Call says he'll take the Bob Seeger. These are all new arrival sticker price. Firehouse, this has a new bid for $32 of Josh Jones. Brian Call, you've been outbid. Over here, this is sold, and the Babylon AD cassette is sold for $15, and that is sold for $15 to Empty Matt. You get that one right over here. Thank you on that one. Iron Maiden, let's go over this again. Iron Maiden's a 1980 Euro OG, 1980 Euro OG, 1980. It's a OG pressing. It's at $62. Over here, we have Sam Cooke price. That's in VG condition, $14.99. Anybody else, anything in here? Firehouse has a new bid. Iron Maiden has a new bid. Next auction is Overkill, taking over. Overkill is a 1987 U.S. Specialty OG Gold Stamp promo. Has the original on her sleeve, VG++ EX. Overkill is a $35 start. $35 start. Anybody else? If not, we're about to go through a vintage buy it now best offer crate. A vintage buy it now best offer crate. That's what's coming up next. Next cassette. We've sold Anthrax. We've sold Babylon AD. We're also going to put up Bang Tango. Bang Tango, Psycho Cafe, super clean one. These are the jewel cases I'm talking about. This one looks like a new jewel case. These are the ones I'm talking about. If you can ever find these in wholesale, like a big group of them, for those that's been buying cassettes, you put them in these. They just look so clean and so nice. Bang Tango is going to go up for a $10 start. Out on Firehouse, Iron Maiden's at 70. Did I miss a Metal Church? You did. You did. Let's put this right here behind me. Shoot, ba-doo, da-doo, do-doo, da-doo, do-da-doo, boom, boom. So Vicious. That's another great Lou Reed song, Vicious. Of course, he did all the stuff with the Velvet Underground. And we got a crate coming up right now from John, and good gosh, look at all this. I see some great titles, and then I see stuff I don't know with like crazy looking covers. That's going to be at the end of the crate technically for y'all. And yeah, let's go through this crate best offer. This one could be interesting. I'm going to be saying a lot of genres and years and countries, okay? And it is 9 o'clock. It's kind of time for my surprise of the night. So let me go ahead and put this up. As y'all know, we've sold several of these, and I have another one here. And every night you'll hear me say, well, I'm over here talking to somebody. I may have a deal done on this or a deal done on that. And I had this perfect timing for tonight. And I'm going to go ahead and say we're going to put up a 5th auction. And this is Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, autographed by the madman himself, the Prince of Darkness, JSA authenticated, and this is going to go up for a $1,500 start. Every time we've offered an Ozzy autograph, there hasn't been any left behind by the end of the night. Hopefully no different from this one. Signed Diary of a Madman, beautiful signature, silver paint pen, JSA authenticated. It's good to go. $15 start. The actual jacket is a 2011 remaster, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a disc with it. I actually have kept a sealed Ozzy over here, that because I knew this was probably, I've got a disc for it, okay? That right there is just the jacket, but I do have a disc, okay? So I'm going to include a brand new sealed copy of Diary, which I have somewhere over here. I've got it somewhere. I don't know what I've done with it, but I've had it laying over here next to me for a couple of days now when I knew, yeah. Okay, so yeah, $1,500 start. Good luck, everybody. It's now up for bid. So let's go and do this crate buy now best offer. Let me also update all the other auctions. Hopefully I can sell some of these because now I've overextended myself. I've got five items up right now. The first thing was a Firehouse. Brian Call went out. That was with Josh Jones for $37. It's a bootleg red vinyl unofficial. So I'm assuming we're done on Firehouse, okay? Bang Tango got a bid for 10. Iron Maiden still getting bids. And then Overkill. The last bid on Overkill that came in was Hessen at $39, okay? Iron Maiden's at $100. Laura's working on marking crates right now. We have the What For. This is a 1989 German Garage, $19.99. So let me refresh y'all on something. This is the year the record was made. This is the country it was made in. And this is the genre. So 1989, the country it was made in, and then the genre, okay? This is the What For. 89 German Garage, $19.99. The Butterfly Collectors, an 86 German Indie Rock, $19.99 on that one. And the Mines Plastic Girls, 2003 German Garage, $19.99. Firehouse is sold for $37, and Firehouse is sold to Josh Jones, the red vinyl bootleg unofficial, $37. That's sold. Bang Tango has a new bid for $11. MT Matt, Doug Reader, you've tied them. So they're still bidding on Bang Tango. Let's leave that right there. The last bid that came in on Iron Maiden was David Saunders at $100. David Saunders at $100. That's the high bid on this right now. Now it's at $105. And now we have Overkill taking over. Overkill taking over. The most recent bid was Chase Arnold at $50. Let's go ahead and put Bang Tango back right there. And of course, Ozzy is a $1,500 start. Signed Diary of a Madman. This is a best offer crate. Fred Cardinale got what? Fred Cardinale got Mines. Bang Tango's at $15. Next is John Denver, Seasons of the Heart, $9.99. The Kinks, Muswell Hillbillies. The Kinks is $24.99. Leonard Cohen, Song from a Room, a 1960 360 sound label with promo strip. Wow, $39.99. That's pretty crazy to see that in there. The Bangles, Different Light. I'm Walking on Sunshine. Wrong group, Chad. That's Katrina and the Waves. How about Manic Monday? I was thinking about Walk Like an Egyptian. $29.99. Brian Call on the Kinks. That sold. Iron Maiden's at $110. Bang Tango's at $15, by the way. The last bid that came in on Overkill is now going once, going twice. And that Overkill bid is with Chase Arnold at $50. If you want to bid on Ozzy, $1,500, going twice, going 3 times. If not, I'm about to make it a buy it now. And then I will say, in the last couple months, I've sold about 8 or 9 Ozzy autographs. Probably 5 of them have been buy it nows. But if you for sure want to lock in a bid, it's $1,500. JSA authenticated. It's good. I'm personally guaranteeing it well. Fresh Air 3, $14.99. Also, we have the return of Wii 5, $9.99. The return of Wii 5. A white label promo. We have 50-foot combo, Strike, the early years, 1994 to 2000, $39.99. 2000 Belgium. Cohen condition. Leonard Cohen has no condition notes on the vinyl. This crate, everything in here is EX Plus or better. The cover has a little bit of wear with promo strip, $39.99. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $120. 120. Right now, Bang Tango is sold to MT Matt for 15, okay? Now, next is Flying Saucer. This is a 1981 UK Rockabilly, $19.99 on that. And Chariot, I Am Ben Hur. Chariot is a 1998 Spain, $19.99. Overkill is sold to Chase Arnold for $50. Iron Maiden's at $120. If anybody wants Aussie, you can pick it up for $1,500. That's it. That's how much it is. You may ask yourself, how much did you just say, Chad? It's $1,500. I'm going to set it over here very carefully. Now they know that I have it, and now they know it's up for bid. You can go ahead and say, Chad, I'll take it. All right, first thing is Iron Maiden's at $121. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Def Leppard Hysteria, 1987 US Hop Hog Original with the original inner sleeve. EX Edition, Def Leppard Hysteria is now up for bid, a $30 start. Next auction is Anthrax, Attack of the Killer Bees. Anthrax is going to go up for a $10 start. Price on 50-foot combo, $39.99, 2,000 pressing. Iron Maiden, $125. Triumph Allied Forces, $19.99. Cohen's at $29. Sell that to Jay Castillo for $29. Also over here, we have Willie Nelson Without a Song. Willie Nelson's $14.99. Also, Margie Evans, Another Blues Day. The cover has a little bit of a crease down here on the corner, and this is a 84 German press, $19.99. We have Triumph at $12 of Beast Smoker. I'll take 15 for it. John Durden said 12, 10 on Willie Nelson. I'll go ahead and sell that for 10. I'll do 15 on Triumph. The last bid on Iron Maiden. The last bid on Iron Maiden over here. What was the last bid on Iron Maiden? The last bid on Iron Maiden was David Saunders at $125. Anthrax is at 10. That's a high bid. And now Triumph, I'm waiting for a counter offer, or I've counter offered that, and Def Leppard's at $30. Next is going up right now. I can't put up another Iron Maiden. There's already one up for bid. AC/DC High Voltage. This is an unofficial Australian press. This is a 2015 yellow vinyl Australian press, $35.99. AC/DC High Voltage. This is Ozark Mountain Daredevils Keep the Faith. That's $14.99. And Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits. That's in shrink, $14.99 on that one. All right, so let's go back with the top. What is Condition Triumph? The vinyl has no condition notes. The cover has some moderate cover wear. We'll call it VG. If you don't want it, then there's two other people after you, it looks like now. Let's go back over here and see what happened with Iron Maiden. It was at 120. Then it was at 121. Then it was at 125. And then we sold Leonard Cohen. Then Def Leppard got a bid for 30. Then Def Leppard got another bid for 30. Then Def Leppard got another bid for 30. Then we had an offer on Triumph for 12. I counted to 15. Willie Nelson got an offer for 10. I sold it to John Durden. Anthrax has a bid for 10. Def Leppard has a bid for 32. Condition on Triumph. The vinyl has no condition notes, VG cover. Then when Don Alker says he'll take Triumph. And then D-Kong bid 35 on Def Leppard. Then Whiskey Todd says he'll take Triumph. And then AC/DC has a bid for 35. Now AC/DC has a bid for 40. And Destructo Cat says he'll take the Bengals for $18. Beast Smoker says I'll take Triumph for 15. Thank you. That's sold to him for $15. Next thing in here is Millie Jackson. It Hurts So Good. Millie Jackson's $14.99. How much was Chariot? Chariot's going to go right over here. Chariot is $19.99. I Am Ben Hur. Iron Maiden, that means it's a final call again. And that's a final call again to the following person. And that's with David Saunders. Kaysen, it's all up to you. You can bid again or say out. It's at 125. Next thing is AC/DC High Voltage. $35 start on that. And over here is Anthrax, and Anthrax is at 128 with Iron Maiden, and Iron Maiden's at 128. Lonnie Jolly on Millie Jackson, that's sold. Evan Estrada on Chariot for $15, that's sold. And we have David Byrne, and this is Freaky Wicked Wick Mixes, a 1997 promo, and that is $34.99. Anthrax is sold for $10. And Anthrax is sold for $10 to Hessen Session, right? Can you remind me one more time who you are? That is sold. Next thing is this, Live and More, Donna Summer, $14.99. Iron Maiden's at $135. The last bid on Def Leppard was D. Kong at $35. Everybody else is out. Next thing is Jackson Brown Holdout, $19.99 on Jackson Brown. Also Jackson Brown Late for the Sky, that's $14.99, and that's John Oliver over on Facebook. Okay, next thing I have here is Jackson Brown Running on Empty, complete with inner sleeve and book, $14.99. And we have Pablo Today, Sarah Vaughan, I Love Brazil. This is $14.99. What's the cassette? It's already sold. It was Anthrax, Attack of the Killer Bees. Right now, Iron Maiden, casing's out. David Saunders gets this for $135. That's sold to David Saunders for $135. Def Leppard 40, Def Leppard 45. Brian Stern on Jackson Brown, featured in Forrest Gump, Running on Empty. Next is AC/DC, High Voltage. I'm going to make sure we're all done on this. It is a orange, yellow vinyl unofficial. Steve McGee, $45. Scott Arnold technically has not set out yet. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be this right here. And that is Slayer Rare Tracks Volume 2. Slayer is a compilation of even more Slayer rarities. EX Edition, Slayer Rare Tracks Volume 2, $40 start on that. Don Alker on Rod Stewart for $10. That is sold to Don Alker for $10. Sold. Def Leppard has a new bid for $50. Next is Sarah Vaughan, Duke Ellington, Songbook 1, $14.99. There's another Sarah Vaughan. That is $14.99. Also, Clark Terry, Ain't Misbehaving, $19.99. And Let's Swing, Wendell Tracy and his orchestra, $9.99 on that one. We have Def Leppard at $55. We have also Hobo Flats by Jimmy Smith, $24.99. And Conway Twitty, Hello Darling, $9.99. Scott Arnold's out on AC/DC. That means this is officially sold. AC/DC is sold to Steve McGee for $45, okay? Chad, I just looked and I have that Triumph, okay? We need to sell this to the next person then. Triumph is going to be sold to the next person in line. The next person in line on Triumph then, it was Don Alker. Don Alker, you're going to be getting the Triumph for $15, okay? Details on AC/DC, already sold. John Durden gets Conway Twitty for $7, sold. Track list on Slayer, I'll leave that up to somebody hopefully to help us out. Next is B.B. King, $34.99. Indiana, Mississippi Seeds, Lens Farm Live is $19.99, and Conway is $9.99. Also, Def Leppard, D. Kong has it for $55. David Saunders, it's all up to you. Slayer is now up for bid. We're looking for a $40 start. As of this moment in time, there's no bid. Going once, going twice. Next auction is Great White, twice shy. Great White is a 1989 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy, near mint with the original under sleeve. $35 start on that. Conway Twitty and Loretta Lynn, Honky Tonk Heroes, $9.99. And Sister Sledge, The Sisters, $9.99 on Sister Sledge. Firefall Luna C, $9.99. And Naz by Naz, a 1969 CP press on red vinyl. This is pretty cool. Red vinyl from Naz, 1969, $39.99. Slayer 40, Slayer 40. David's out on Def Leppard. Def Leppard is officially sold to D. Kong for $55. Now Slayer's at $45. Now there's Great White. And now we need another cassette. And the next set is going to be what? Another Anthrax, Spreading the Disease. Anthrax is going to go up for a $10 start. Good luck on that. Jason Widener on Nas. That is sold. And we have this right here. This is Jack Nitchie, St. Giles Cripplegate. This is a 1972 promo, $34.99. Okay, next thing is this. Jimi Hendrix in concert. Jimi Hendrix is $19.99. Hall & Oates Whole Oats. Hall & Oates is $24.99. And Etta James, Sticking to My Guns, $29.99. Slayer's at $50. Great White's at $35. Anthrax is at $10. Next auction is going to go up right now. Twisted Sister. Love is for Suckers. An 87 U.S. Specialty OG VG Plus condition. $25 start. Slayer is called Rare Tracks Volume 2. It's an unofficial compilation in EX edition. There's a quick look right quick at the tracks. Caption of Sin, Boy, these are hard to read. Praise of Death, Ascension Perfection, Chemical Warfare, Haunting the Chapel, Necrophiliac, Warlock, Reborn of Jam Demo, Altered Sacrifice, Damn Demo, Criminal, Insane, Def Jam Demo, Watching Our Live of Machine Head. I kind of skipped over some of them. They're kind of very difficult to read, though. That's Now But Forbid. And then we've already sold both Dios. They're already gone. Slayer, Twisted Sister, Great White. So Anthrax is about to sell to Andy Lane for 10. Twisted Sister's at 25. And Great White is at 40, okay? And now Slayer, David Saunders has it for 50, going once, going twice. This is a buy it now or best offer crate, okay? First thing I have is Revenge of the Killer Bees. This is $19.99. It's a compilation. We just had Attack of the Killer Bees from Anthrax. This is a compilation. Fleetwood Mac, B-52s, Talking Head, Pretenders, Madonna, Echo and the Bunnymen, Marshall Crenshaw, $19.99. Heston over on Twitch has a new bid on Anthrax for $10. Great White has a new bid for $41. Slayer has a new bid for $51. And we have Jefferson Airplane, Surrealistic Pillow. Don't you want somebody to love? $24.99 on Jefferson Airplane, Surrealistic Pillow. Also, we have Traffic, the Low Spark of High Heel Boys, and this is $17.99. Twisted Sisters at $26. Revenge, Edmund Estrada has thrown out an offer. How about the band, Music from Big Pink, $34.99. There's that. First, we have Edmund Estrada on Revenge for $15. Let's go ahead and sell that to him. Let's go ahead and sell Stephen Parton, Surrealistic Pillow for $20. Fred Cardinal was second on Revenge. Now Slayer, $55, final call. He outbid who? David Saunders. Then there was a bid for 52, 51 with Paul Catrich. Okay, so Paul Catrich, you're out on Slayer. It's now at 50. Anthrax is now at 12. Twisted Sisters at 29. And that means Great White in the middle. Doug Reed has it for 45. Chris Johnson, I'm going to make sure you're done bidding. He does have it for $45. Anthrax is now at 12. Arlo, as in Arlo Guthrie, that's $19.99. And the Best of Donovan, $9.99 for the Best of Donovan. Maximum R&B, that's The Who, $34.99. This is a compilation. Yeah. Wow, never seen that before. Looks unofficial. The Who, $34.99. And Gamma 1. Gamma is $19.99. And Ohio Players is $19.99. Ohio Players. David Byrne from early in the crate, $25. Let's go back and find this. David Byrne is sold to Stephen Parton for $25. Anthrax is a new bid for $13. Paul's out on Slayer. Looks like we're done. Pricing condition on Traffic. Let's go back and find that one. Low Spark of High Heel Boys. Moderate cover wear, plus there's a piece of tape stuck to it. No condition notes on the vinyl. $17.99. This is all buy it now or best offer. Great White 47, Anthrax 13. Also final call on Twisted Sister at 29. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrero, I think it's up to you. John LaBeatty has it for 29. And then Slayer. Looks like David Saunders has it for 55 and Paul Catrich is out. We're about to sell it. Next is Broken Dreams, Hopes and Glories of British Rock, a compilation, 1963 to 69, $19.99, a German pressing on white vinyl, $19.99. Ozzy did not sell. It's our only no bid tonight, $1,500. Diary of a Madman, signed by Ozzy. It's available. Only thing that has not sold tonight, $1,500. Next thing over here is Ohio Players. Lonnie Jolly, that's sold to you for $14. Condition of Twisted Sister. Love is for Suckers is an 87 specialty OG VG Plus. Now Jerry Metal Guy Guerrero's in at 13. Pablo Records Info. Pablo Records Info. That was back here. We have the following. Clark Terry, Ain't Misbehaving. Sarah Vaughan, I Love Brazil. Sarah Vaughan and Duke Ellington, Songbook Volume 1. 14, 19, 14. 14, 19, 14. The Sarah Vaughans are 14, Clark Terry 19. Mark Pierce has first on Traffic. He offered 13. Sold to Mark Pierce for 13. John Kaiser second. Fred Cardinal offered 15 for Broken. That's sold to Fred Cardinal. Slayer is sold to David Saunders for $55. Ultra Rare Tracks Volume 2. I think there's another one in here. Let's see what else we got going on. James Kika says, what is the high bid on Slayer? It just sold. You just missed it. And then Slayer, Chad Sauls just added a $5 bid. You just missed it. And then over here is Great White. This is a final. This is sold to Doug Reeder for $50. And then Naz already sold at sticker price. Somebody already grabbed that immediately earlier, John Kaiser. Yep, somebody already grabbed that immediately earlier. Anthrax, Andy Lane went out. This is sold then to Hessen for $13. And then over here is Twisted Sister. John LaBeatty has this for $33. John LaBeatty has this for $33. Can you show the odds again, bud? Thanks. This is a signed Aussie Diary of a Madman jacket. Very cool. Very beautiful silver paint pen. It's been JSA authenticated. And yeah, it's beautiful. Beautiful jacket and beautiful signature. $1,500. Okay, let's go back over the top here. Did you get my NAS? Yeah, somebody already bought that. Which Gamma? Gamma 1 is what's left in here. Twisted Sister 35, and we have Cherrytown Kazad Droom 40th anniversary. And this is a 2007 Acid Rock, $19.99. Ray Charles invites you to listen, $19.99. The Louisiana Hayride, original historic performances of Levi Rockats. This is $19.99. And we have the Inmates, Meet the Beatles, 87 French Garage, $19.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Wolf, and this is called Ravenous. Wolf Ravenous. This is a 2009 German OG limited edition 500 with poster, no CD. Some have sold for as much as $117. Wolf is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. Our next auction is now going up right now. Slayer, Rare Tracks Volume 1. You were just bidding on Rare Tracks Volume 2. Here's Slayer, Rare Tracks Volume 1, limited to 266. 266 on purple vinyl, $50 start on that. $50 start on that. Pablo bundle for 30. I was going to say if you want them, I'll do 12 a piece. 12, 24, $36. Okay, over here we have Brian Call wants the Inmates Meet the Beatles. Sold. Fred offered 15 for the Acid Rock. Sold. Gamma was $19.99. Slayer has a bid for 50. And before I swap out crates, I'm selling Chad Saul's Twisted Sister for 35. There's Wolf, there's Slayer. We have filled up another crate. Let's swap these out right quick. Thanks everybody for tuning in for Thursday Night Metal Night. It is never, ever, never, ever, ever too late to hit the like button. Make sure you're following us on Facebook and make sure you subscribe. Guess what? I'm going to be here every night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday if I'm not at a football game, and then sometimes on Sunday selling. Every day, no breaks, 8 hours, 7 hours, 9 hours, whatever it takes. You can count on it. If you're new to watching this channel, this thing, some people watching right now have been watching for years, every night. Some people just clicked on this and they just found it for the first time and they just said, holy crap, what have I found here? Thank you for joining us. Next cassette is Black and Blue. This one's called In Heat. Black and Blue is going to go up for a $10 start. Jared Inc. gets these for 12, 12, and 12. Sell those to Jared Inc. Okay? And then over here, we have Like Nothing Your Ears Have Ever Heard Before, Volume 5, $29.99, Psychobilly Compilation, and Steely Dan's Greatest Hits, $39.99. $39.99, Steely Dan, that's a 2 LP compilation. Slayer just has one bid for $15. I hope that all the metal people are still awake. My goodness, surely y'all haven't given up this quickly. Wolf does not have a bid. I mean, I need all of a sudden for y'all to stick a cattle prod to your ribs and get woke up. Next is Ratt Detonator. Ratt is an OG copy from 1990. This has always been tough to get. 1990 OG near mint minus. Beautiful copy. $95 start. Let's slide that over right over here. Slayer has another $50 bid. Black and Blue. What is the high bid on Wolf? We're about to start doing some cassettes for buy it now. A 2009 German OG looking for a $35 start. David, you tied Robert, he already bid 50, and Brian Call wants the Psychobilly comp. Thank you on that one. Steely Dan is a 2 LP, $39.99. $39.99. Back, Jack, Do It Again. Ratt has a bid for $95. Somebody just commented on our post. Tyler Warhola said, AC/DC isn't metal. Get that trash out of here. That's somebody trying to, or somebody trying to start some kind of Facebook argument because they're bored. One large Diet Coke down. One Monster down. One bottle of water down. What's next? I don't know. Black and Blue 10. Stephen Parton gets Steely Dan for 25. Ratt 105, Ratt 125, Black and Blue 12, Black and Blue 15. Wolf did not get a bid. This is a buy it now for $35. No bid on that. Slayer. I don't know if David Saunders ever bid again. He did at $60. Robert Warner, you got outbid. That's now at $60. John Kaiser got Wolf for $35. Sold. Ratt has bids for $130 right now. And then Black and Blue out. This is sold to MT Matt for $15. Next cassette auction. Aerosmith Toys in the Attic, Aerosmith Gems, Aerosmith Get Your Wings, Aerosmith Greatest Hits, Aerosmith Rocks, Aerosmith Draw the Line, Aerosmith Big Ones, Aerosmith Pump, and Aerosmith Done with Mirrors. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 Aerosmith cassettes, $45 start. $45 start. 9 Aerosmith cassettes, $45 start. Next was Edwin on Wolf and then Fred Cardinale. Can't believe no one bid. Unbelievable. A Slayer. Robert Warner's out. Final call on rare Slayer tracks at $60. They're still bidding on Ratt. All those 9 Aerosmith cassettes, $45 start. Those are all going to be sold together in one lot for $45, okay? Next thing, I'm going to read through these titles one more time. Jeff Brindley's in on Aerosmith at $50. If you want to bid, you got to go through Jeff Brindley. All those being sold together. Let's go ahead and add a third LP auction, okay? He's also done on Ratt. This is Smash Gladys. Social Intercourse, a 1988 white label promo from Elektra. It is near mint. It does have the original on her sleeve, a $35 start on that. Over here, we have Slayer, about to sell that, and about to sell Ratt. Any Iron Maiden cassettes? I do not know. We've owned these for less than 5 hours. There's about 1,000 over here. Your guess would be as good as mine right now, but I hope so. If so, they'll be going up for auction before we sign off tonight. I bet if we try and if everybody doesn't go to sleep, if you don't get all lazy on me and say, I'm going to bed, I'm going to bed, I don't need you saying that. You're probably going to see some crazy stuff, and I'll be showing them all night. Well, I'm going to try to sell all this stuff if we can. What we don't sell tonight, I'll be auctioning tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. Here's what's left in here. The Butterfly Collectors. John Denver, Season of the Heart. Fresh Air 3. The Return of We 5. Flying Saucers. 50-Foot Combo. Margie Evans. Look at all the stuff that hadn't sold. Black Oak, Arkansas. Donna Summer. Jackson Brown, Hold Out. Jackson Brown, Late for the Sky. How about Wendell Tracy? How about Jimmy Smith and B.B. King and Lynn Farns Live? Let's pause right there. Over here, Slayer did officially sell. And Slayer is sold. And Slayer is sold to David Saunders. And that is sold to David Saunders for $60. Final call on this complete Aerosmith collection here. That's a final call for $50 to Jeff Brindley. Ratt is officially sold to Paul Catridge for $135. Smash Gladys 35, Smash Gladys 40, Smash Gladys 50. We have Conway. We got Sister Sledge, Firefall. Well, this one was called Jack Nitchie, St. Giles Cripplegate. Also, we had Jimi Hendrix, Hall & Oates. We have Etta James. We have The Band. We also have Arlo, The Donovan, Maximum R&B, The Who, Gamma. I will do $15 on Gamma. Also, Ray Charles and Louisiana Hayride. Smash Gladys, high bids Brian Thurman at $50. Next auction, Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. This is a 1986 U.S. Specialty OG, Steel and Shrink, VG Plus condition, $45 star. The Aerosmith collection, sold to Jeff Brindley for $50. All those are sold to Jeff Brindley for $50, all right? Let's move those two down right there. Can you show the Etta James again? Etta James is called Sticking to My Gun, Shrink Wrap, Hop Sticker. Another Hop Sticker that says Limited Edition Vinyl. 1990 pressing, $29.99. Let's go over here to my other auction crate. I'm about to move those over here with the other auctions, and we still got all these over here. Listen to what still is left to come tonight. I've got Motley Crue, Judas Priest, Metallica, Yngwie, Stryper. Also Black Sabbath, Metallica, Stryper, Kiss, Judas Priest, Raven, Ratt, Raven, Stryper, Raven, AC/DC, Stryper, Judas Priest. Wow. Yeah, that's over here next to me. You're about to start seeing those one at a time, and you will bid, okay? This is a Jedi mind trick. You will bid. You will bid. You will bid. Smash Gladys. Brian Thurman has that at $50. What's our next cassettes? 1, 2, 3. These are $6.99 each. First come, first serve on these. Aldo Nova Twitch, Aldo Nova Blood on the Bricks, Aldo Nova self-titled with Fantasy. Aldo Nova, $6.99 each on those. Looking for a $45 start on Iron Maiden. Next auction is Black Sabbath Volume 4. Wheels of Confusion, Supernaut, Snowblind, Ozzy, Black Sabbath, 1972 OG pressing. It's a Santa Maria press. It has the original Warner Brothers sleeve. It is VG minus. It does have a fillable mark somewhere on this. See if I can find that. I don't know where it is. It says pretty picky on these. But buy it as if you're buying a VG minus copy. That's going to go up for a $25 start, okay? $25 start. It has a Warner Brothers sleeve. It has a gatefold jacket here. Black Sabbath Volume 4. I was about to say, should have photos of Ozzy, Geezer Butler, Bill Ward, Tony Iommi. VG minus cover, VG minus vinyl, $25 start. Iron Maiden does have a bid for $45. Smash Gladys is sold. Brian Thurman, $50. Jeff Brindley wants all 3 Aldo Novas at $6.99 each. So to Jeff Brindley. As you can see, we're doing this in alphabetical order right now. Take a look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's say $55 start on these. Alice Cooper, Love It to Death, Alice Cooper Show, Alice Cooper Flush the Fashion, A Man Called Alice, Alice Cooper Constrictor, Alice Cooper Raise Your Fist and Yell, and Freak Out Alice Cooper. $55 start. Alice Cooper lot now up for bid. All right. And let's find another crate. I'm going to have to move some stuff around. Black Sabbath already getting bids. Iron Maiden has a bid. Alice Cooper's a $55 start. Let me move this cart out of the way. Time for a quick cleanup before I move into another crate. Man, and when I get through this alley over here, I'll put up these CDs too for buy it nows. Wow. Golly, we have so many posters, guys and gals. I have more posters, like rock, music posters, not so much movie, but just posters than probably we've ever had. And that's saying a lot, being what we've bought from Fred Goodwin. But a couple of these, my gosh, a couple of these guys' collections, Paul's brought in like just tubs, and we've been opening these tubes, and there's frames. You should see all these frames stacked up over here. It is just absolutely insane. Okay, Black Sabbath, $45, Alice Cooper $55, and Iron Maiden $45. Those are all one bids and final call across the board, except for Alice Cooper. Guy Shard just bid $60. Okay, there's this cassette, or that crate. Let me move some stuff around right quick. But these are about to be final call. Need more posters, I know. Weekend project for me if it doesn't interfere with the coin sale. Or just about any night if I have free time, which, when have y'all ever known me to have free time? When you're live streaming 7 or 8 hours a night, and you kind of prepare an hour before, and like it takes an hour kind of like to decompress, and you know, that's 10 hours of my day. So, you know, let's just say some of y'all, you know, like if you work, let's say like a 10-hour shift takes up pretty much your whole day, right? And then it's like, okay, well, that's over, but I still got to work to get ready for the next night. And that's where my time really evaporates. And I'm like, oh, crap, I still got to order vinyl. I still got to eat. I still got to sleep. And that's if I can block out and ignore everything that's going on online. You know, that's if I can stay totally focused. If I can stay totally focused. All right, move this stuff out of the way. All right. Here we go. All right, so first thing we have, bad part is like, I run my business on social media. So it's just like I click on there to make a post. Next thing I'm like doom scrolling for 30 minutes. I'm like, holy crap, that was 30 minutes. That was 30 minutes. Like, I could have, like, there's no telling what I could have done in 30 minutes at night in here. Just all the stuff. I could have photographed something, listed something, researched something. It's like I'm looking at the clock. As soon as these sales are over, I'm like, okay, it's 2:15. I've ate. And the next thing, I was like, holy crap, it's 3 a.m. Oh my gosh, it's 5:30 a.m. already. And I'm like, I still got to order vinyl, still got to go to the gym. Oh my gosh, I still hadn't left. It's 6 a.m. The sun's come up. Holy moly. Whew. It's crazy. All right, so Iron Maiden, this is sold. Iron Maiden is sold to Brian Thurman for $45. Plus, this place is like a Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, okay? You open up a tub and all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, look at all this stuff I didn't know we had. All these albums and posters and pocket knives. And then I'll find coins I've been looking for. And I'm like, good gosh. Next thing is Black Sabbath, Volume 4. Somebody asked what the high bid was. One bid with John LaBeatty for $45. If you want to bid, go ahead. If you say pass, I'm going to sell it to him. VG minus, VG minus. Alice Cooper, these are sold to Guy Shard for $80. And that is our first crazy stack of sold cassettes over here. We're going right down the line. And I'm going to go ahead and take these in the operations room. And let's do that right now. And we're going to try to sell off all these if we can tonight. That would be the goal. That would be the objective. There's tower number 1. Let's work on tower number 2. And this is, man, this is a good one here. Let's do 2, 4. Let's do these here. So 2, 4, 6 of these. All right. 2, 4, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These need to be a $45 start. AC/DC lot. AC/DC Live, AC/DC Razor's Edge, AC/DC If You Want Blood, For Those About the Rock, Powerage, and High Voltage. $45 start, okay? Time for more albums. We still got Stripers and Motley Crues and Metallicas and Metal, and we're about to go through this crate. We're about to start doing cassette bot nows, CD bot nows. There's that auction lot. Next thing I have over here is the following, and this is Whitesnake slotted in. Whitesnake is an 84 US Winchester OG EX edition. A $20 start on that. There is the AC/DC lot right there. And then the next thing I have is, let's go ahead and throw this up right here. This is Striper, and Striper is the 1986 club copy. Nice copy though. EX plus condition. EX plus condition, a $30 start. This has the original inner sleeve, $30 start. Guy Shard in on AC/DC at 55. Chuck Edgar bid 50. Jeff Brindley bid 45. This is pretty much all metal. Paul bought these just hours ago. Somebody drove down from Illinois. We've already bought his records. He brought magazines. He brought tour books, DVDs, CDs, autographed albums, original artwork, all kinds of cool stuff. And that's what we're chipping away right now. There's some new auctions for y'all to bid on. First, Lincoln Park Meteor. I have become so numb. Lincoln Park is on gold and red splatter, $33.99. AC/DC cassettes are at $55. Nick Bargeron's in on Striper. We even sold a silver dollar earlier. I need to go ahead and lay that in here. Let's please not lose that. And let's lay that right there, actually. That is sold. And then let's go over there. There's Lincoln Park. I've got Blink 182, Enema of the State. Blink 182 is $38.99. We got Striper 35, Striper 35, Striper 35, AC/DC's at 55. Chuck Edgar and Jeff Brindley, y'all are out. And the last bid that came in on Whitesnake was an 84 US Winchester. Nobody's bid. I'm looking for a $20 start. Next is Nirvana Bleach, $29.99 for Nirvana Bleach, $29.99. Jimmy Buffett, Songs You Know by Heart. Jimmy Buffett's Greatest Hits, $34.99 for Jimmy Buffett. Also, we have Operation Ivy, $29.99 for Operation Ivy. New and sealed. I've got 2 of them. Slaughter. This one's called Revolution. Slaughter's $38.99. First time ever on vinyl. Slaughter, $38.99. Striper 40, Striper 45. Now, final call. Chuck Yeager hadn't set out on AC/DC. Jeff Brindley hadn't set out on AC/DC. I got 2 copies of Etta James. At last. That's on clear vinyl. Etta James is $29.99. Cake Fashion Nugget, $33.99 for Cake Fashion Nugget. And Ray LaMontagne, Ray LaMontagne's on orange vinyl, 20th anniversary, $33.99. Gatefold jacket. White Snakes at $20 with David Polkey. And then Striper. Chuck Edgar has it for $50. Matthew Sherrick's bid $50. Nick Bargeron's bid $55. Time is ticking on AC/DC. Guys about to get them for $55. This last copy of Black Sabbath has a seam split. So I've been trying to sell it for $5 off, $34.99. Jeff Brindley's back in on AC/DC at $60. That means Guy Shard, you've been outbid. Now Striper's at $55, but you tied Angela Nick. He was already in first at $55. Whitesnake has one bid for $20. We're about to sell it. Randy Rhodes is already sold. Eric Clapton Unplugged. That's a double LP, the best-selling live album of all time. Wow, $44.99. I've got two of those. I've got one of those, and I've got Depeche Mode Violator. This is $33.99. $33.99. That is Depeche Mode Violator. Gatefold jacket. Also, we have Sex Pistols. Never mind the Bullocks. Here's the Sex Pistols. $33.99. Also over here, we have Black Sabbath for $13. Black Sabbath is $34.99. You're the fifth person who's tried to buy it for $30. Nick Bargeron on Unplugged. I will take $34.99 for it. White Steak is at $25. Striper's at $60. We have an offer on Aussie. Empty Matt says, Chad, Aussie for $12.50. Keeping in mind, I bought two of the others, which were both at $17.50 each. No more, no less. I will put it on my wall with the others. Sold. Empty Matt. Great offer. He's already bought two. Thank you and congratulations. Folks, we got an air horn moment. Signed Ozzy Osbourne, sold to MT Matt. That was a very convincing argument. I'm not even going to say any more. I'm selling it to you. This is gone. Appreciate this. Thank you. Let's take another good look at it. Wow. Amazing. Air horn moment. Everybody hide your dogs, your cats. Hopefully your gerbils are already asleep. But this may wake them up. Sold to MT Matt. Big thank you, MT Matt. It's yours. Wow. He's got an awesome wall somewhere with all these hanging on. Somewhere he's got an amazing wall of signed Ozzy albums. Wow. Thank you. Done. Awesome. All right. That's true. Also, since we did the deal off the air, Travis Woods bought the Eddie Van Halen autograph last week for $1,500. Travis also bought the Eddie Van Halen. We did a deal off screen after the sale, so we haven't respectively given him his air horn yet. This is for the Eddie Van Halen. Running with the Devil. Ain't Talking About Love. Wow, those are some awesome riffs. Eruption. Eruption. All right, some awesome rock and roll memorabilia going out the door here every week. Signed Ozzy, signed Eddie Van Halen, and you might as well say Clint Eastwood, rock and roll for life. I'm looking at this stuff Paul just bought. Wow, look at this. Signed Rough Cut. We got stacks of stuff over here. Where's that photo at? I was going to show y'all that. We bought a killer photograph. I don't know what we've done with it, though. I think there's baseballs and everything over here. Anybody, Travis, I'm going to photograph that and have them pack it up. I still got signed Roger Maris lobby cards. Any Yankees fans or baseball collectors, I've still got signed Roger Maris lobby cards. There's your COA for Eddie. I've got it right over here. I'm going to have them, I'm going to photograph it for you, and I'm going to go ahead and get them to pack that up this week. Okay? Okay. Sorry, that was worth stopping the entire sale. All right, so Guy Shard had the AC/DC cassettes at $65. Guy, I'm going to go ahead and sell those to you. All right, speaking of $65, that's what Striper just got to with Matthew Sherrick. And then Whitesnake just had one bid, and let's go ahead and sell that to John LaBeatty. No, David Polkey, 20. John LaBeatty, 25. During all that madness, I never did tell David Polkey he was outbid. All right, so 25 on Whitesnake slotted in. Stripers at 65. Let's go to another auction. Here comes a cassette, Angel Dust. Wow, Laura, you dropped that off quietly. I didn't even hear it. Wow, what a sticker, too. Y'all going to like that one. All right, so here is Angel Dust. To dust, you will decay. Angel Dust is going to go up for a $10 start. And then Whitesnake is at 20. The high bid's already $25 with John LaBeatty. Stripers at 65. That cassette's a $10 start. And then I have 3 buy it nows here. Okay? I've got 3 buy it nows. These are $6.99 each. Atlanta Miles, April Wine, and Accept Metal Heart. Those are all $6.99 each, okay? So where did we get to here? We have Snoop Dogg, Doggy Style, 30th anniversary. That is $34.99 on clear vinyl. Joni Mitchell Blue, the Bernie Grundman remaster, $33.99. And then this was Outer Heaven, Infinite Psychic Depth, Slime Green Vinyl, $33 on that one. Elton John, Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy, $36.99. Jane's Addiction, Live and Profane, 1986 to 87, Orange Vinyl, Jane's Addiction, $28.99. The Cure, Disintegration, $44.99 for The Cure. Charlie Brown, Vince Guaraldi Trio, Charlie Brown Christmas on green vinyl, $29.99. Whitesnake has a new bid for $30 with Chuck Yeager. Jeff LaBeatty, you've been outbid. The Whitesnake, or the Striper, was about to sell then to Matthew for $65. The other bidder before him was, I'm not for sure, maybe Angela Ledbetter. She did say out, okay. Then I laid down 3 cassettes at $6.99 each. Javi Soto got Accept. Okay, then Jeff Brindley said, what are they? Atlanta Miles and April Wine. Those are $6.99 each. And then Chuck Yeager said cassette bundle. Right now, they're $6.99 each. I'm going to keep most of these $6.99 all the way through the first read-through. Some even may be $9.99. And then I'm going to try to keep going with the auction lots, okay? Angel Dust is at $20, and Don Alker gets Charlie Brown. And Guy Shard wants Atlanta Miles. That's so to Guy Shard for $6.99, unless one of the 2 other people who asked got it. Kevin's tried to bid $20 again on Whitesnake. Whitesnake, though, is already at $30 with Chuck Yeager. Matthew Sherrick does get Striper for $65, and that just leaves April Wine over here if anybody wants it. Okay, let's put that away, and let's go ahead and put up another auction. We still got plenty of stuff over here to auction. How about Necropolis? Necropolis, Contemplating Slaughter, is an 88 US. It's a thrash speed metal album. The only time ever pressed to vinyl in 1988. It's in VG condition, a $30 start, okay? Now, here's what was in here, and then we're going to go through the lower crate. This is all brand new sealed vinyl. I had Linkin Park Meteora on splatter vinyl, 33. Blink-182 was 38. Nirvana Bleach, 29. Jimmy Buffett Greatest Hits, 34. Operation Ivy, 29. Slaughter is at $38.99. First time on vinyl. Etta James at Last. Tough OG to get in high grade, 29. Cake Fashion Nugget, 33. Ray LaMontagne's 33. Black Sabbath, it's got a seam split. That's it. I'm knocking $5 off for that little piece right there. Everybody's been wanting me to knock off $10. I don't think that's a $10 discount. I think that's a $5 discount. $34.99. Depeche Mode is $33.99. Sex Pistols, Nevermind the Bollocks. Snoop Dogg Doggy Style is $34. We have Joni Mitchell Blue, $33.99. Outer Heavens, $33. Elton John, $36. Jane's Addiction, $28. The Cure, $44. And Charlie Brown, $29. Angel Dust has a new bid for $23. Necro has bids for $30, $31. And Whitesnake, Kevin Cassidy, you may be behind or something happened there, but I got to sell this to Chuck Edgar for $30, okay? So there's April Wine. Yeah, Kevin, I think you're behind or something's happened there because I'm not for sure. Okay, now I know it's late, but is this the half-speed? Yeah, this is the half-speed master. Is this the MoFi? Well, they're not really MoFi, but they were pressed. This comes back as the 2008 half-speed master of Ride the Lightning. It has have the lyric insert, and it comes back as the half-speed master. $25 start. $25 start on that. Okay? About the only way this is never going to... They're ever going to stop this from happening 100% is if they stop shipping the jackets stop shipping the vinyl in the jackets. Because some of those jackets I've seen, like they're really thick and well made and they still get seam splits. A lot of it has to do with how sharp the edge of the vinyl is. If you ever looked at some of these new LPs, you rub your finger on the edge, it feels like a knife. I mean, if Odd Job threw it, it would cut somebody in half. You know, Odd Job on Goldfinger, like he threw his hat. Okay, let's figure out which crate. I'm going to be hiding the lure sticker right now. That's an awesome sticker. There's going to be some fans definitely wish they could get that one. Let's figure out which one we're going to hide it on, Laura. I was hoping that record would be in here, but we'll put it on something pretty cool. I bet it will go good on... Man, this is one of those metal crates y'all are just going to absolutely just obliterate. Let's put it on... I mean, this is going to be... There's going to be no... There's going to be... Everybody just buckle up, okay? Random task. That's from Austin Powers. Random task. Odd job, random task. Okay, Angel Dust, 25. Hiram, that's up to you. Before I get started, let me write down where I put the sticker. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? The freedom, the moon. It's like magic. All right. Hiram gets Angel Dust for $27. Necro, Polis, Necropolis, Contemplating Slaughter, 88 USOG Thrash Speed. Only time ever on vinyl. VG. The high bid is with Hessen at $37. Metallica's at $35. Next cassette auction is going to be Asphalt Ballet. Asphalt Ballet, $10 start on that one. Okay, here we go, here we go. Y'all ready? Metallica, Megadeth. Sorry, I was reading a comment. What does half speed? Give me a second. Megadeth, The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead. It's on blue and green vinyl. $34.99. Blue and green vinyl. Nice. $34.99 on Megadeth. Also, this is Blunt Us Nord, Fathers of the Icy Age. Really cool colored vinyl. $22.99. $22.99. Asphalt Ballet, $10 start. Iron Maiden Flight 666 double LP $29.99. Garrett on Blut, or however you say that. Necro, he's out. Final call for $37. What is half speed? Half speed is a mastering process. That means it is mastered. The tape is mastered over half speed. That's the most simple. Define it with the term. It's like I just used the word to define it. It's a more rigorous mastering process that you do when they cut to LP or cut it to the lathe. That there's more tape, essentially. Alonzo on Iron Maiden, and then Andy Lane was next. Wow, colored vinyl on the Megadeth. Riot, and this is $24.99. Is that a Finish More? Tinshmore? What is letter is that? Whatever it is, it's $24.99. And then we have Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny, 180 gram on silver marble vinyl, $29.99. Okay? Asphalt Ballet is a $10 buy now if anybody wants it. Necro is sold to Hessen over on Twitch for $37, and Metallica is sold to Thomas Clark for $35. Okay? Let's put up some new LPs then. Let's put up some new LPs. Anything that I don't recognize too well, like Asphalt Ballet or Angel Dust, they're 100% going up for auction before I make them a buy it now. Next auction is Lamb of God, a 2022 USOG, a banned web store exclusive. It came with a signed insert. Wow, with signed insert. Holy moly. $35 start. The insert has some damage to it. Let's take a look at that. So this is a $35 start with an autographed insert, which came with it through the web store. Looks like right over here it's kind of got crinkled though. Over here in the corner it's kind of got crinkled a little bit. That's a $35 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Next was Ivan R. on Judas Priest, then Kevin Voitosh, then Chuck Egger. And now Asphalt Ballet is sold to Cindy for $10, Lamb of God $38. Our next auction, I still got, speaking of Walmart exclusive, Metallica. We sold an OG copy earlier tonight. Here is And Justice for All, a 2LP green vinyl, Walmart exclusive, $30 start on Metallica and Justice for All. Asphalt Ballet, Tony, you just missed it. It didn't get a bid earlier for $10. I've been already started on the cassette collection. I was wondering where you have been. Hopefully you're ready. Let's do these two. Let's do these two as an auction lot, okay? Armored Saint and Armored Saint. Raising Fear and March of the Saint. Both Armored Saint going up for a $15 start. That's now up for bid, okay? We have Lamb of God 38, now 40. Metallica has a bid for 30. This is an amazing lure crate. First come, first serve. Definitely no less. Provoked. Prepare for the Cold. Provoked is a hardcore punk album on clear vinyl. $14.99. Slayer, Repentless, transparent red with solid orange and black splatter. This is sealed for $29.99. Armored Saint 15, Armored Saint 15. By the way, while we still have quite a bit of a metal crowd tonight, so a lot of my order was split between two distributors when I ordered new stuff for tonight. There should be quite a bit of new vinyl tomorrow that includes some metal titles, maybe a crate or two. So I would tune in early if you want to catch in some of those, just FYI, okay? Next is Armored Saint 15, 15, 15, and now 20. Evil Lives, a tribute to Black Sabbath on Go Vinyl, $29.99. Slayer is officially sold to Jay Condi, then Michael Thrower, then Chris Sheridan. The Armored Saint cassettes are at $20 with Jeff Brinley. Metallica is about to sell, just one bid with Hessen for $30, and Lamb of God is at $50 with Michael Thrower, just FYI. And we have AC/DC Powerage in shrink, 180 gram reissue, $22.99. I'm going to do these two cassettes for buy it now, but they're going to be $9.99, okay? $9.99 for these two. I'm going to show them one at a time because they both start with A. The first one is Axe Offering. That's a buy it now for $9.99. Axe Offering, $9.99 on that one. Shannon Lee first on AC/DC. Still have Evil Lives, a tribute to Black Sabbath. Armored Saint cassettes are now at $30. And then Lamb of God with the autographed insert, the OG pressing on colored vinyl, it's now hit $55. Over here, we have The Best of Death. That was a Record Store Day exclusive from 2023, $34.99. Boy, look at that vinyl. That's amazing. $34.99 on Death. Jeff Brindley gets Axe. Please make sure that goes in for $9.99. He also has the 2 Armored Saints at $37. I'm going to go ahead and sell this Metallica to Hessen. That was one bid sealed on green vinyl for $30. And then Lamb of God's at $55. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Folks, do not forget, I have this to put up. I don't even know what it is. I'm looking. I have Black Sabbath, Mob Rules. Awesome. The second Dio album, an 81 OG specialty press with the original inner sleeve, VG++ condition, a $25 start. Lamb of God has a new bid, and Jerry Torres is out. These 2 Armored Saints are about to sell. Here's another buy now for $9.99. Autograph, Sign and Peace. Turn up the radio. Autograph, $9.99 on that. I missed a bid on Metallica. I did. Michael Thrower bid $37. My bad. I have bad news for Hessen. There was a bid. Sorry, Michael Thrower. That was on there for a while, too. This is sold, or excuse me, the new bid, $37. I was about to say, is nobody else going to bid on that? David Pokey gets autographed for $9.99. The 2 Armored Saints are sold to Jeff Brindley for $30. So yeah, there was a bid. I missed it. So let me know if you want back in. It was definitely on my screen. I just totally overlooked it. He's back in at $38. Black Sabbath, $25. All right, Best of Death. We still got Evil Lives, Provoked, Kill 'Em All, sealed, 2016, $24.99 on that one. The Lamb of God over here, Michael Thrower has this for $60 as well. And this is the red vinyl OG that was a web store exclusive from 2022 with the autographed insert. That's now up for bid. Next thing is Bloodbath, Nightmares Made Flesh, 2004 second full-length studio album of punishing Swedish death metal, sealed for $24.99. $24.99. Does Death have a seam split? Yeah, there's a seam split right up along the top here. Seam split on the top of Death, yes. Next is Deckelman on B for Bloodbath. That is sold to Justin Deckelman. Garrett Cypert was second. Next over here was Metallica at $45. That's still getting bids. Yes, I'm almost done with this first tray. I have almost gone through the A's. Now we're starting the B's. But luckily, I think Van Halen's the next tray. Oh my gosh, look at this lot. This should be incredible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Let's do all 7 of these together. So 9. Let me figure out how I want to do this. Yeah, let's start these at $65. Black Sabbath, Master of Reality, Heaven and Hell, Greatest Hits, Born Again, The Best of Black Sabbath, never seen that one before, and Live Evil. Black Sabbath cassette lot, $65 start on that one. All right, Metallica has a new bid for $45 with Michael Thrower. Hessen's out. The Metallica is now between Shannon Lee and Michael Thrower. Next is Shannon Lee gets Kill 'Em All. Lamb of God Omens is sold to Michael Thrower for $60. That Black Sabbath cassette lot $65. Jeff Brindley's in. And then this Black Sabbath, I forgot I already had this up. Steve McGee has this for $28. We might want to start calling this Mob or Black Sabbath Mob. Josh Brown, you bid $25. Steve McGee bid $28. So Josh Brown, I just want to let you know you're out. And now Black Sabbath cassettes are at $70. All right, there's that. Let's keep going in here. Ozzy, No Ordinary Man picture disc, $34.99. The picture disc, $34.99 on that. Also, Ratt, The Early Years, blue vinyl. Ratt is $24.99. And Septic Flesh, maybe $32.99. No, Infernus Sinfona something. But what's this say up here? Septo Flesh? I don't think it's septic. Maybe. $32.99. I may need a translation. Looks like some kind of black / death metal. Black Sabbath at $30. And that's the Mob Rules. another 30. Kenny Roll on Ratt. And then I want to make sure Shannon Lee went out on Metallica. This is sold to Michael Thrower for $45. Okay, so right now we got 2 Black Sabbath auctions. We got an OG Mob Rules, which has bids for 30 and 30. It is Septic Flesh. Okay. It looks like Septo. They turned the C this way and turned it up that way. Okay, that is Septic Flesh. So Mob is tied at 30. Chris, you're out on the cassettes. Let's find something else to put up. Nice. Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love. A 1982 U.S. reissue, an SRC pressing with lyric insert, VG++, a $30 start on Motley Crue. Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying, $24.99. Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. Judas Priest, Firepower, 2 LP, gatefold, $29.99. $29.99. Hiram, I missed your question. Oh, I thought earlier you made a question, a statement, but you was actually asking a question. This is Iced Earth, Primal Fear, Jag Panzer, Racer X, Vince Neil and George Lynch, Michael Schenker with Tim Ripper Owens, Icarus Witch, Steel Prophet, and Agent Steel. Some pretty good lineups there. Go Vinyl, limited 500, $29.99. Mark Stanley got Iron Maiden. The Sabbath cassettes are at 85. Kevin Voitosh first on Judas Priest. Don Alker next on Maiden, then John LaBeatty, and Hiram wants Evil Lives. Now, the Mob Rules was tied at 30. Josh Brown bid 32. Chad Sauls, you're out on Mob Rules. Okay. The next thing I have is Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love. A 1982 U.S. reissue, SRC press with lyric insert, VG++, $30 start. As y'all know, we sold a leather record second press a while back for, what, over $1,000? This has the lyric insert, $30 start on this one. Mob and Black Sabbath cassette still getting bids. Next is Temple, The Moon Lit Our Path. Temple, The Moon Lit Our Path, heavy metal post-rock, $24.99. Kaysen, if I find Iron Maidens, I will put them up. I think I've got to try to explain. I can't even move these things around. There's crate and like these trays, they're stacked up over here. I will try my best here in a minute to start digging. But I'm kind of just putting up whatever comes next. Right now, we're running down this alphabetical order section. I will try my best, though. I'm about to do some more buy it nows, because some of these are worthy of buy it nows, like these two here. And this one and this one. Here's 4 buy it nows. I'll do these for all $6.99 each, okay? $6.99 each on these. The Cars, Shake It Up. Sorry. The Best of Black Oak, Arkansas. Boston Don't Look Back, and Boston Walk On. $6.99. Black Oak, Arkansas, The Cars, Boston, and Boston. As usual, when I'm going through stuff like this, you just got to imagine tubs and containers that I've never gone through. And if I start digging, it's going to get really inefficient. So we just kind of go whatever's on top. I've always done that with CDs, cassettes. That way nothing gets skipped over and everything can go in order, because hopefully about every one of these are going to sell tonight. So let's go back up to the top. And we had Motley Crue at 30. Motley Crue at 30. Black Sabbath cassettes 90. Mob Rules 34. Sabbath cassettes at 100. Motley Crue 33, 35, 35. Garrett Cypert first on Temple. Hiram was second. Mob Rules 38. Motley Crue 40. Mob Rules 40. Motley Crue 40. So 40, 40. And the Sabbath cassettes are at 100 with Jeff Brindley. It's up to Chris Frazier if he wants to bid again. Cannibal Corpse, Eaten Back to Life, $29.99. Cannibal Corpse is on colored vinyl, $29.99. Merciful Fate, Dead Again, blue vinyl, Merciful Fate, $29.99. Blot Us Nord, Deus Saturus Mia. Has that Tool Anima sign. Mia. I just probably summoned some kind of demon, and then when I walk in my house tonight, there'll be some kind of demonic creature standing there with a black hood going, Chad, you summon me tonight. And then I'm going to have to shoot it. And then Black Sabbath's at 102. And now Sabbath's at 105. And now Motley Crue's at 45. And then Mob Rules is with Chad Sauls at $40. Josh Brown bid 42. How much is Blut? $19.99. I don't know if I ever said the price, did I? Black Metal, of course, $19.99. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark, double LP, $34.99. So no claims on Boston, no claims on Boston, no claims on Cars or Black Oak, Arkansas. I'm going to put up more cassette auctions as soon as we run down these Sabbaths. And then over here, we have Sabbath at 105, Stephen Parton on Iron Maiden, Fear. Black Sabbath's at 108. Mob Rules is up to one person, Chad Sauls. Motley Crue's at 45 with Matthew Sherrick. Also, Riot, the Brethren of the Long House, clear salmon pink colored vinyl, numbered. That is $29.99. Don Walker was next on Iron Maiden. And we have Screaming for Vengeance, Judas Priest, $34.99. Screaming for Vengeance, Judas Priest. Why does this look so much different? The cover looks so much different. What kind of division? Z2 Comics? Very much a different cover on that one. $32.99. Jeff's out on the Sabbath cassettes. These are sold to Chris Frazier for $108. I'm going to put them right over here. That way we can go down the next line that's auction worthy. All right, so right now we got Sabbath. Mob Rules, new bid 45. Motley Crue, new bid 48. David Polkey got Judas Priest. All right. Give me 1 second, and let's see what's next over here in the cassettes, all right? Next, does Merciful Fate have any cover damage? Merciful Fate has no cover damage. No. No cover damage. Let's go ahead and put up another LP, because one of those over there is about done. And the next one I have is Alcatraz, which I don't recall seeing too many times. Radio 5. Alcatraz is an 82 UKOG VG Plus, a $10 start. All right. Now, next cassette, this one goes up by itself, Blue Murder. Blue Murder is going to go up for a $10 start. Next thing is Prong, 0 Days, red vinyl, $29.99. And Slayer, Divine Intervention, a 2023, $34.99. I'm going to go ahead and take these cassettes in here before they spill over. That would not be good. It's also about time for what? A Monster Energy drink. A Monster Energy drink. It is time. Just like the Triple H song, it's time to play the game. First thing we have is Glenn on Slayer. Glenn, I want to let you know this cover does have a seam split, okay? Up here at the top. Does have a seam split. That is sold to Glenn. Alcatraz 10, Alcatraz 15, Alcatraz 20. The last bid on Black Sabbath was Mob Rules, $45. Josh Brown went out. This is sold for $45. And that's sold to Chad Sauls for $45. The last bid on Motley Crue was Matthew Sherrick, saying out. And Chad Sauls gets this for $48. Okay? I'm going to say about 5% of all modern pressings probably have some kind of seam split on them. It's extremely common unless somebody immediately takes the disc out of the jacket and put it behind it. Next thing is Alcatraz 10, 15, 20, Blue Murder 10, Blue Murder 10. Bob Riger gets Prong. Next auction is Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith, an 84 USOG Pittman press with the original lyric inner sleeve, VG++ EX, a $30 start on Judas Priest. Okay. Let's see here. So 4 auctions. Okay, we got Alcatraz, which is now at 30. Judas Priest has got introduced. Blue Murder, now that's at 12. And Circus of Power Vices, $10 start on Circus of Power Vices. Next thing, Deckelman does want Mirthful Fate. Andy, he had asked about that earlier, and he actually just claimed it. Next is Enslaved, Utgard. Enslaved is $19.99. And we have Angel Witch sealed for $29.99. Angel of Light, red vinyl. Okay? First thing, Circus of Power, $10 start. Blue Murder, $10 start. Judas Priest, Alcatraz is at $30. This is Alcatraz Radio 5. Alcatraz Radio 5 is at $30. Garrett Cypert on Enslaved. Shannon Lee was second, then Edwin Riviera. Next is Death, the Sound of Perseverance on colored vinyl. That's that butterfly effect. Really cool. $34.99 on Death. And then Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct, sealed, $34.99. Let me pause right there to say that Patty did bid $13 on Blue Murder. That means, Edwin, you've been outbid. Final call on Circus of Power to get a bid. And then Alcatraz is moving to a final call. John Kaiser, you're out. Next is Michael Wood did bid $30 on Judas Priest. Stephen Parton gets Metallica, and Jeremy Rourke, you were second. And we have Black Sabbath, self-titled on purple and black splatter, sealed for $44.99. Blue Murder has a bid for $15. One second, please. Okay, so first is how much was Death? That was $34.99, 2 LP. They call that the butterfly effect on the splatter there. I lost Kaiser on Alcatraz. I'm about to sell it to Brian for $30. Alcatraz is already at $30. Blue Murder's at $15. Sold to Edwin Riviera. All right, let's go ahead and sell that one. Circus of Power, no bid. That's a $10 buy now. And then Judas Priest, Michael Wood, only bidder. That's sold to him for $30. The Lore Crate sticker has not been claimed. So let's read through these again. It was not claimed. Here is Yngwie J. Malmsteen Trilogy. A 1986 USOG Hop Hog press with the original inner sleeve with lyrics. The vinyl was super nice. EX or better, $30 start on that. I got to make sure Curtis doesn't want to bid on Alcatraz. Edwin Riviera got Circus of Power for $10. Okay? Thank you, Edwin Riviera. Next thing is the following. We're going to put up another cassette auction, and this is Dirty Looks, Cool from the Wire. Dirty Looks is going to go up for a $10 start. Yngwie's at $40, and now we have let's read through these again. Stropper. Wow, it's the white vinyl too. Stropper, Soldiers Under Command, is an 85 US OG limited edition. Nice. And this is complete with the merch insert and the lyric insert. $35 start on Stropper. Once again, their catalog has never been reissued. That's a cool van. I'd like to have that parked out in front of Coletco. People could have their photo taken with it. I wonder where it is. Look at that van. I'll give $10,000 for it right now. Somebody can track it down. But it's got to be mint condition. No miles. We have Dirty Looks. A $10 start on that. Okay. And then Yngwie has bids for $40, $42. Alcatraz is sold. And that is sold for $30 to Brian Thurman. Okay. There's that. There's Yngwie. There's Dirty Looks. Let's move those down. Yngwie, $40. Striper, $35 start. White vinyl. And let's read through this again. Like I said, this has not been claimed. First thing is Megadeth. This is the Walmart exclusive on blue and green vinyl, sealed, $34.99. $34.99. I have seen that toy, yeah. Is it a model kit? Isn't it a model kit? I've seen that, kind of like the Kiss van. That's when vans were kind of the thing, right? All right, here are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm almost done with this huge tray, and then maybe I can find those Van Halens and Iron Maiden cassettes. Bear with me. We're going to be doing CDs tonight. Folks, it's only 10:14 on Metal Night. We got metal cassettes, metal CDs, and plenty of more stuff still to auction, okay? Next thing is that M, Megadeth, Jeremy Rourke, right? Yeah, that's sold to M, Jeremy Rourke. Or was that M for Metallica from that last claim, Jeremy? How far did I scroll up? No, that was another M for Megadeth. Your last two comments have been M, one for Metallica, one for Megadeth. All right, Dirty Looks did not get a bid, so that's a $10 buy now. Here come Def Leppard On Through the Night, Def Leppard High and Dry, Def Leppard Pyromania, Def Leppard Hysteria, and Def Leppard Adrenalize. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. $35 start on those. Striper has one bid for $35 with Jamie Wheels. Final call. Ingve's at 41, now 42 with John Kaiser. David Saunders, you're out on Ingve. Wesley, you're out. Riot, I still hadn't figured out what letter that is, but Riot is $24.99. $24.99 for Riot. First time on vinyl. Includes 4 bonus tracks. Special Anniversary Collector's Edition. Next, Provoked. Prepare for the Cold. Provoked is a hardcore punk album on turquoise clear vinyl. $14.99 for Provoked. The Best of Death. It does have a sing split up here. It is a record store day edition. $34.99. Ozzy Osbourne, Ordinary Man, picture disc, $34.99. The Def Leppard cassettes are a $35 start, no bid yet. David's out on Ingve. That means Wesley's back in at 42. Unbelievably, though, Striper, I'm about to sell it. But the first thing I'm going to do is put up another auction, which is Raven, Mad. Raven is now going up for bid. It's a 1986 US specialty press with the original Atlantic inner sleeve, $10 start. Brian Thurman first on Ozzy. Mark Stanley put P for Provoked. 007 next on Ozzy. Kelly Cook next on Ozzy. Septic Flesh. Infernus Symphonica MMXIX. $32.99. Ingve 43. Striper has a new bid for $37. Cannibal Corpse, Eaten Back to Life, gray marbled vinyl, $29.99. 6 Def Leppard cassettes. 5 Def Leppard cassettes, $35. $35. Okay? Shannon Lee on Septic Flesh. Striper 40, Striper 40. Ingve's at 43. Wesley Stover, you've been outbid. Edwin Riot Inishmore is 20. I saw that. I didn't know if that was a claim or if you were helping me with the title. Blot es Nord, 1999. Still available. Riot, the Brethren of the Longhouse, $29.99. And Angel Witch, Angel of Light, sealed for $29.99. What Raven? Mad. 86 OG specialty press. No bid, looking for a $10 start. Striper still getting bid. Ingve still getting bid. And Metal Night is full force. Edwin says both and sold. Okay, so he wants Riot. That is sold to Edwin. Ravens at 10. Cannibal Corpse pressing info, Eaten Back to Life, Metal Blade Records. It's kind of like on kind of cloudy, grayish marble vinyl. I don't have an exact year for you, but it's near mint and shrink with no cover damage, $29.99. Ravens at 12. Yngwie and Stryper still getting bids. Next, cassettes. Okay, let's do this one. Choir Boys. I don't know if that's the same one, though. Let me do these for sure. I know for sure we can put these up. These 3 Dios for a $25 start. 3 Dio cassettes, $25 start. Dio, The Last in Line. Dio, Holy Diver. Dio, Sacred Heart. 3 Dio cassettes, $25 start. Raven, 14. Jay Condi and Jamie Willis out on Stryper. Alonzo has it for $45. Yngwie's at $45. Black Sabbath, Purple and Black Splatter, $44.99. And Death, The Sound of Perseverance, 2 LP, $34.99. Okay. This was 5 Def Leppard cassettes I just put up for $35. On Through the Night, High and Dry, Pyromania, Hysteria, and Adrenalize. No bid. No bid. I'm looking for a $35 buy it now. 007 Platinum on Black Sabbath. Okay. 3 Dios, $25 start. Yngwie is sold. Yngwie is sold to John Kaiser for $75. Stryper is sold for $45 to Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr. I was about to say, Jeff Brindley, you must have hopped off for a second and missed those Def Leppards. I was like, what's going on? These 5 Def Leppards are sold to Jeff for $35. Dirty Looks is a $10 buy now. The others back there are $6.99 each. He is in on Dio at $25. And John Kaiser got Yngwie for $45. I'm not for sure what I said. John Kaiser got Yngwie for $45. Alonzo got Stryper for $45. Okay. And the Lore Crate sticker has not been claimed. The Lore Crate sticker has not been claimed. It's still available. We still got Death, Cannibal Corpse, Angel Witch, Riot. The Nord was Deus Saltuus Mia. I don't know if that's right on that last word. And then Death, the Best of Death. Garrett Seifert on Cannibal Corpse. Shannon Lee on Nord. How much was the Best of Death? $34.99. Amazing colored vinyl. There is a seam split on top of the jacket. Raven is at 15 with Curtis Marachi. No, there's 2 people that hadn't set out, though. John Kaiser, you're out, and Wesley Stover. Wesley went out, but John, you're out on Raven. It's at 15. All 3 Dios are sold to Jeff Brindley for $25. Now Raven's at 16. 2 Deaths, Angel Rich and Wyatt. Next is some buy it nows, maybe. The problem is they're all in alphabetical order. I've never seen this before. This looks like something Tony Bradford or Andy Lane would bid on. Blues Saraceno, Never Look Back. Blues Saraceno, Never Look Back, $10 start. Okay, Jeff Brindley also wants the Dirty Looks cassette for $10. How much is Riot? Riot was $29.99. And how much was Angel Witch? Sealed for $29.99. Ravens at 16. Curtis Marachi, you've been outbid. Next auction, Striper. We hadn't sold Danzig either. Danzig's going up right now. Striper, To Hell with the Devil. An 86 US reissue specialty press with the original inner sleeve and merch insert. VG++ EX. $25 start on Striper. I'm going to tell y'all who got the sticker after we clean out this crate. We're so close. We have Danzig. Danzig is Starburst colored vinyl. This is Black Area, a 2023 sealed $25 start. Stephen Parton wants Best of Death. Sold. Brian Thurman on Angel Witch. Sold. Okay? And then over here, Raven has a new bid for 17. 10 seconds. I'm going to make an announcement. Let's do a bot now on... Oh, gosh, it's so hard to show all these bots now. I mean, I guess whoever's first will have a great advantage because you can claim whatever you want. But I'll do all these for $6.99 each, okay? Here's 3 that I'll do, willing to do for $6.99. David Gilmour, About Face. The Doors, Morrison Hotel. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun. And The Doors, Greatest Hits. Those are all $6.99 each. Doors, 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 David Gilmour. All right, Ravens at 18. The Lower Crate sticker was claimed. I was going to make sure nobody else wanted those last 2 records. But during that last little fury, it was claimed. On that sticky note, it has the answer. So nobody got Riot and nobody got the other death. I'm going to move those right over here. That pretty much empties out that crate. And the sticker goes to, is one of those last records that was claimed. Cannibal Corpse, Eaten. I actually put it on that one because we have recently got that album back in stock. And I think I just sold 2 or 3 copies this week. And I was like, well, that one won't probably get grabbed immediately. There were some in there that was like immediate sellers. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to put on something that probably might stick around for a while. And that was it. Now, Garrett is probably somewhere going hip, hip, hooray. And so you might say hip, hip, hooray again. What a cool sticker. Wow, look at this one. Captain Spaulding from Rob Zombie's House of a Thousand Corpses film trilogy strongly approves of this Lower Crate. Wow, what a sticker. Folks, this is a work of art. This isn't just something willy-nilly that we just hand out. There's only one place you can get these, and that is right here, right now. This is it. Okay, let's put that away. Throw those away. Now, Raven 17, Danzig 25, Striper 25, Raven 18, Danzig 25, Striper 25. Jeff Brindley, you're first on the Doors. Let me know if you want Greatest Hits, Waiting for the Sun, or Morrison Hotel. 007 was next. Striper 35, Striper 40, Striper 45, Danzig 30, Striper 46, Danzig 30, Striper 47, Danzig 35, Striper 48, Striper 49, Danzig 40. Jeff Brindley got all 3 Doors cassettes at $6.99 each. Nobody bid on Blues Sarcino. $10 bot now on that one. Raven is up to John Kaiser. John Kaiser, Raven, no, it's up to Curtis Marachi. Curtis, you're out on Raven. It's at $18. Striper is at $48. Striper's at $50. Danzig is a 2023 reissue. High bid is Patrick Malloy at $45. Oh. Oh, man. Sorry if all that came through the mic. I was just popping. Oh, my gosh. I felt like bubble wrap was wrapped around me. I just made so many noises. Okay. Here we go. Raven is sold to John Kaiser for $18. Okay. Danzig's at 50 and Striper is at 50. Danzig's a 2023 issue. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do now. We've went through all 4 John crates. We've went through Laura's crate. We've went through Paul's crate. And what I plan on doing now is really focusing on tonight's miscellaneous stuff. And also trying to show you as much other metal titles that's in this building that's on vinyl. That would be some of our newest sealed metal stuff. The other crates I could possibly go through would be vintage OGs. If you're looking for metal any other way, it will be cassettes and CDs. And that's really what I'm going to focus on the rest of tonight, is these CDs and cassettes, because I know the metal buyers are on. I see y'all bidding. I see y'all claiming. And I probably could outsell vinyl with these cassettes and CDs probably 3-to-1 right now, both quantity and probably price-wise. So for the best business decision for me would probably to keep showing new vinyl. Maybe y'all can see some metal LPs you didn't know I had, and we can keep rolling with auctions. I still got like a couple dozen auctions to sell tonight. Really good titles, okay? Maybe a dozen. And then I've got some sealed stuff that John brought me. And of course, we're going to be auctioning cassettes. So let's go over here and do this. I am going to find the next best crate over here. Probably has some of our newest titles. And we're going to start focusing. Well, honestly, I have a whole crate. Like, let me show y'all what's going to be sold tomorrow on top of whatever Laura gets ready for tomorrow. This is all metal. This is the reserve. This is our, you know, like Fort Knox is the gold reserve. This is our metal reserve and auction reserve, okay? I mean, there's Abbey Road, there's Ozzy, there's Accept, there's the Rolling Stones, Crocus, Star Wars, Pink Floyd, Kiss, Judas Priest, Wasp. So I'm going to video some of this tomorrow. So on top of everything else Laura gets ready, I'm going to try to sell at least half of that crate tomorrow. That's called our auction reserves. That's on reserve there, okay? We've already been through this crate. It's that time of the night where I got to do a little bit of a cleanup and to really get to the next crates I want to show. I'll go ahead and put this here as a placeholder. And let's see what's going on, okay? And let's get a new crate. So we got a lot of ground to cover. It's about time for Chad to get a new Monster and a couple Oreos. All right, so here's what happened. Danzig, Christina Curtis had this for $50. Now, she had to have outbid somebody, Patrick Malloy. He's out. This is sold to Christina Curtis for $50. Striper is sold to Alonzo for $50. Okay? There's that. Let's knock out all this amazing cassette collection, CDs tonight. Whatever we can get to in about the next couple hours, hopefully. All right? And, I mean, some of these look like they could be really good. I just don't know. So we're going to try first Cats and Boots, Kicked and Clawed. Cats and Boots is a $10 start. And then let's try Company of Wolves, $10 start. Cats and Boots, Company of Wolves. And then let me get my next LP auction out over here. And the next LP auction I have for you is Raven again. The pack is back. Raven, the pack is back, is an 86 USOG specialty, VG condition, $10 start on Raven. Okay, so there's Company of Wolves, there's Cats and Boots, there's Raven, and it's even going to include a To Collect Co from Seth sticker. Okay, that's in the handwriting of Seth Hackett. Nobody likes him. He gets fired every day. Somehow he still shows up, but folks, the man does have a family now, so that's going to go up for a $10 start. Good luck bidding on Raven, and you're going to get that rare in the handwriting of Seth sticker. Let me start getting this tray of cassettes closer to me. Hey, there's the Van Halens. There's the Van Halens. I knew they was underneath this one. Whew. Okay. What can I make a bite now out of here? Very little, but let me go ahead and pick out which ones I do. And some of them might be worthy of $9.99 bite nows, like these. And here, I'll do these for $6.99. All right, these are all $6.99 each. Deep Purple, when we rock, we rock. When we roll, we roll. Deep Purple, Slaves and Masters. Deep Purple, 2 albums in 1, Machine Head and Who Do They Think We Are. The Best of Deep Purple and Deep Purple, Come Taste the Band. All those are $6.99. $6.99. Make them $24.99. The Van Halens, I think I'm going to sell them all in one big lot. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll probably sell them all in one big lot. Okay, here we go. So I left off. I'm ready to start showing some albums. Any Sam Hain, Danzig, Misfits cassette CDs? I honestly don't know. Raven has a bid for 10. Raven has a bid for 20. Cats and Boots 10. Company of Wolves 10. And Jeff Brinley wants all the Deep Purples at $6.99 each. All right. I've got sealed OG. Speaking of Van Halen, I think y'all have seen these a bunch. They're OG sealed copies of David Lee Roth, $28.99. Next is Lords of Acid, Voodoo U. Lords of Acid, this is $44.99. It's a double LP red vinyl, Lords of Acid, and no FX. No FX, no FX, no FX. S&M Airlines, no FX is $24.99. Company of Wolves has a new bid for $15. Cats and Boots is a final call for $10. Ravens at $22 with MT Matte. Okay, here comes some more. These are going to be $9.99. A little bit upper tier title here. Scorpions Savage Amusement, Scorpions Love at First Sting, Scorpions Best of Rockers and Ballads. Those are $9.99 each, okay? We have De La Soul. This is 2 LP yellow vinyl, $24.99. Wesley Stover wants a sealed David Lee Roth. Sell that to Wesley Stover. Those are sealed original pressings. Also, The Sword, Age of Winters. The Sword is $29.99, the 2006 debut album. Also over here, Information Society. That's on clear vinyl, $19.99. All right, and let me pause right there. Cats and Boots. Cats and Boots, we're going to sell that one B at $10, and that's sold to Jeff Brinley. The Wolves, the Company of Wolves has a new bid, and that is with $15 with Doug Reeder. I'm going to make sure, Tony Bradford, you don't want to bid again. Wesley Stover gets The Sword. That's sold to Wesley Stover. Ravens at $28. Jeff Brinley wants Scorpions, not Savage, okay? So he gets Love at First Sting and Best of Rockers and Ballads. Those are $9.99 each, please. There's Savage Amusement. Here's another one that's going to go up for auction, and this is Danger, Danger, Screw It. Danger, Danger, Screw It is going to go up for $10. I don't know where Gregory Roberts is, but he is missing out on hair metal galore cassettes tonight. He probably went to bed early. One of the worst decisions you can make in your life every day is going to bed early and not watching Coletco. Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice, $34.99. The Stone Roses, Stand Still. The Stone Roses, Tokyo, Unofficial, $29.99. Ravens at 32. Company of Wolves, abbreviated COW, is at 16. And we have Jaws, $33.99 for the Jaws soundtrack. We have Empty Sky, Elton John. This is his first album released in the UK, $36.99. Danger Danger is at 10. These are $6.99. I'm about to show you 4 cassettes here, all from the same artist. These are $6.99 each. Cheap Trick self-titled, Cheap Trick Dream Police, Cheap Trick in Color, and Cheap Trick Standing on the Edge. $6.99 on the Cheap Tricks, $6.99 on those. Cowls at 17, Ravens at 32. Also, we have Albert King with Stevie Ray Vaughan, $33.99. And we have Cinderella, Long Cold Winter. That's a new music on vinyl pressing. Cinderella's $38.99. Zach Top, his newest album, Ain't In It For My Health, $34.99 on Zach Top. Company of Wolves is at 17. Tony, goes back to you. Empty Mat's out on Raven. John Kaiser has that for 32. Danger Danger has one bid for 10. Metallica Whiplash is sold. All the advertised stuff in the grid is sold, except for the stuff that was in the video. And then, of course, I have metal cassettes and CDs tonight as well. So I'm working on this last tray over here. And then here's some of the artists in the next tray. Y'all know about the Van Halens. Steve Vai, Triumph, TNT Tough, Testament Tempest, Ted Nugent Tesla, Winger Whitesnake, Warrior Soul, McQueen Street, War Babies, Wasp, White Cross Warlock, Violence, Vixen, Vane, Vinnie Vincent, more Van Halens. Whoa, there's more. White Line, XYZ, Y&T's, ZZ Tops, and then compilations. Prophet and Little Caesar. Wow, there's a lot of cool stuff still to come. Next is Danger Danger, got a new bid for 11. Don Alker on the new Zach Top. Tony's out on Company of Wolves. Danger Danger, new bid for 13. And we got a request for Testament and War Babies. First, though, we're going to go ahead and sell a Raven. And Raven here is sold to John Kaiser for $32. A lot of requests for War Babies. That's why I read off all those, because I know y'all are hunting. Y'all are out here hunting stuff. Danger Danger is sold to Jeff Brinley for 13. And Company of Wolves is over here sold to Doug Reeder for 17. And let me go ahead and take this crazy stack of cassettes right over here. Okay? Let's do all these right over here. Gotta be careful of these. Little stack like that's like $500. Adds up quickly. Okay, so first thing we have is this. This is gonna knock out a bunch right here. I have a lot. I'm gonna count this double as one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 albums, 13 cassettes, okay? 12. We have a request to split the David Lee Roth era. Okay, let's do that. Let's see. Except that one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. $55 start. Van Halen 2, Diver Down, Fair Warning, Women, Children First, 1984. Good luck to everybody bidding. Van Halen's now up for bid. Next auction is AC/DC High Voltage. AC/DC High Voltage is a 1976 US OG. Unfortunately, though, it's in G+ condition. Maybe VG minus. $10 start on AC/DC High Voltage. That's now up for bid. Van Halen's now up for bid. And now the next auction is going to be Striper. Striper is Reason for the Season. A 1985 US OG, also VG+, $10 start on that. Okay? Glenn wants Cinderella. So did Glenn. Next is 2 more copies of Zach Top, if you missed that earlier. Drive-By Truckers Decoration Day, $33.99. And U2 Live on Air, U2 is $34.99. Live on Air. Jack Johnson, On and On. Jack Johnson is $36.99. Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed, $33.99. And Bauhaus, Going to Hell Again, 1982, $29.99. So AC/DC is really low grade, and Stryper is now got bids for $12 and $20. Those are all David Lee Roth. Van Halen 1, Van Halen 2, Diver Down, Fair Warning, Women, Children First, 1984. That's all the David Lee Roths. Those are all Roth albums. 1, 2, Fair, Diver, Women, Children, 84. Those are all Roth. Roth 246. It was a $55 start. $55 start on those. Next over here is the following. We have a Coolio, It Takes a Thief. Coolio is $24.99 on Coolio. There's another Bauhaus Live Unofficial. And then Everclear, So Much for the Afterglow. Everclear is the 25th anniversary, mastered by Kevin Gray. That's a gatefold Stoughton jacket, $59.99. This is Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young So Far. Great compilation, $29.99. Don Alker on Coolio, that's so to Don Alker. And final call to get a bid on Van Halen. Next is Stryper at $24. AC/DC has 1 bid for $10. Weezer, The Green Album, is $34.99. Willie Nelson, Highwayman, is $39. Kiss self-titled debut is $33. And David Axelrod, Songs of Experience, gatefold jacket, $29.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and let me find that one that right here, War Babies. Oh my gosh, War Babies is going to go up for a $10 start. Good luck to everybody that wants to bid on that. No bid on the Van Halen cassettes. These are a $55 buy it now if anybody wants them. Sold to Doug Reeder. Those are sold. And then over here, we have the other Van Halen, which is Van Halen Best Of, Van Halen for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, Van Halen OU812, and then the Live Right Here, Right Now, Volume 1 and 2, Van Halen Balance, and Van Halen 5150. So the rest of these are going to go up 1, 2, 3. I'm going to count those, the double as 1, 4, 5, 6. 6 more Van Halens there, $55 start on that. The Tougher to Get stuff, 5150. OU Ain't 2. The Best of Van Halen, and Live Right Here, Right Now. War Babies has bids for 10 and 15 and now 20. AC/DC is at 15 with Wesley Stover, and Stryper's at 24. I guess John Durden didn't want any Van Halen cassettes, or his phone died, one of the two things. But Doug Reeder got that lot for 55, and the other lot's also a $55 start. Next thing in here, I'm going to read through these one more time, then we're going to go to another crate, okay? I have David Axelrod, Songs of Experience, Kiss self-titled, Highwayman, which is the Highwaymen, which is Waylon, Willie, Johnny, and Chris Christopherson, Weezer, The Green Album, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Everclear, Bauhaus, Rolling Stones, Jack Johnson, U2, Drive-By Truckers, Zach Top, Cinderella, Albert King, Empty Sky, Jaws, The Stone Roses, Beetlejuice, Information Society, De La Soul, NoFX, Lords of Acid, and David Lee Roth, okay? War Babies now has a high bid of $25. Probably one of the most requested of the cassettes. Van Halen, that lot's also going to be a $55 start. Not before we go ahead and show some buy it nows. These are going to be $9.99 each. How much, you may say, Chad? $9.99 for these. I almost thought about putting them up for a lot, but let's just do these for $9.99 each. Don Dokken, Up from the Ashes. Dokken, Breaking the Chain. Or, excuse me, Beast from the East. Dokken, Back for the Attack. Dokken, Lock and Key. Docking tooth and nail, docking breaking the chains. There's your selection for some docking cassettes. $9.99 each on those, okay? War Babies is tied at $25. Striper is sold to Jamie Wills for $24. Nice, Jamie. Thank you on that. And then over here is AC/DC. That is sold to Wesley Stover for $15. Time for some new auctions. Next thing I have over here is the following. This is Judas Priest, stained glass. Judas Priest is this is a low-grade copy. U.S. reissue. It is in G condition, just a $1 start. $1 start. Nobody bid on this Van Halen lot. It's a $55 buy now for all those together. 6 for $55. Jeff Brindley on the Don Dokken solo album. That's sold to Jeff Brindley for $9.99. The next thing I have is Dokken Lock and Key. That's sold to Doug Reeder for $9.99. Ed Riviere wants Dokken Tooth and Nail for $6.99. War Babies is still at $25. Tony Bradford, you're out. The first person who bid was Jeff Brindley. Doug Reeder's out. And then Judas Priest is a $1 start. There's War Babies. The next cassette auction is going to be, there's some other pretty interesting stuff in here. I know that we usually try to put up for auction. And some look very interesting. They look familiar, but I can't remember. This is Bronze Taken by Storm. I'm going to try that one also for a $10 start. Bronze Taken by Storm. Okay? And there is Priest and Priest. And then nobody on this Van Halen lot. So those 3 Dockins are still available. Beast from the East, Back for the Attack, Breaking the Chains. And then those 6 Van Halens for $55. Okay? War Babies, Tony Bradford's out. So sell this for $25 to Jeff Brindley. Doug Reeder said he would do $50 for those other 6 Van Halens. Sell this to Doug Reeder then. I'm going to put a sticky note there to separate those. Sell the rest of those for $50, okay? All the Van Halens now are gone. Bronze is a $10 start. Judas Priest has bids for $113254. Okay, next LP auction I'm going to put up. Actually, let me go over here and let's put up Little Caesar. This is a good one. Little Caesar. Ooh, it's a promo. Wow, look at this one. Promo copy of Little Caesar. Interesting. That's probably a pretty good item. $10 start on the Little Caesar. Let's put that right there, actually. Okay, and let's put up another LP. And the next LP I've got for you is Ratt. Lay It Down. We sold one of these earlier tonight. Invasion of Your Privacy is VG minus condition. Ratt's a $10 start. Okay. White Cross. I'll get that one on deck. Pizza. Okay, so there's all those. Let me set these as I go through them. All right, that way I know all the new vinyl. We took a pretty good chunk out of there, going through all those a second time. Let's go through this. This has Gojira. Yeah, I think y'all might like this one. Yeah, let's go through this one. And Rammstein. Yeah, here we go. So Bronze has one bid for 10. No bid on Little Caesar. The G plus Judas Priest is at 7, and Ratt's at 10 right now. Folks, that's where we're at, okay? We're about to go through some metal LPs and more cassette buy it nows in just a moment. This and pretty much entire tray here is all worthy of buy it nows. I'm going to do these for $9.99 and $9.99. $9.99 each on these. Cinderella Night Songs and Cinderella Heartbreak Station. Cinderella and Cinderella, $9.99, $9.99. I've got Rammstein, Rise, 2 LP, 180 gram remaster. Rammstein is $49.99. Slipknot, limited edition, 2 LP subliminal verses, purple vinyl, $36.99. Ratt 10, Ratt 15. Bronze got one bid for $10, sold to MT Matt. Little Caesar has one bid with Brian Thurman for 10. Final call on Little Caesar. Next thing I have over here is, what was that other one that somebody asked about just a second ago? White Cross, okay? White Line. Did I say White Cross? Warrior Soul, Winger, White Line. I said White Cross. I don't see a White Cross. I see white. There it is. I did say White Cross. White Cross. Triumphant Return. White Cross is a $10 start. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind, $33.99. It does have a little bit of a seam crackle there, so I'll go ahead and do it for $29.99. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind, Gatefold Jacket, Rammstein, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Municipal Waste, The Art of Partying. Municipal Waste is $38.99. The Art of Partying. Also, we have Flotsam and Jetsam, Blood in the Water. Flotsam and Jetsam is $29.99. And Primus, Pork Soda. Primus is $39.99. My name is Mud. My name is Mud. Something like that. $39.99. Ratt 20, Ratt 22, Little Caesar 12, now Little Caesar 15. White Cross is a $10 start. And then what about the G Plus Judas Priest? Jay Condi had it for $10. I'm assuming everybody else is out. Let me lay these down. Promo copy of Little Caesar, by the way. White Cross has a bid for $10. I've got Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. This is a 2LP clear vinyl. Harry Potter is $39.99. And The Cult Pure Singles. This is about the best and closest thing you're going to get to a Cult Greatest Hits. Pure Singles is $38.99. We also have Metallica and Justice for All. We sold an OG tonight for almost $300. We sold a sealed Walmart exclusive for $45. This one's sealed. Same thing as the Walmart exclusive, just black vinyl, $44.99. Shortest Straw. Judas Priest is sold for $10 to Jay Condi. Little Caesar, Brian Thurman's out. That is sold to, or that's a high bid now of 17. White Cross is a final call for 10. And Rat's at 22. I'm going to make sure Brian calls done. Alonzo has it for 22. Also, I have Flotsam and Jetsam self-titled. That should be on clear vinyl for 33. Next LP I'm going to put up for auction is going to be Raven. And Raven over here is now going up right now. And Raven is Stay Hard. And Raven's an 85 USOG specialty press, VG Plus condition, $10 start on that. Ratt has a new bid for 23. Poison, Open Up and Say Ah, $34.99 on Poison. And Judas Priest, Rockarola, really cool embossed cover. All that's embossed. That is a 50th anniversary remix and remaster, $34.99. Jamie Wills got White Cross for 10. Little Caesar sold to John Kaiser for 17. Ratt has a new bid for 25. Now Raven's up for bid. Next thing I have is Blood Good. Let's sell these together. Let's sell these together. We got Blood Good Detonation and Blood Good Out of Darkness. Both Blood Goods for a $15 start. $15 start on the two Blood Goods. And let's also go ahead and put this up, McQueen Street. Man, all this, I wish some of this is not available on vinyl. If it was, it would be insane. McQueen Street, $10 start on that one. Okay, back to the crate. Rammstein Shinzuit. Rammstein's $49.99. And Judas Priest Stained Class. Priest is $33.99. New and sealed. Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son, $33. And Metallica's Ride the Lightning is $33. Raven has one bid for $25. Brian calls out on Ratt. Let's go ahead and sell that then to Alonzo for $25. Blood Good has two $15 bids. McQueen Street's a $10 start. And the next LP we're going to put up for auction is Judas Priest, Unleashed in the East. Priest is a VG, maybe even a VG minus. It is a US reissue, $10 start on that. $10 start on that. McQueen Street has a bid for 10. Raven has a new bid for 27. And both Blood Goods are being sold together. They're at $20 right now. They're at $20 right now. And here's a couple buy it nows. I got Thomas Dolby, Aliens Ate My Buick, and Bobby Brown, Dance You Know It. Those are $6.99 each. $6.99 each on Thomas Dolby and Bobby Brown. Guns N' Roses Appetite for Destruction, a 2LP, $44.99. Who did John Kaiser outbid on Raven? He outbid on Raven. Raven John, I think you outbid yourself. Those other R bids were for Ratt. So you had Raven at $10, actually, and no one has bid against you. So you still have Raven for $10. Final call to you. Blood Goods at 2022. McQueen Street has one bid with Tony for $10. And there's Judas Priestess now for bid. Iron Maiden, Live After Death. Maiden is a double LP, $44.99 for Iron Maiden. Overkill taken over. Overkill's $33.99. That's a half-speed master on pink marble vinyl. Corrosion Conformity Wise Blood is $44. And then Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, $29.99 for Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. Limp Bizkit's $39.99. That is a Gatefold 2 LP. Now Raven's at 12. So, John, you were at 10. I almost saved you $17 there. But now Andy's bid 12. McQueen Street, just one bid for $10. And that $10 bid is sold to Tony Bradford. Blood Good is up to Andy Lane. Jamie Wills has them right now at $22. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is for Testament. And this is Testament live at Endenoven. Testament live at Endenoven. Testament is going to go up for a $10 start. Also, we got Wilco AM. That is a cut from the original tapes by Kevin Gray, numbered, $39.99. Docking Breaking the Chains on red vinyl for $33. Deep Purple, that new reissue of Rapture of the Deep, which came out in 2005, 3LP blue vinyl, $69. Jack Johnson, Songs from Curious George, $36.99. And Limp Bizkit, Chocolate Starfish in the hot dog flavored water, $46.99. Both Blood Goods are sold to Jamie Wills for $22. Thank you on that one. And now Ravens at 14, Andy Lane's out. And I know it's about time when we're done with vinyl, when I've read through a whole crate. I've read through a whole crate of new sealed metal with Limp Bizkit, also Dokken and Ozzy and Corrosion Conformity and Overkill and Iron Maiden and GNR and Metallica and Judas Priest and Rammstein and Poison and Flotsam and Jetsam and Metallica and The Cult. Also Promises in here, Municipal Waste, Jack Johnson, Slipknot, Iron Maiden. And I did not sell a single record. That means I got to do a better job at trying to sell them, or that means everybody's in full cassette mode and CD mode right now. One of the two. So let's move this right over here. And let's take this other really crazy stack of sold cassettes on the table. Awesome. And we got a lot more to go. Okay. Let's go right over here. We have nobody bid on Judas Priest. VG, maybe VG minus. One of our first no bids other than the signed Ozzy album. $10. No one bid on Testament. That's a final call for 10. Raven is sold to John Kaiser for 14. John, I just saved you $12. And then the next auction we have over here is AC/DC, Back in Black. AC/DC is a 1980 USOG. Once again, unfortunately, low grade GG plus copy. $5 start on that. This is the only Testament that's in this tray. Deckelman has it for 10, final call. XYZ, I have XYZ self-titled. I don't have Hungry over here, it looks like. But I do have XYZ, $10 start on that. Testament's a $10 start. And Andy's also bid 10. Unfortunately, another low-grade AC/DC there. Yeah, I think it's time for me to grab a monster and really figure out, let me glance at these CDs. Because, I mean, if y'all want to buy metal CDs and cassettes, I don't usually ever auction CDs, so I can just start going through these things, $9.99 each. And like I said earlier, I mean, I just went through a whole crate of vinyl. I know it's new stuff I've shown probably 4 or 5 times, but I have a feeling if I start showing metal CDs right now for $9.99, it would be the equivalent of selling 2 or 3 more crates of vinyl for the next hour. So that might be best for me, but I do need an energy drink because I've been talking nonstop for, 6 hours? And I definitely need something to drink. I need a quick break on my brain. So let's go through one more crate of vinyl. I'll try to put up one more crate. But I think y'all are hungry for some other metal action we have over here, eh? Yeah, we got some people over here hungry for some other metal action, eh? We got some people over here that's like, hey, Chad, We're here for the metal action, eh? Hey, where's that metal action at, Chad, eh? Hey, Chad, where's that metal action? Hey, Chad. Hey, Chad, where's that metal action at, eh? Chad, where's that metal action at, eh? Hey, Chad. We're here, we're looking for that metal action, eh? Eh? AC/DC is $5. Buy it now. And I have Kiss Double Platinum. Kiss Double Platinum is also G plus condition, low grade, clip corner, $10 start on that. XYZ has one bid for 10. Testament is sold to Andy Lane for 12. Next thing I have over here is Violence, Eternal Nightmare. That's a big one. $10 start on that. Edwin Vivier on AC/DC, eh? And he gets that for $5. He literally put A, eh? That was for AC/DC, eh? That's sold for $5. Violence, $10 start. XYZ sold to MT Matt for 10. Violence has a new bid for 10 with Deckelman. Cold Sweat Breakout. Cold Sweat Breakout, $10 start. Okay. Yeah, I got Oreos right over here. I'm about to, that's what I did earlier that rejuvenated me. I ate 2 Oreos and chugged a Monster. That was about 6 hours ago. All right, eh? Let's figure out where we're at. Tony's in on Cold Sweat for 10, final call. Violence is sold to Andy Lane for 15. Nobody bid on Kiss. $10 buy it now. 2 low-grade records, $10 each if anybody wants them. I feel like a phoenix rising from Arizona. Just completely unleashed all of a sudden. So let's get started. Jim B's here for CD action. He knows it. We're about to start showing $20, $30, $40 CDs for $10 a piece. And he knows it. Kiss is sold to Chad Anderson for 10. Jay Condy gets Unleashed in the East for 10. Tony Bradford gets Cold Sweat for 10. Next auctions. We have the following. I have these going up for auction. Here are some $6.99ers, okay? These are $6.99. Contagious, Be Ready, Cobra, First Strike, Doucette, Mama Let Him Play, and Coney Hatch, Out of Hand. Those are $6.99. Okay, let me clear a path. I can't clear a path. Let me just walk around. What's everybody's favorite Canadian metal band? Can anybody name a Canadian metal band? Golly, this is heavy. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. Now, not all this is metal. Yeah, yeah, no. It's great. Oh my God, great titles though. Not all this is metal though. Rush. What's just your favorite Canadian artist? Sheryl Crow? Wow, y'all know some bands from Canada. I don't know if I could have named that many. I could name Rush and Neil Young and Stephen Stills, and that's about it. I'd have to think about it. Or there's probably some that would hit me later like, oh yeah, I forgot about them. Okay. All right. $10 start, Warlock and Agony by Triumph. No, excuse me. I was reading a comment that said Triumph. Y'all messed me up. It's Warlock, Triumph, and Agony. $10 with what's her name there. $10 start on that one. Okay? And then we have Prophet. Prophet's a $10 start. Prophet's a $10 start. There we are. And let's see what's going on over here right quick. Okay. Yeah, first read through, I'll make all these CDs $9.99. That's what I always do, okay? Because I haven't had time to purge them, haven't had time to check them, haven't had time to research them, and that's what we're going to do. And I haven't done it in a while, but whatever's left probably will get posted in the group. And I think you're going to like these, okay? They're all $9.99 first read through. We're going to be doing a lot of cassette auctions, and I'm still going to do cassette buy nows too. But here we go. These are all $9.99 each. Let me take a peek at a couple just to see, because we just bought these. Los Lobos, Tin Can Trust, the very best of Cream. I have this. Yeah, everything should be nice and clean. Los Lobos, Cream. Nirvana, Unplugged. Beck, Morning Phase. Velvet Revolver, Contraband. Beck, Sea Change. Liquid Soul, 1-2 Punch, Issue 5. I'm not really for sure what that is. Toadies, Rubberneck. And let's pause here on this double-decker, the Forrest Gump soundtrack. These are all $9.99 each. Los Lobos, Cream, Nirvana, Beck, Velvet Revolver, Beck, Liquid Soul, Toadies, and Forrest Gump. Okay, Warlock has one bid for 10, and Prophet has one bid for 10. I may have missed some buy it nows over here earlier. Hold on a second. I may have missed some buy it nows. Brian Thurman got Coney Hatch for $6.99. Ed Riviera got Cobra for $6.99. Okay, thank y'all. I missed that. And then that's where all of our discussion started. That's where all of our discussion started, right? Yep. Okay. And then Chris Frazier was first on Nirvana, Unplugged at $9.99. Thank you on that. Toadies Rubberneck. It's Inside Out, that's why. It's Inside Out. I thought the same thing when I ran across it. Okay? $9.99. Wow, this is one of those that I could easily pull out, but I'm still going to sell for $9.99. Jeff Buckley, live at Cine, the Legacy Edition. Stanley Clarke, If This Bass Could Talk. J.J. Cale and Eric Clapton. The Best of Blondie. 38 Special, live at Sturgis, and The Best of Blue Oyster Cult. Those are all $9.99. Prophet sold for $10. Warlock sold for $10. Prophet is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $10. Warlock is sold for $10 to Hiram Aponte. Next, for $10 start auctions, I'm going to pull some of these right here. We're going to do Warrior Soul, Last Decade, Dead Century, $10 start on that. And we're going to put up, actually, you know what? Let's do all three Warrior Souls for a $15 start. Warrior Soul, Last Decade, Dead Century. Warrior Soul, Drugs, Gods, and the New Republic. And Warrior Soul, Salutations from the Ghetto Nation. All three of those for a $15 start. Is it my imagination, or was there a Ratt Reach for the Sky for bid today? We've already sold it. And then, is that a Riot album on the left? There was only 2 records left from Laura's crate. Riot was one of them. The Brethren of the Long House, salmon-colored vinyl, $29.99. The 3 Warrior Souls, $15. Nobody got Jeff Buckley, Stanley Clarke, J.J. Cale, Blondie, 38 Special, or BOC. Jim B finally got Jeff Buckley. I was about to say, what is that, a $50, $60 CD? What is that, a $200 or $300 CD? That sold to Jim B for $9.99. Now I just got to start pulling them out. Threw everybody a bone. Jim B was giving everybody a chance to buy it. Now I got to start pulling out all the good stuff. All right, here's more CDs for $9.99. In From the Storm, the music of Jimi Hendrix by Stanley Clarke, Corey Glover, Brian May, Buddy Miles, etc., etc. Echoes, the best of Pink Floyd, Franz Ferdinand. Max Weinberg presents Let There Be Drums, Doc Powell. We have Art Ensemble Chicago, Nice Guys, and that looks like Hailstorm. It is. The Curious, it's awfully light though. No, it's in there. That's a very light disc, though. Gerald Whitworth gets the Riot. That's sold to him. All 3 Warrior Souls are final call for $15. Aaron Andrus gets the BOC CD for $9.99. Michael Ruttman on Echoes, the best of Pink Floyd. That's sold to Michael Ruttman for $9.99. Let's stack all those right back there. And here is our next auction. 1, 2, 3, 4 ZZ Top cassettes. Let's put these up for a $20 start. Deguelo, Eliminator, Afterburner, and the best of. 4 ZZ Tops, $20 start on those if anybody wants them. All right, next handful of CDs are coming at you right now for $9.99. I have Al Di Meola, Electric Rendezvous, Green Day, Dookie. Also, we have Jeff Bridges and the Abders live. 10,000 Maniacs, MTV Unplugged, Dire Straits on every street. No artwork for Making Movies. This looks like Alanis Morissette. It is. And the very best of Otis Redding. Those are all available at $9.99 each. Okay? $9.99 each on those. Let's go ahead and sell the 3 Warrior Soul cassettes to David Polkey for $15. Michael Ruttman, I'm assuming you want Dire Straits on every street. There's also Making Movies with the missing book, but I'll let you let me know for sure on that one. The 4 ZZ Top, $20 start on those. And now I've got Tempest. We're going to put this up for a $10 start. Eye of the Storm. Tempest is now up for bid, a $10 start. Here's a few more CDs. I don't know why I've been skipping these. Ricky Nelson, Los Del Rio, Macarena, the Macarena, right? Bayside Boys Mix, The Doors self-titled, and that is Wilco. Yankee Hotel Foxtrot, $9.99 on that. Tempest is a $10 start. And yes, we sold McQueen Street already. McQueen Street did get sold. Here's some I'm working out of in this tray, okay? So if you hear one you want to let me put up, let me know. Tesla, Ted Nugent, Tough, TNT, Triumph, Steve Vai, Vinnie Vincent, Vane, Vixen, Wasp, White Snake, Winger, White Line, YNT, Heavy Metal Collection Volume 1 and 2, Jerusalem, Shaking the World, Hot Metal Summer, California Metal, and Def Jam Classics Volume 1. Okay. and on every street. Michael, you got it, okay? Let's stack all these up here. So nobody bid on ZZ Top, so those are a $20 bot now if anybody wants them. And nobody bid on Tempest, that's a $10 bot now, okay? We have a request for Wasp. I'm about to put those in a lot of 3 here. 3 Wasp cassettes, $20 start, all right? First Blood, Last Cuts, Wasp Inside the Electric Circus, Wasp Headless Children. 3 Wasp cassettes, $20 start. Those are now up for bid. Next thing was Vinnie Vincent. 2 Vinnie Vincent cassettes. These are going to go up for a $15 start. Vinnie Vincent Invasion, and this is All Systems Go and self-titled. $15 start on those. I'll do Y&T, Heavy Metal, Tesla Winger, White Snake, Jerusalem, and Heavy Metal next. Here comes some more CDs at $9.99, okay? Let's grab this little handful right here. You may say, how much are these, Chad? I'm going to tell you $9.99. First thing we have is Creed, Human Clay. Robbie Robertson and the Red Road Ensemble, music for the Native Americans. Johnny Winter, Second Winter, the Notting Hillbillies. Wayne Shorter, Juju. Also, we have Rock Hard. This is a compilation. Exodus, Down, Axis, the Poodles, and that looks familiar. Queen's Rock, that is Here in the Now Frontier, probably not available on vinyl, and Saigon Kick the Lizard. Next is Vinnie Vincent, has 1 bid for $15. No one has bid on Wasp, all 3 for a $20 start. Final call. If you want them, now's the time to bid. If someone bids, I'll go ahead and wrap them up. If not, I'll give it a few more seconds. And Aaron Andrus wants the Queen's Rock CD. I was about to say, that's either not available on vinyl or extremely difficult to get on vinyl. Now Wasp has a bid with Cindy Yarborough for $20. There's Queen's Rock. All these are $9.99 through this first read-through here. My tower here is getting out of hand. I'm about to go take them somewhere else. Probably go ahead and take them up front on the counter where I will snap pictures of them. And these will be posted in the group tomorrow, or you can pick and choose from there. But right now, if you want them, they're $9.99. Wasp is at $20. Final call on that. Next thing is Kansas, the best of Kansas, $9.99. Widespread Panic. This one's called Jack O'Lantern, I think, or Jack Ass O'Lantern. Grateful Dead, the best of the Grateful Dead. REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity. Triumph Classics. Donald Fagen, you may know him from Steely Dan. Morph the Cat. Simple Plan, MTV Hard Rock Live, Robert Cray, Strong Persuader, I Believe in Miracles by Radiance, and Robbie Robertson, self-titled. Okay, there's on that. And then these 3 Wasp CDs are sold to Cindy Yarborough for $20. Those are sold to Cindy Yarborough for $20. And these 2 Vinnie Vincents are sold to Brian Thurman for $15. Let's go ahead and put up the next auctions, okay? And we had a request for Y&T, 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. There's 5 Y&Ts here. First thing I have is Y&T Down for the Count, Y&T and Rock We Trust, Y&T Black Tiger, Y&T Open Fire, and Y&T Contagious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Y&T cassettes here, $35 start on those, all being sold together. Why have they gone up? They really haven't. Usually great titles like this, when I first read through them, they're always $9.99 for sure. Yeah. $6.99 is usually stuff that I deem maybe not as good, or maybe it's the second time I've gone through them, or possibly that might be when you can grab them tomorrow at that price. But usually the first read through, I've always done them at $9.99. And then we have, here's Heavy Metal Collection, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Let's put that up for a $10 start, okay? So Y&T's now up for bid. Kathy on the Triumph CD for $9.99. Especially if we haven't had time to read through them or look through them, and there's probably metal mixed in here, like we just sold that Jeff Buckley box set. It probably should have been $39.99. There's going to be a lot of these in here that should be $4. There's going to be a lot of these in here that should be $2. Probably a lot of them in here should be $15 and $20 though. So I just do $9.99, then sometimes they're $6.99. Heavy has a bid for 10, Y&T 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, $35 start on those. It's kind of like anything else with vintage records I show. You can buy them now. You can maybe wait for the price to reduce. or you can watch them get grabbed. First thing I have is John Coltrane, Ken Burns Jazz, Deep Purple Machine Head, Coldplay Parachutes. Also, the very best of Dire Straits, Sultans of Swing. The John Lennon Collection. We have the Definite Collection of Humble Pie, Black Crowes Lines, and Robin Trower, Bridge of Sighs. Nobody's been on Y&T, final call. Heavy Metal has one bid for $10. So Heavy Metal Collection is a 2 cassette. It has Sacred Warrior, it has Holy Soldier, it has Daniel Band, it has Barnabas, it has Neon Cross, it has White Cross, it has Messiah Prophet, it has Jerusalem. I will read through these one more time as soon as I get a pretty full table, or we'll just keep going since I have about 3,000 more to read through. But these are all $9.99. Tim Graham says he'll take Dire Straits, the Definite Collection. This is sold. Heavy Metal's now at 12. And let's stack these over here. And my stack over here is getting a little tip-tobby wobbly. First thing I have, though, is Genesis, the best of the Genesis. Turn It On Again. Slaughter, Fear No Evil. Stone Temple Pilots Core. Bad Company, 10 from 6. Alanis Morissette's Under Rug Swept. This is Jerry Granelli, News from the Street. Also here I have Herbie Hancock and Bruce Springsteen, The Rising. This one is John Schofield, Hand Jive, and 10 Years After, A Space and Time. All $9.99 on those. Next thing is the following. Heavy Metal 10, Heavy Metal 12, Heavy Metal 12. What's in the Y&T lot? Heavy Metal Out, Heavy Metal 13. Travis Woods on BC for Bad Company. Sold. Aaron Andrews on STP. Sold. Brian Thurman on Slaughter. Sold. Chad Next on Slaughter. I think I need to go ahead and take my tower in here, but not before I read through the Y&T cassettes one more time. Y&T is Down for the Count, In Rock We Trust, Black Tiger, Open, Fire, Live, and Contagious. Looking for a $35 start. There's 5 of them there. Heavy Metal's at 14, Andy's at 15. Good gosh. Travis Woods wanted BC not for Bad Company. He wanted BC for Black Crowes. Okay, let's swap those out. Good timing on that. What Slaughter was that? Already sold. Let's give him the Black Crowes. What happened to that one? It's right here. All right, and let me take this very obtrusive leaning tower of media in here on the operations center, okay? Please don't spill. This takes extreme patience and concentration. Only few can pull off such feats. And now we look into the world of Chad Williams as he attempts to balance this incredibly difficult stack of cassettes and CDs that are crisscrossed and turby-wobbly. What? All right, Heavy Metal's at 15. Nobody been on Y&T, $35 buy it now for those. I'm going to put them right over here. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Tesla. And this is 5-man acoustical jam. $10 start on that. Tesla's now for bid. Next handful of CDs are the following. $9.99. Stone Temple Pilots 4, Lou Reed, Walk on the Wild Side, John Mellencamp, The Best I Could Do, The Best Of, Robbie Robertson, How to Become Clairvoyant, John Legend, once again, North Mississippi All-Stars, 51 Phantom. This is The Distance to Hear, Live, Throwing Copper. Those are both from the band Live, and this Leonard Skinner double pack, Gold and Platinum, $9.99 on that. Aaron Andrews on STP, and this is sold to Aaron Andrews for $9.99. Next was Travis Woods on Lou Reed, Hey Babe, Walk on the Wild Side. Aaron Andrews first on Live. Do you want live, or do you want Live Throwing Copper? Do you want The Distance to Hear, or Live Throwing Copper? And he wants Live Throwing Copper. That's sold to him. Tim Graham got Leonard Skinner. Over here, we got Heavy Metal. This is sold to Andy Lane for $15. Nobody been on Tesla. That's a $10 buy it now. Let's put it right over here. And then we have Live, North Mississippi All-Stars, John Legend, Robbie Robertson, and John Mellencamp left in that lot. Okay, I didn't have a live. I have Live Throwing Copper and Live The Distance to Hear. I misspoke on that one. Next is Vixen. That's always popular. Vixen's going to go up for a $10 start. And then let's also put up a Winger. So Vixen and Winger right there. Those two are going to go up for $10 starts. Next handful of CDs are the following. Hope everybody's ready. If you're not ready, go ahead and button up your bootstraps. First thing I have is Robert Plant, Pictures at 11. I also have The Cars, self-titled debut. This looks like Sting. It is. No artwork, the best of Sting. Also, Gomez, Liquid Sin, The Fall, Nora Jones, Stone Temple Pilots #4, another one. And then we have another compilation here, Iced Earth, Obituary, Ride the Sky, Mekong Delta, and then Queens Rock, Operation Mindcrime, a double disc. That looks pretty nice, other than I just popped them out of the case by opening it up that way. Queens Rock, Operation Mindcrime. Nice. All right. Donna Summer is going to be so upset when she finds out she's not watching Coletco and we're doing a CD blitz. And we have sold, I've already passed over some Jazz. I've passed over Coltrane. And what's Donna Summer doing? She's sleeping. Along with Grog, all of our CD buyers. Not going to tune into Chad tonight. I'm just going to go to bed. He's probably going to be showing metal auctions all night. I can't pop these back into place the way they're supposed to, but I've got them good enough if anybody decides they want that. Aaron Andrus does get live distance for here for $9.99. Tim Graham got Nora Jones. Aaron Andrus does get Queensryche. Patty has Winger for $10. Final call. Okay, final call to get a bid on Vixen. I'm about to get into a new tray. That way I can read off some more new titles, but not before we do this right here. I'm going to put up 3 Triumph cassettes for a $15 start, okay? That's Triumph Allied Forces, Triumph Sports of Kings, and Triumph Rock and Roll Machine. Vixen's a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants it. And there's the 3 Triumphs for a $15 start. Next handful of CDs. I'm almost done with the top layer of this box. I've got about 2 more handfuls over here. Boy, the bottom layer just looks like it gets better and better. That's usually how these are. Here's the first handful. I've got BR549. Sister Hazel, Somewhere More Familiar. Brooks and Dunn, If You See Her. Kenny Rogers, Alabama's Greatest Hits Volume 3. Excuse me, I got choked. The Beatles, Rare Photos and Interviews, probably because I've seen a Beatles CD. Ronnie Millsap, The Essential, Dire Straits Communique, The Rolling Stones, Some Girls, and Mark Knopfler, The Rag Picker's Dream. Those are all $9.99 if anybody wants those. Winger is sold to Patty for $10. Final call for the 3 Triumphs for $15. Kenny Rogers, the Kenny Rogers compilation here. That is sold to Tim Graham for $9.99. John Durden got the Rolling Stones Some Girls for $9.99. Anybody else on anything in there? How much are those? Just $9.99. Next auction, Jerusalem. Live in USA, In His Majesty's Service. Jerusalem is going to go up for a $10 start. Next is Tim Graham on MK, and MK was for... MK was for... Did you mean... What did you mean? MK? What was MK? Triumph. Kathy's in at $15. I'm selling it to you. I'm selling it to you. $15. Hey, it's Friday. Guess what just got automatically? Well, first of all, Laura just texted me the previews for tomorrow. But also, I love getting this notification. Live EPs. Zeppelin is now in your library because it's now New Music Friday, I guess, on the East Coast. So the new Zeppelin album just got automatically added into my library. Awesome. Even though I've heard those recordings about 1,000 times, I'm going to hear them 1,001. Mark Knopfler, MK. Right here. Mark Knopfler and Michael Church wants Robert Cray. Where was it? Was that in this handful? Robert Cray. I remember reading that. Where the heck went? Where did it go to? It's down here. All right. And that's sold to Michael Church. Okay. No bid on Jerusalem. Final call. No bid on Jerusalem. Final call. Next is... All right, let's bundle these comps, okay? And then I can get into a new tray and start reading some stuff off. We're going to have plenty to sell for tomorrow night, though. My goodness. Tomorrow's going to be cassette auctions for 7 hours straight. All during the record sale. All during part 2. We've got a bunch. This is called Shaking the World. Actually, that's Bloodgood. My bad. I'll leave it in there. Shaking the World, Bloodgood Live, Volume 2. Hot Metal Summer with Striper and Bloodgood and Shout. And we have California Metal with Barren Cross, Deliverance, Neon Cross. I guess that's all kind of related, though, kind of like Christian metal, including Jerusalem there. Here's what I'll do. Nobody bid on Jerusalem, so I'll put these 4 together and say, however we want to bid on those, $20 start, okay? 5 a piece on all those. I know we have some more Striper fans and that kind of genre still watching. All right, here we go. These are all $9.99. I have Jack Bruce, Songs for a Tailor, Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill, Red Hot Chili Peppers, and this is By the Way, and Rock and Roll Collection of the 70s. These are all $9.99. I'm going to finish this box of CDs tonight. I have, that right there was the halfway point of this box, okay? So I'm going to, is there another layer? No. That right there is the halfway point of this box. So I'm going to finish this box. I'm going to finish this box. And while we're finishing this box, I'm going to finish this tray and maybe get started on the other one. That's what we're going to do. Okay? First is Aaron Andrus on Red Hot Chili Peppers for $9.99. You got it. Cindy's in on the Christian metal lot at $20. Vixen and Y&T Buttle for $30. So you're referring to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on those. Okay, and then the other one was Vixen. All right, sell these to MT Matt for $30. Okay, those sold to MT Matt for $30. Done. This Jerusalem, I know the Sunday side, but no, I think this is the Christian metal band. Yeah, it's definitely Christian metal related. Okay. Next is Vain, No Respect. Vain is going to go up for $10. And now let's finish this crate of CDs. That's probably where I'll stop the show. Unless all of a sudden there's a sudden turn of events, but that will get us at a good stop point. Plus, I'll do a recap. Adam Bernardi, there are no unsold auctions. Nope. None. There's actually only one record left from a lower crate, and that's it. No unsold auctions. That's it. Okay, let's get started with this next handful of CDs. So we'll finish this, and here we go. $9.99. Tesla, The Best of Tesla. Wallflowers, Bringing on the Horse. Led Zeppelin, The Allman Brothers Band, Decade of Hits. Minnesota Vikings, Purple Pride, Greatest Hits. Pretenders, the singles. Cher, I Believe in a Thing. And then we have Deborah Harry, Sweet and Low, maxi single. The Christian metal here is sold for $20 to Cindy Yarborough. Okay? And if anybody wants Vain, it's a $10 start. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold merchandise in here on the table. We've already got another tower completed here. Let's lay that right in here. That is our, how many towers of cassettes and CDs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's try to get to 100. That would be insane. G would come in and literally shoot me. Next we have is Patty on Tesla. That was The Best of Tesla, sold for $9.99. Michael Church was second. All right, and Tesla the band. Yes, not the electric car, and not the company, not Elon's company. I'll take the Atlanta CD. I'll take the Atlanta CDs for $20. The 3 Atlanta CDs. Okay, I will get you on that during the recap. Okay. I'll get you on that on the recap because they're stacked up pretty crazy right now. So I'll get you on the recap. I won't forget because I'm going to go through that back tower probably one more time, and then I'll find them for you. 3 Atlantis to Aaron Andrews for $20. You got it. Little Texas, big time. Little Texas, big time. 20 of the best of Roy Orbison. Pam Tillis, All of This Love. Kathy Mattea, Walking Away a Winner. Also, Radiohead, Pablo Honey. My Chemical Romance, 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge. 1,000 Roads, David Crosby, and Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. Nobody bid on Vain. It's a $10 buy it now. And yeah, we're probably going to try to recap these cassettes. I do have a few I'm going to do buy it nows, okay? Buy it now, and buy it now. Here we go. These are $9.99 each. $9.99 each for these cassettes. Def Jam Classics Volume 1. Def Jam Classics Volume 1. TNT, Knights of the New Thunder. Whitesnake, Slip of the Tongue. and Steve Vai Warfare. Those are all $9.99 each, okay, on those. Here's a auction, because it looks pretty unusual. Tough. What comes around goes around. Tough is a $10 start. Next is DC, a compilation. I think that's a studio album. Yeah, that's an original studio album of his from 1993. Next is Doug Reeder got Vane. That goes to him for $10. John Durden got Def Jam for $9.99. Clay Moore got TNT for $9.99. Andy Lane was next on Def Jam. Tough is a $10 start. And then I'll do White Line for $9.99. White Line Pride. Adam Bernardi wants David Crosby for $9.99. And Ted Nugent is $6.99. $6.99 for Ted Nugent Super Hits. And folks, we have emptied. I'll go to the top cam to show you. We have emptied a whole one of these. They've either all been sold or they're back there in the back unsold. So let me take that right over here. And I'm almost done with this other one. The only ones left in this other one before I start a new one, it's just a couple of these odd ones I don't know too much about, but they look good. Except I know that one now that I've seen the cover. I still don't know that one or these two too well. So we might just put them in a lot. That way we can knock them out all together. So don't let me forget about those. Tough has a bid for 10, and Stacy got Ted Nugent for $6.99. Okay? All right, handful of CDs. We're also going through CDs for $9.99. Here we go. All right, we got Don Gibson's Solitudes, Exploring Nature of Music, Land of the Loon, Sounds of the 80s, The Rockin' 80s. Sounds of the 80s, The Rockin' 80s. Delbert McClinton, Honky Tonk and Blues, Al Di Meola, Elysium, The Infinite Desire, Al Di Meola, Weather Report self-titled, Weather Report Mysterious Traveler. We have Michael Bolton, Soul Provider, Salt and Peppa, Very Necessary, and Amy Grant, House of Love. Okay, Clay Moore gets Tough for $10. That's sold to Clay Moore. Here's these last few I was talking about. DC LaCroix. DC LaCroix for a $10 start. Some of these may be a little bit dusty, just FYI. DC LaCroix, and I'm going to make these buy it nows for $6.99. Choir Boys and The Bottles. Knock that dust off there for you. And these other two I don't know as much as about, so I'm going to wait one more second on those. But those are $6.99. Choir Boys and The Bottles. And another handful of CDs coming right now. We're now at almost the 75% mark after about two more handfuls. The Best of the Beach Boys, Viva Las Vegas, Reba, Greatest Hits Volume 2. We have Gary U.S. Bonds, The Best Of, and the Unplugged Collection Volume 1, MTV. These are all artists, MTV. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan, Clapton, Lenny Kravitz, Soul Simon, Katie Lane, Paul Simon, Elton John, Neil Young, Ross Stewart, John Mellencamp, Paul McCartney, Elvis Costello, Don Henry, Andy Livingston, Amazing REM. Oh, there was two different people bidding on Tough. My bad. So Doug Reeder bid 10. My bad. Doug Reeder bid 10, and then Clay, you bid 10. I glanced down, I thought only one person was bidding. Clay, you're out on Tough. Doug has it for 10. DC LaCroix is a $10 start. Travis Woods gets the Unplugged collection for $9.99. What Choir Boys is that? It's called Choir Boys. It's spelt with a CH, though. I don't think that's the same Choir Boys like from the 80s that everybody loses their mind over anytime I have it on vinyl. I think that's a different Choir Boys. Okay, here's some more CDs for $9.99. Plans, Death Cab for Cutie, Shooter Jennings, The Wolf, Beck Mutations, Rush Moving Pictures, The Verve Pipe and Villains. Also, we have Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Big Head Todd, Joe Walsh's Greatest Hits, Kansas, Live, Dust in the Wind, and Led Zeppelin Later Days. Those are all $9.99. Chad, you were next on Plugged. All right, so Clay Moore, do you want back in on Tough for more than $10? Also, if anybody wants DC LaCroix, it was technically up for bid, so now it's a buy it now. Here, I'll just make these a buy it now. $9.99 each. Bonfire, Fireworks, and Driving and Crying, Fly Me Courageous. I don't know if that's the same Driving and Crying as Driving Seat or not. Then there's Bonfire. Travis Woods wants Kansas, which was Live, Dust in the Wind. That's sold for $9.99. Okay? All righty. So Tough. I got to hear back from Clay Moore. And we have emptied Another tray. This was like 2 trays in one. Look how big this one was. Let's go to the top cam. That was full of cassettes moments ago. Now it is empty. Paul bought all this stuff earlier today. I had a customer drive down from Illinois. I was like, heck, bring all that stuff right back here to me, man. We'll knock all that stuff out right now. By the way, I got to stop tomorrow's sale like at 10 or 11 o'clock. So I have time to clean up, do the videos. I got to be in Knoxville, you know, for the game Saturday. I do not want to be a zombie, one of the biggest games of the year. So hopefully we can get through vinyl quick tomorrow. And maybe if I make posts about all this, everybody know, hey, tune in. We'll knock out all the new vinyl. We'll knock out all of the Paul, Laura, and John crates. And we'll do the rest of this. Because right now, those trays, so we've been through 2 trays of cassettes, right? There are 4 more left, and then a box, and then 2 more crates of CDs. So there is a ton, okay? Tony Bradford got Bonfire for $9.99. Claymore bid $12 on Tough, now $14. Cindy got DC LaCroix. DC LaCroix is sold to Cindy for $10. How much for the empty tray? Oh boy, that'd be tough to ship. Michael, if you want Ed to get you a shipping quote, I'll make them relatively cheap for you. But you would have to pay shipping. So if they can find a box, those things are, it costs $30 or $40 to ship that big one probably. But if you're in, we probably can sell them to you. We use them a lot here. We use them to keep sold stuff in. So we use them a lot here to keep sold stuff. But if you want to pay shipping, I don't mind selling them. I usually don't show stuff like that because I can't ship it for $8. I usually can't. Sometimes I'll sell a smaller one. All right, we're halfway through the lower bin. We have the very best of Hall & Oates. I have Bo Dean's Joe Dirt's Car. We have Ms. Rob Vitreous. I don't know what I just said. Coltrane, the very best Bush 16 Stone, and Joni Mitchell Hajara. Okay, and then Tough is sold for $14 to Doug Reeder. Next, we're going to go ahead and start a new tray of cassettes. So I will give y'all some ideas of what's in here. Aha. What's in here? David Lee Roth, The Dogs D'Amour, Eddie Money, Eddie Money, Eddie Money, Eddie Money, Electric Angels, Enough's Enough, Europe, Every Mother's Son, Easy O, Fates Warning, Lita Ford, Femme Fatale, Faster Pussycat, Fast Way, Gorgie Park, Great White, Girl Score, GNR, Georgia Satellites, Golden Earring, Grim Reaper, Guy Man Dude, Hardline, Hearing A, Hanoi Rocks, Heathen, High Intensity Discharge, Halloween, Helix, Hurricane, NXX, Icon, J Golf's Journey, Jetboy, Kane Roberts, KNAC, Pure Rock, and Keel. Holy moly. Bush is sold to Aaron Andrus. Bush, that is 16 Stone. That is sold to Aaron Andrus. All right. One more row of CDs to run. Let's do it. One more row of CDs. How much are these? They're just $9.99. $9.99. Also, we have the Buddy Holly collection. That looks like Bob Dylan, Highway 61 Revisited. How about Josh Groban, Noel, Pull My Finger, 99 tracks of fluctuant sound effects. That looks like something John Durden would buy. Pilgrim, Eric Clapton, The Kingsmen, Louie, live and unreleased, and ESPN Jock Rock. That's a popular one there, Jock Rock. Those are all $9.99. John Durden says, Pull My Finger. I knew it. $9.99. Tony Bradford on Hardline. Is that something I read off earlier? I'm assuming that's something I read off earlier. Hardline. Let's go ahead and put that up. Double Eclipse. Oh, yeah. I remember that when it came out on vinyl. Hardline, $10 start for Double Eclipse. $10 start on that. And then over here, Patty says Europe and Enough's Enough. Enough's Enough is going to go up. This is Enough's Enough self-titled. That's going to go up for $10 start. Hardline and Enough's Enough. Good luck, everybody bidding. These are $9.99. What shall be next? What shall be next? These are just $9.99. Let's read through these again. The very best of the Everly Brothers. The very best of the Everly Brothers. Ace of Base, The Bridge. Clint Black, The Hard Way. Also, we have Restless Heart, Big Iron Horses. Next is Ken Medema in The Dragon's Jaw. Experience the Divine. Bette Midler, as featured on Seinfeld. Bette Midler. Kramer was obsessed with Bette Midler. Blake Shelton, Red River Blue. Kathy Mattea Cole, It's Country. Elvis Presley, Conway, Johnny, George, etc., and Mitch Ryder and the Detroit Wheels. Those are all $9.99. We have another request for Fate's Warning. We also have a request for Grim Reaper Hardline 10, and then Hardline, and then Enough's Enough at 10, and Michael Church wants Pilgrim, and that was Eric Clapton, right? I remember that back here. That's Eric Clapton, sell to Michael Church for $9.99. And then Hardline, one bid, $10 final call. Patty, Enough, one bid, $10 final call. Let's move these right over here. I've got CDs stacked up so high, I don't even know who I am anymore. Well, you made a long journey from Milan to Minsk. Rochelle, Rochelle. Widespread Panic, Ball. Widespread Panic, Don't Tell the Band. Widespread Panic, Live. Live, Throwing Copper. U2, The Joshua Tree. U2, The Joshua Tree. Sons of Beast, Matthew Sweet. Claymation celebrates Christmas, or Christmas Celebration. Weather Report, Mr. Gone. Weather Report, Heavy Weather. And Weather Report, Sweet Nighter. Those are all $9.99. Hardline sold for $10. Enough's Enough sold for $10. Enough was sold to Patty. Hardline was sold for $10. Oh boy, Fate's Warning. I don't know if y'all are ready for this one. Holy moly. Fate's Warning, Perfect Symmetry. How much? Just a $10 start for Fate's Warning, Perfect Symmetry. I'm pretty crowded. These stacks of CDs are getting out of hand. Those are all $9.99. Let's lay these right over here. And then what shall be next? Fate's Warning. And then over here is Grim Reaper. Uh-oh, See You in Hell. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Fate's Warning and Grim Reaper. Good luck, everybody bidding on those. I'm going to sell cassettes up until when we're finished with these CDs. We've got about 2 or 3 more handfuls left. Here's the next handful. First guy on top is Al Di Meola, Land of the Midnight Sun, Motown Christmas. Motown Christmas. That's pretty dang good. $10 on that. Also, this is a single. That is from Dick Tracy. It was the Whiskey Talking. Casey Kasem presents the 70s. Bon Jovi's Greatest Hits. Prince Greatest Hits. Garth Brooks Greatest Hits. And 70 ounces of gold. Golly, that'd be a lot of money right now. 70 ounces of gold. Take 70 and times about $3,460. Fate's Warning has one bid for $10. And Grim Reaper is a final call to get a bid in. Also for $10. Those CDs I just showed you are $9.99 each. I'm actually just going to go ahead and take them and set them right here behind me. Okay? If you change your mind, you're like, dang it, Chad, you know what? I'm feeling kind of frisky. Go ahead and give me all the CDs. Everything on the table. Just go ahead and give them to me all. This is going to be in a great music collection edition for me. This is sold to Stacy. Whoop, that was Casey. I grabbed 70 ounces of gold. She wants Casey and brings in America's Top Teen Hits of the 70s. Thank you, Stacy. That's so to you. Mega Blast wants Motown Christmas and send it to Donna Turner. You got it. So he wants to buy the Motown Christmas and send it to Donna Turner. Does it have, yeah, it has Someday at Christmas. So lots of mistletoe. And the lamp burning low. That's one of the best Christmas songs ever. Stevie Wonder. Grim Reaper 10, Andy Lane. Who would have thought it? Doug Reeder taught him. Next thing is hearing aid request. I'm going to put those next two up whenever those sell. Let's go ahead and knock out another handful of CDs, though. Candles burning low. Lots of mistletoe. Lots of snow and ice. John Patucci. Al Di Meola, Consequence of Chaos. The Bose Wave Music System Sampler Disc. Al Di Meola, Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble, The Real Deal, Greatest Hits Volume 2, and Johnny Lang, Wonder of This World. All right, so Grim Reaper's at 11, Andy Lane's you're out, and Doug Reeder has Fate's Warning at 11. Cindy, you're out. Cindy, you're out. So this is Christmas. And what have you done? Simply having A wonderful Christmas time. Next handful of CDs. These are all $9.99. 9-Inch Nails Broken. The case has a little bit of wear. There's another Echoes, the best of Pink Floyd. This is Trina, Naked, the best of Bob Marley Legend, and Al Di Meola plays Pizziola. All right. We got Fate's Warning at 12, Grim Reaper at 12, Fate's Warning at 13, Michael Church Wants Lang, and we sold Stevie Ray Vaughan to Doug Reeder. Johnny Lang was right here on top. These are sold, Michael Church on Lang and Doug Reeder on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Doug Reeder on Pink Floyd, the best of Pink Floyd. Echoes. Fate's Warning 13, that means Cindy, you're out. Andy Lane has Grim Reaper for 12. That means somebody's out. Tempest Cassette for 5. What do I have that up for? 10? I'll do it for $6.99. $6.99. Okay, that's all the CDs. They've been shown once. That's all the CDs. We've went through them once. I'm going to start recapping that back tower that was early if I can. And then I'm going to recap all the cassettes because there's a good chance we probably can sell all those either individually right now as a recap or somebody might want a bundle, okay? I'm going to knock off a couple more of these auction requests while we're recapping, and that's probably where we'll stop for the night. And I look forward to photographing these cassettes and telling everybody these are going to go up for sale tomorrow. It's going to be pretty fun, okay? So the first recap cassette is sold to Claymore Tempest. I'm going to start way back here in the corner with the oldest stuff. That's sold to Claymore for $6.99. Fate's Warning is at $15. Doug Reeder's outbid. What about Grim Reaper? Doug Reeder, you is also outbid on Grim Reaper, just FYI, okay? So here's some of the oldest cassettes from the night that did not get claimed. These are all $6.99, I think. Hold on one second. These are, except this one, but I'll reduce it to $6.99, okay? So one in here, I'll show this one. This earlier was a $10 start, no bid. Blues Sarcino. So that's now $6.99. Also $6.99 is Bobby Brown, Dance, You Know It. Thomas Dolby, Aliens Ate My Buick. David Gilmour, About Face, The Best of Black Oak, Arkansas. The Cars, Shake It Up. Boston, Don't Look Back. Boston Walk On, which is extremely rare on vinyl. And April Wine, The Nature of the Beast. Those are all $6.99. All right, so now Fate's Warning is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $15, and Grim Reaper is sold to Andy Lane for $12. Okay, so the next request was Hear and Aid. Y'all remind me what else? Let me find that. Hear and Aid. Hear and Aid. $10 start on Hear and Aid, and let's put up the other Fate's Warning. Awaken the Guardian. That is a popular one there. I wish that was in print on vinyl. Fate's Warning and Hear and Aid, $10 start on those. First thing is Tony Bradford on the Blues, and that's sold to him for $6.99. Next thing is Stacy Metternich on Walk On for $6.99, and Hear and Aid has a bid for $10. Night Songs, $6.99. What was Night Songs? That usually means Cinderella. Cinderella Night Songs for Hoopy31. Who is Hoopy31 on YouTube? You may have to refresh my memory. That's sold to him for $6.99. Hear and Aid has a bid for $10. Todd Saw wants The Cars for $6.99. Shake It Up. That also has that great song, Trooper. Is Trina CD the rapper Trina? No, that was spelt much differently. That was spelt, what did I do with that? That's over here, isn't it? That is spelt, what have I done with it? Is it still in this pile? It might be right here. I don't know if I even said that right. Triana, maybe? I don't think she's rapping. Triana, what did I say? Trina? I think that's Triana. Triana or Triana? Okay, let's see here. So these Dawkins were 10, and Cinderella and Tesla, let's make them $6.99. Tesla, 5-man acoustical jam. Cinderella, Heartbreak Station. Dawkins, Beast from the East. Dawkins, Back for the Attack, and Dawkins, Breaking the Chains. $6.99 on that. And Tony wanted icon right between the eyes. Did I read that off earlier? I did. Okay. I'll put that up in just a second. Let me cut this stack in half right here. Fate's Warnings at $18. Hearing Aid has one bid with Brian Thurman for 10. We're about to sell it. What is the Boston said? I need a minute after you showed to see if I have, please. Boston was Walk On. It already sold. And then this one is Boston Don't Look Back. Boston Don't Look Back, $6.99. And if you want it, you now have reserve, okay? Face warning out, face warning out. All right, who is Hoopy? Did you remind me who you were, Hoopy, on YouTube? Because I'm not familiar with your handle. Now Fate's Warnings at 20. So it's between Andy Lane and Cindy right now. Okay, and then here was some more for $6.99. Cheap Trick self-titled, Cheap Trick Dream Police, Cheap Trick in Color, Cheap Trick Standing on the Edge, and Scorpion Savage Amusement. Those are all $6.99. Okay. Brian Thurman got Hearing Aid for $10. Thank you, Brian. And now here is Icon, straight between the eyes. Icon's going to go up, straight between the eyes, $10 start on that one. John Nopala. Okay. Have you bought from us before and registered? I just don't think I've said your name. So if you're, I just want to make sure you wasn't a first-time buyer or you've registered already. Okay. Fate's Warning is sold to Cindy Yarborough for 20. And this stack here has gotten really, really tall and really, really out of hand. So let me go ahead and take this over here. Let's do it. All right. Done. Okay, the next two cassettes was Doucette and Contagious. Be ready. So Bobby Brown, Thomas Dolby, David Gilmour, Black Ochre and Saw, April Wine, Boston, Scorpions, Cheap Trick, Tesla, Cinderella, Dockin', Contagious, and Doucette. Icon, 10, 11, 15, 16. All right, I'm going to set all these back there. Todd Saw on Boston, Don't Look Back. Dogs 24, Vol Nation 20. You're a little off there, but nice try, Patrick. Who is the dude on here that said we better watch out for Syracuse? That's Patrick. He tries to throw bad mojo for the Vols. Nice try. Not happening. We all know it's going to be a blowout. Georgia hadn't been any good since Jimmy Carter's been in office. We're over here, we have these for $6.99. ZZ Top, ZZ Top, ZZ Top, ZZ Top DeGuelo, ZZ Top Eliminator, ZZ Top Afterburner, and the best of ZZ Top. Now icons between Clay Moore and Andy Lane. And then these back here are the other ones for $6.99. Driving and Crying, The Bottles, Choir Boys, White Line, White Snake, and Steve Vai. $6.99 on those. And anybody else? Was anybody else waiting for another title I read off to throw up for auction before I say we're near the end? I have a lot invested in the Vols Saturday. One, I'm ending a sale early. I am ending a sale early. I'm missing a sale. Collectively, that's going to cost me thousands and thousands of dollars. I have to tell my friends and family that every time I miss one of these streams. So I tell everybody, when I miss these shows, they cost me, literally, to take a day off, thousands of dollars. So I have a lot invested already, plus the cost of these season tickets, plus gas, time. Let's not even count the business time. I'm going to the game, and I'm probably going to bet about $500 or $1,000 on the Vols to win. And so if they lose, and I take a day off, Friday and Saturday combined could cost me a crazy amount of money. So the Vols determine how good of a weekend I have. If they win, everything levels out, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. Yeah, ticket. I could sell my ticket right now for $1,500. X1, row 19, amazing seat. I'm in Neyland Stadium, X1. I could sell that ticket for $1,500. The last time I checked, X1 was $1,700. I know I could sell mine for $1,500. Cost of losing sales. Taking off costs me a lot of money. So I always tell my family and friends, this is special when I do this, and it's got to be worth something that I'm willing to take off for. So I have a lot invested in the Tennessee Vols on Saturday. Icon is sold. Icon is sold to Andy Lane for $18. Andy Lane got Steve Vai for $6.99. And we have a request for 2 more. I'll do 2 more. Guy Man Dude and Europe. Europe, Wings of Tomorrow, $10 start. And Guy Man Dude, Sleight of Hand. That one looks pretty good. I've never seen that one before. $10 start on that. Whew. No, you got to think how much we sell in 8 hours on here. I wouldn't be doing this for my health. The only reason I do this for 6, 7, 8, and some nights when I get crazy, obviously I'm here to make money. And if I'm not here selling stuff, Paul does a really good job. But when I miss, it's extremely noticeable. So. I have to make sure that everything is clicking on all cylinders when I take off. You know, I view myself as the Coletco CEO, and like I've heard, like some CEOs look at Cracker Barrel. They make bad decisions, and it costs them literally millions of dollars. You can make a good decision for your company, and that could be worth millions of dollars. You could take time off and cost yourself millions of dollars. So I have to watch my time very carefully nowadays, and that's why I don't take many days off. Tennessee was a 7-point favorite. They were a 7-point favorite, and then on Monday it moved to 3.5 because I think so many people were taking Tennessee, so they had to make it a little bit more enticing. Right now, let's pull it up. Let's pull up FanDuel. Let's see what it looks like. I don't bet on many football games. I usually bet on the big ones that I go to. So this will be one I'll place a wager on. I mean, it's already a freaking fortune to go to these games nowadays. We was talking about it. I was talking about it with Seth's uncle, Scott, that we went. So if you have a family of 3, if you're married and have, let's say, 2 kids you want to take to the game Saturday, just to get in the game, decent seats is going to cost you $2,000 to go to this Tennessee game. So, let's see here. If you take, let's see, Vols to win, Tennessee right now is plus 152 on FanDuel. Plus 152. Georgia's minus 184 on FanDuel. So Tennessee's went back down to a 4.5-point favor. So if you take Tennessee to win straight up tomorrow or Saturday, 500 will win you 760. So you'll get 1360 back. 1,000 on the Vols will win you $1,520. Or if you just want to throw up 100, you can bet 100 to win 152. I'll take that. I'll take that. Brian Thurman has Guy for $10 sold to Brian Thurman for 10, and Europe is a $10 buy it now. Doesn't sound too bad. Anybody have any last requests since we're now officially done selling and we're talking about sports betting? Which now can be done in the pocket of your phone. Do I even have any money in here? I don't even have any money. I got 20 bucks in here. Let's see. So if you take Georgia to win straight up, $54.35. There'll be a lot of people doing that. There'll be a lot of people doing that one right there. But I like rolling the dice. That looks like a sweet number right there. Hold on a minute, one more zero. There we go. I like that. Look at that number. That looks sweet, doesn't it? Scott Allman wants throwing copper and Garth books. Yeah, I still got to find Alanis Morissette for Aaron Andrus. So, whenever I may find these after the stream ends, live throwing copper and Garth Brooks to Scott Allman, and then 3 Alanis Morissette to Aaron Andrus for 20. What other big games? So Texas, Georgia, or Tennessee, Georgia. That's definitely the biggest game of the week. What's the night game? Oh, I forgot Miami and South Florida. That's a big one. Miami and South Florida, because South Florida's won back-to-back, including upsetting Florida. Now they're playing Miami. What's the ABC night game? Ole Miss and Arkansas. That could be good. Ole Miss and Arkansas. What is the night game? Florida and LSU. There it is. Notre Dame and Texas A&M. That's the night game. The primetime night game. Notre Dame and Texas A&M. Notre Dame is favored by 6.5 points. Cindy Yarborough, I will sell you Europe for $6.99. Thank you. What else is on here? That's next week. Florida and Miami. I was about to say, how are they playing 2 games? Okay, we're in future games. Yeah, they've already got the line out on Alabama and Georgia. You can already bet on number 1 Ohio State, number 2 Penn State. These are games 2 and 3 weeks out. They've already got the line out for Ohio State and Michigan. Man. Indiana State, Syracuse, LSU. What was that? So it was LSU. They're playing, it was Florida, right? Yeah, Florida, LSU. Yeah, Florida is down. If they get beat up in that game, that might be what's his face. That might be one of his last games. What is his name? Not Beamer. That's South Carolina. I forgot. Yep, who's the Longhorns playing? I just passed that. Todd Saw. The Longhorns are playing, or they bye. Did I miss them? Oh, UTEP. Pfft. Well, that's an easy win. They're only favored by 40 points. You can't even take the money line. You can't even bet on Texas to win. It's locked. There's not even a chance. Vegas is saying there's no chance that UTEP can win. Not even where they're willing to take money on it. Billy Napier, there we go. Most people are taking Texas and the points. 70% people have bet on Texas beating them by more than 40 points. 70% of the people have taken Texas minus the points. Minus the points. Wow. So they think they're going to absolutely just steamboat them. You can bet on the national championship right now. Ohio State, Penn State, Georgia, Texas, Oregon, LSU. You can bet on the Heisman. Arch Manning, he's gotten pretty good odds right now. But I think that first game cost him. You can pick who's going to make the college football playoff. Tennessee to make the college football playoff? Yes or no? Conference winners. You can bet on Josh Pate's alternate spread. You can bet on futures. There's actually stuff going on live right now. There's 4 basketball games. There's a baseball game. There's 15 tennis matches on right now. Soccer. Golf is live betting right now. The LPGA Queen City Championship. Table tennis. This is, you get in the weeds. LSU, Florida was, are you enjoying betting on FanDuel? No, I'm not, because y'all have taken a lot of my money. LSU, what was that? It was, LSU was, they're 7.5 points. 7.5 points. Seems awfully close. A touchdown. UMass. Hopefully we can get back in time to watch most of the Texas A&M Notre Dame game. I like falling asleep to those night games. I like it when we're at home playing noon and 3:30 games that I can get home and fall asleep watching the night games, because I never get to do that. Obviously, I'm here at 12:15 selling records. Usually I'm, when these games are being played on Saturdays, I would be, if it's a night game, I'm in Knoxville. Sometimes we can get home. Oh, there's a good one. Or is that again in the future? I'm scrolling too far and looking at the future games. Yeah, there's some good stuff coming, though. Yep, so when we kick off, so does South Florida and Miami. So there'll be a lot of eyes on those 2 games. Well, actually, we kick off an hour earlier. We're 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern. South Florida and Miami kick off 3:30 Central, 4:30 Eastern. There'll be a lot of people flip over to that game. So it depends on how our game goes the first hour. Pittsburgh, West Virginia, Richmond, North Carolina. Boy, if you could only look into the future. If you could look into the future just 72 hours, you could become an instant billionaire right now. There'd probably be somebody show up at your door, though, from Vegas. Even though I think the mafia is out of it now, but there'd be definitely somebody show up and be like, what is going on? You've just picked 18 straight college football game winners betting $25 million apiece. Of course, the thing about this is you got to have the money. That's the big difference between the old style betting. Yeah, there's South Florida. They are 17.5 underdogs right now. You know, back in the day, it's like you got to pay your bookie. Well, now you got to have the money right now, or they won't take it. Unless you're, you know, like a high roller at a casino and they know you by your first name. Hey, Chuck. Hey, Chuck, come on in here. Sure. What do you want? Give me LSU. I'll take $1 million on the Vols Saturday. That's how that guy made money on that the JFK book, the JFK book where he goes back in time. That's how he made money. He had when he goes back, he picks up, he bets on sports games. All right. Thank y'all for spending the last few minutes with me. What an epic night. We sold a lot of vinyl, a lot of expensive vinyl, and we have sold a ton of cassettes and CDs, but mostly cassettes. That was pretty epic. So thanks everybody for tuning in. I'm about to wrap it up. I'm about to clean up. I'm about to film in the videos for the morning. I'm about to do the 6 a.m. I'm gonna figure out what I need to do the rest of the night, and that's it. And thank y'all as always. I'll be back tomorrow. Like I said, I'm gonna try to pack in a lot tomorrow. I'm gonna try to pack in a lot tomorrow in 5. I gotta stop about 10 o'clock tomorrow. So I'm gonna try to pack in as much as I can so that way I can get some rest and head to Knoxville early Saturday morning. And then Paul will be here Saturday. We will have more new vinyl show up tomorrow. Laura's already got great auctions. Let me show you those right quick. Last thing I do, let's pull up Laura's auctions. Laura sent me White Velvet Underground, Pantera, Slayer, Pantera, Lead Belly, 13-4 Elevate, Sepultura Prong, Mississippi John Hurt, Devo, Flash Gordon, Miles Davis, Bob Dylan, Dio, David Bowie. Who was that? Psychedelic Soul, not familiar with that one. Def Leppard, Riot, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Ozzy, Alice in Chains, Cinderella, COC, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Prong, Ozzy, Dark Side of the Moon, Mo-Fi, Danzig, Ramones, Ministry, Wasp, Ramones, Van Halen, GNR, Ramones, and that is Helmet. I think that's Helmet, and that's it. Okay? All right. Thanks, everybody. I'm signing off. I'll take all those Journey cassettes for $6.99 each. Escape, Evolution, Frontier, Capture, Greatest Hits, Raised on Radio. These right here. Todd Saar, those sold cassettes. These are mostly auction ones for tomorrow. We've sold a lot of cassettes tonight. I have an insane collection that will be auctioned tomorrow. All metal and hair metal. That's what we've been selling all night. I'm going to sell these to Todd Saar. He said he'll go ahead and take all the Journeys at $6.99 each. Let's sell them to him. Also to Todd Saar. And that's how we're going to end the night. You get Greatest Hits, Raised on Radio, Captured, Frontiers, Evolution, and Escape. All the rest of them, especially if you see in metal, hair metal, that will be tomorrow night. $10 and $7 starts. We'll sell every one of them. There are 4 more trays like this, 2 boxes, and 2 more boxes of CDs. And with that, I'm signing off. I love ending with a sale. Thank you, everybody. Good night. And we are done. Thank you. Matthew Sherrick, please tune in tomorrow.